Hello and welcome. Become a Patreon member and enjoy your favorite novels anytime, anywhere, whether you're working, relaxing, or on the go. With our vast pre-available audiobook library, or by requesting a custom novel, simply send the novel name or link and we'll convert it into an audiobook for you. Unlock this exclusive audiobook benefit by joining our Patreon community.
Fairy Tale, Anime Character Gacha. Chapter 1, Ulquiorra Cipher. Fiori Kingdom, Magnolia Town. Fairy Tale Guild. May I have your name? Takashi. Your age? 18. What magic are you proficient in? Take over magic. Take over magic. Mirajane was a bit surprised, not expecting this newcomer to be proficient in the same magic as her. However, take over magic is a very common magic, so it wasn't strange for him to use it. Mirajane asked, "All right, registration complete. Takashi, where would you like your guild mark?" Takashi placed his right hand on the counter and said, "On the back of this hand. Choose a color you like." Red. Mirajane adjusted the stamp color, then pressed it onto Takashi's hand. A red Fairy Tale Guild mark was imprinted on the back of Takashi's right hand. Mirajane said with a bright smile, "Welcome to Fairy Tale. You are now an official member of Fairy Tale." "Thank you." Takashi looked at the mark on the back of his hand, feeling a subtle excitement. He had actually joined Fairy Tale. This was a dream come true. Ding. Congratulations, host, for joining Fairy Tale. Do you wish to bind this guild? A panel, visible only to him, popped up in front of Takashi. Bind. Ding. Binding successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a 10 draws. Do you wish to draw? Draw. Just as Takashi was about to tap draw, he suddenly remembered something and asked, "Mirajane-san, can you wish me good luck?" Mirajane was a little confused, but she still gave Takashi a bright smile and blessed him. "Takashi-san, I wish you good luck. So cute. I really want to marry her and take her home as my wife." With Myra's blessing, Takashi lightly tapped the screen with his finger. The screen flashed with streaks of starlight. To Takashi's surprise, a dazzling golden star shimmered among them. A gold has appeared. Takashi instantly became excited when he saw it. He hadn't expected to pull a gold on just 10 draws. Soon, 10 character cards appeared on the panel. Takashi didn't spare the other minor characters even a single glance. He only looked at the first one, wondering who the golden character he had pulled was. Upon seeing the character's image, he recognized his identity even without reading the name. It's him. Short, spiky black hair, pale skin, green eyes with deep green tear marks below them, a white horned helmet on the left side of his head, a slender physique, wearing a high-collared, long-sleeved white top with a black base, and a kimono-style skirt pant. A sword was tucked at his waist, making him appear very elegant and handsome. Ulquiorra Cipher. The number 4 of the Espada, Aizen's Arrancar army, in Bleach. Bleach was one of Takashi's all-time favorites, and Ulquiorra was a character he particularly liked. Even though Ulquiorra's ranking among the Espada was only number 4, that was merely his ranking in his first Resurrection. His unique second Resurrection would significantly boost his power, and in the eyes of many, Ulquiorra was the strongest Espada. He was ultimately defeated by Hollow Ichigo, but that didn't mean he was weak. After all, Hollow Ichigo's strength might have been among the top tier even at the anime's conclusion. This is amazing. Takashi couldn't help but exclaim in delight. He hadn't expected to pull a gold, and Ulquiorra at that. This was definitely a super strong and powerful character. Everyone in the guild looked at Takashi in confusion. What's amazing? Mirajane looked at Takashi with some confusion. This newcomer seemed a bit strange. Takashi then realized he had unconsciously spoken aloud. Joining Fairy Tale is amazing. Mirajane smiled upon hearing Takashi's words. Mages who admired Fairy Tale often showed great joy when joining the guild. She had a lot of goodwill for those who genuinely loved Fairy Tale. She suggested, "Let me give you a tour of the guild." Takashi smiled. "Okay, thank you." Mirajane first brought Takashi to the request board and explained, "This is the request board. All tasks posted by clients are displayed here. Guild members can choose suitable requests based on their content. After completing a request, they receive a commission. This is the main source of income for guild mages. The basement is the storage room, mainly used for stacking guild sundries. What about the second floor? Takashi looked up at the second floor. The second floor is the infirmary. Guild members who are injured and need treatment can go up to the second floor. Under normal circumstances, ordinary members are not allowed on the second floor, only. Takashi glanced at this level of tasks a few times and then stopped looking. It wasn't about the reward, it was because he would only get 1 draw for completing 10 such tasks. One task, including travel time, would take at least 2 or 3 days. Even if he didn't rest, completing 10 tasks would take at least a month. 1 draw a month meant 12 a year. Including the one granted by the system each month, that would be a total of 24. It was simply too few. According to the system, within 100 draws, there was a guarantee for a gold character. It would be a long time before he could get another gold character. He has to take on more difficult tasks. Besides, more difficult tasks offered more rewards. In his previous life, he was poor. In this life, he must become rich. Soon, Takashi selected a task. He walked towards Mira-Jane with the request form. Mira, I want to do this job. Mira-Jane was very surprised to see Takashi pick a suitable task so quickly. Are you starting work so soon? You can familiarize yourself with the guild first. Takashi smiled bitterly and shook his head. No need, I'm already so poor I can't even afford food. If I don't work, I won't have money to eat. He had been in this world for half a month and hadn't been doing well. Without money for food, he could only sleep in the wilderness. On his way to Fairy Tale, he even encountered bandits. If the system hadn't given him a draw, and he hadn't drawn a blue character, a chunin, he might have failed before even starting. Then, he scrounged some money from the bandits, which allowed him to reach Fairy Tale. Now, he had little left, and his desire for money had reached its peak. Hee hee. Mira-Jane couldn't help but laugh when she heard Takashi say this. Most mages in Fairy Tale were in this state, too lazy to work until the last moment, only remembering to work when they ran out of money. Let me see what kind of job it is. Mira-Jane was somewhat surprised when she saw the job content. Wait, I can't decide on this kind of job. I need to ask Master. Please wait a moment, Master will be back soon. Master. Takashi hadn't met Makarov when he came to the guild. Just then, an old man wearing a yellow trench coat and a clown hat walked into the guild with a roll of paper. Master, you're back. Mira-Jane immediately went to greet him when she saw him. Makarov saw Takashi next to Mira-Jane and asked, A newcomer? Yes, my name is Takashi. Please guide me. Takashi bowed respectfully. Although the other party was a small old man less than a meter tall, Takashi knew that this short body contained world-destroying power. Makarov's signature giant magic could allow him to transform into the size of an island at its maximum. His super magic, Fairy Law, when fully activated, could even defeat the Alvarez Empire's million-strong army. And the old man treated the guild members like his own children. Both reasons were enough for Takashi to respect him. Makarov raised his hand and greeted, Oh. Nice to meet you. Then. Makarov let out a soft snort, pushed off with his legs, and jumped onto the second floor railing. Everyone in the guild looked over. Makarov waved the thick stack of documents in his hand and said with a displeased expression, You guys are causing trouble for me again, aren't you? Take a good look at how many documents have been sent from the Magic Council. First, Gray. A shirtless boy wearing only underwear looked disdainful. He hadn't caused any trouble. Mira-Jane smiled and reminded him, Gray, your clothes. I forgot again. Gray quickly went to look for his clothes. Makarov continued, There was no problem during your apprehension of the bandits, but after that, why were you walking around the streets without clothes? And in the end, you stole someone's underwear that was drying on their balcony and ran away. Gray felt a bit awkward. Well, being naked isn't very good. Elfman retorted, Then don't be naked. Makarov then looked at Elfman and sighed, Elfman, you brat, you actually used violence against your client. Elfman scratched his cheek awkwardly. Because he said I wasn't a man. Kana. You went to the client's place to work, and then secretly drank all their wine cellar dry. To prevent being discovered, you diluted the wine in the barrels with water. Was I discovered? Kana felt a bit guilty. Look, you flirted with Michello's granddaughter. Michello was a member of the Magic Council, and Makarov had been scolded by him quite a bit during his visit to the council this time. Next, Natsu. Eliminating monsters, destroying roads, pursuing fugitives, ruining 6 civilian houses, guarding a caravan but burning its goods, eliminating bandits, and also burning the victims' belongings. Listening to Makarov recount Natsu's mystery, according to information provided by victims, Phantom Bandit Gang consisted of 13 people, meaning 13 mages. This scale was comparable to a small mage guild. To deal with such a bandit group, if acting alone, one would need to be at least at the level of an S-class mage. If it were an elite mage of top strength like Natsu, at least 2 would be required. If it were the average level of the guild, at least 5 people would be needed, and there would still be some danger, as the opponents were more than 10 mages. Thus, this mission had been sitting there for several days, and no one had taken it. And Takashi, merely a new guy, actually wanted to challenge such a mission. This was virtually no different from committing suicide. Master, I'm not being stubborn. I truly am confident I can complete this job. Takashi did not back down. His goal was a B-rank mission worth over 500,000 J, and even if he were to switch to another, Makarov might not agree. If you can prove you have such strength, I can let you go. Seeing Takashi's persistence, Makarov wanted to make him retreat in the face of difficulty. How do I prove it? I'll find someone in the guild. If you can defeat him, I'll allow you to take on this job. Okay. Takashi immediately agreed upon hearing this. Makarov scanned the guild. He wanted Urza to step forward, but Urza was out on a mission and not in the guild, so he could only settle for the next best option. Natsu. Here. When he heard Makarov say he would find someone in the guild to duel Takashi, Natsu was already eager to try. Hearing Makarov actually call his name, he couldn't contain his excitement and jumped onto the table. Master actually sent Natsu to fight. The new guy is in trouble. Takashi looked at Natsu. Natsu, the male protagonist of the fairy tale anime. He had noticed him since entering the guild. After all, Natsu's pink hair was very eye-catching. He hadn't expected Makarov to pit Natsu against him. As the protagonist, Natsu's strength was definitely top tier. He usually wasn't Urza's match because he couldn't get serious against guildmates. If he got serious, his strength would definitely be S-class. However, Takashi was also a little excited at this moment. He didn't know whether his current strength was superior to Natsu's, and he also wanted to have a decisive battle with Natsu, the protagonist. Kana immediately took out a sign, wrote Takashi's and Natsu's names on it, and shouted, "Place your bets. Newcomer Takashi vs. Natsu. Bet on the newcomer to win, 1-2 odds. Bet on Natsu to win, 1-1 odds." Everyone in the guild heard Kana's words and rushed over to join the fun. I'm betting on Natsu. 2,000 J. I'm betting on Natsu. 3,000 J. I'm betting on Natsu. 3,000 J. Almost everyone bet on Natsu to win, which made Kana a little anxious. Although the amount each person bet was not large, there were many people. If Natsu really won, her drinking money for the month might be lost. Hey! Why are you all betting on Natsu? You should bet on the newcomer too. If the newcomer wins, you'll get double. Macau laughed. Haha. Of course, we're betting on Natsu. Why would we bet on the newcomer? Wakaba, standing nearby, also joined in the laughter. Exactly. Everyone knew how to choose. Betting on the newcomer was too risky, while betting on Natsu was a sure profit. I'm betting on the newcomer to win. 3,000 J. A purple-haired girl wearing glasses chose to bet on Takashi to win. Laki pushed up her glasses and said, "It's fine. It's just a day's worth of food money anyway. It's too pitiful for the newcomer to have no one supporting him." Takashi glanced at Laki. He had a slight impression of Laki. She didn't appear much in the anime and was originally an overlooked background character, but when Fairy Tail was in trouble, she was one of the few who still insisted on staying in the guild until everyone returned from Tenro Island. Being able to stay in the guild under those circumstances was enough to prove her deep affection for Fairy Tail, and it was from that moment that Takashi remembered the girl's name. Laki saw Takashi looking at her and smiled at him. I'm also betting on the rookie to win. Mira. It was Mira Jane who had bet on Takashi to win. I think since he dared to take on such a mission, his strength certainly won't be low. He might not necessarily be unable to defeat Natsu. The others heard Mira Jane say this and thought the same. Although they weren't familiar with Takashi, since he dared to take on that mission, it meant his strength must be good. Subsequently, more people started betting on Takashi to win, but there were still more people betting on Natsu to win. Soon, everyone arrived at the open space behind the guild. There was a large open area behind the guild, and beyond that was an endless lake. This place was often used to settle personal grudges. Natsu and Gray, Mira-Jane and Urza, had often fought here when they were little. Go, Natsu. Show the rookie what you're made of. Go, rookie. My drinking money tonight depends on you. The spectators were all cheering for both of them. Hello, I'm Natsu. Nice to meet you. My name is Takashi. Nice to meet you. Takashi and Natsu greeted each other. Natsu asked curiously, what kind of magic do you use? Takashi replied, I use takeover magic. Natsu's eyes lit up. Oh. So it's takeover magic. The ones who used takeover magic in the Fairy Tail Guild were Mira-Jane and her younger brother Elfman. Both of them were very strong, especially Mira-Jane, who was as strong as a monster. It's a pity she can't use magic now. Both sides, prepare. Full body takeover. Ulquiorra cipher. Takashi's body began to change. His original black clothes transformed into a white-faced, black-backed, high-collared long-sleeved jacket. His lower body was covered with a white hakama, cinched with a wide black sash. A blade was tucked into the sash, and he wore black socks and white shoes. His skin became slightly pale, his eyes turned green, with green tear-like markings beneath them. The left side of his head was covered by a white, horned helmet. Anyone who had watched Bleach would immediately recognize this as Ulquiorra's attire. At the same time, Ulquiorra's memories began to surface in Takashi's mind. From his birth to his final battle and death against Hollow Ichigo, this life flashed quickly, making Takashi and Ulquiorra seem to merge into one. As Takashi's transformation was complete, simply standing there, he exuded a powerful sense of oppression. Chapter 4, Takashi vs. Natsu. Everyone in the guild fell silent at this moment. Natsu and Takashi exchanged glances. Natsu's body instinctively told him that the opponent was terrifyingly powerful, but the more terrifying it was, the more excited he became. Whoosh! Flames ignited on Natsu's hands, and he took a fighting stance. Great! This way, I can use my full power without any reservations. Begin. Makarov announced the start. Wah! Natsu stomped his foot and rushed towards Takashi, his claw-like hands wreathed in flames, swinging at Takashi. Takashi seemed to not react, still standing in place with his hands in his pockets. Just when many thought the outcome was decided. Swish! Takashi's body suddenly vanished, then reappeared behind Natsu in the next instant, kicking him in the back. Ugh! Natsu was kicked off balance and tumbled forward. So fast! Is that teleportation magic? In everyone's eyes, Takashi appeared behind Natsu as if he had teleported. Makarov shook his head. No, it's not teleportation, but an extremely sophisticated high-speed movement technique. Because the speed is too great, it looks almost like teleportation. Makarov was extremely shocked. Takashi was too fast, he could only barely make out a trace of an afterimage to deduce that it wasn't teleportation, as teleportation leaves no trajectory whatsoever. What? Jet was greatly astonished. His magic, high speed, made him the fastest runner in Fairy Tail. But Takashi was actually even faster than him, that was too abnormal. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu quickly got up, his fists wreathed in flames, attacking Takashi. Takashi raised his left palm. Clap. Natsu's fist struck Takashi's palm. Everyone thought Takashi might be knocked flying, but then another astonishing scene unfolded. Takashi stood firmly in place, unmoving. He blocked it. They had all witnessed the power of Natsu's iron fist, it could easily shatter even stone. Such immense power was actually firmly blocked by Takashi with just his palm. Is this guy a monster? Takashi gripped Natsu's fist, then swung him with force. Whoosh! Natsu's body flew out uncontrollably. Wah! Crack! Natsu crashed through a rock. He quickly got up, and took a deep breath, his chest swelling as he gathered magic power in his throat. Takashi pointed his index finger at Natsu, and a vibrant green spirit pressure continuously condensed, forming a high-density, vibrant green energy sphere. Fire Dragon's Roar. Whoosh! A terrifying storm of flames rushed towards Takashi. Zero. Ohm. Whoosh. A beam of vibrant green energy shot from Takashi's finger, meeting the roar. Boom. The crimson flame storm and the vibrant green Zero collided, and the impact of the two powerful energies instantly created a terrifying shockwave. Wah! The shockwave spread outwards, causing many in the guild to involuntarily scream, and some were even blown away by the impact. After a short while, the shockwave slowly subsided. In the middle of Takashi and Natsu, a huge crater appeared, the destruction caused by the collision of the two energies. Takashi seemed completely unharmed, but Natsu was injured and couldn't support himself, collapsing to the ground. In the previous energy clash, Takashi clearly had the upper hand. The match is decided. Winner. Takashi. Makarov loudly announced Takashi's victory, feeling very surprised himself. He hadn't expected Takashi's strength to be so immense. From his appearance, Takashi looked no different from an ordinary person who hadn't trained much. But after using takeover magic, he seemed like a completely different person, calm and cool, clearly a seasoned warrior. The rookie actually won. He actually defeated Natsu. His strength is too great. This is already the power of an S-class mage, isn't it? Absolutely. Only an S-class mage could defeat Natsu. What a monster. Hearing Makarov announce Takashi's victory, the guild members finally came to their senses, realizing that the new guy had won. Although most of them lost their bets, everyone was incredibly excited. The guild had gained another S-class powerhouse, which was definitely a huge blessing. Takashi breathed a sigh of relief. He released his transformation, and returned to his original appearance. His magic power was already at rock bottom. If he hadn't ended the battle quickly, he would surely have been the one to lose. But at this moment, he was very excited. He had defeated Natsu, the protagonist. This victory gave him immense confidence. Takashi walked up to Natsu, extended his hand, and pulled Natsu up. Although Natsu had lost his fighting capability, his injuries were not severe, and he could still continue fighting. However, such a fight would be somewhat unsightly. Takashi had suppressed Natsu throughout the entire battle in terms of speed, strength, and attack power. Natsu couldn't think of a way to win, so he no longer struggled and simply fell to the ground, admitting defeat. You're really strong. Just like Urza, that monster. Next time, I want to have a decisive battle with you. Despite losing, Natsu was not disheartened in the slightest. He merely had one more opponent to surpass, which further ignited his fighting spirit. All right. Takashi nodded. Although he won this time, it was actually a very close call. He didn't want to lose to anyone, even Natsu, the male protagonist. Everyone in the guild returned inside, all excitedly discussing the battle they had just witnessed. Kana happily counted her money. Her week's drinking money was secured. If she had known Takashi was so powerful, she wouldn't have spoken up. That way, she could have earned even more. What should I do? There's another monster. When will I become an S-class mage? The path for me to become S-class is too rough. Elfman groaned, scratching his head in distress. Everyone in Fairy Tail was a monster, Urza, Mira Jane, Mistogen. He had just barely managed to outlast these few to become S-class, and now there was another one, Takashi. Gray retorted, you talk as if you would become an S-class mage if Takashi hadn't come. The truth is, you still haven't even qualified to participate. Takashi was indeed a monster, and there was a high possibility of him becoming a new S-class mage. But as long as one avoided Takashi, wouldn't it be fine? At most, it would just be delayed by a year. Kana's face stiffened upon hearing this. She had qualified to take the S-class mage promotion exam for 3 consecutive years. In the first year, she encountered Urza and was eliminated. In the second year, she encountered Mira Jane and was again eliminated. In the third year, she had a relatively easy time. She was eliminated without even seeing her opponent, Mistogen. This year, Takashi had arrived. She had watched Takashi's battle from start to finish. Facing him, she might lose even more decisively than against those 3 opponents. Did she have to wait another year? Thinking of this, her mood soured. Chapter 5, An S-Class Quest. Takashi came before Makarov and asked, Master, can I go do that job now? Makarov waved his hand. Yes, go on. This kid, he's very strong, but he's also a stubborn little brat, definitely another troublesome one. Just then, Mira-Jane spoke up, "Wait a minute. Takashi, you're a rookie and don't understand the quest procedures. I'll have Elfman accompany you." "Elfman?" Mira-Jane waved at Elfman. "What is it, sister?" Elfman immediately came over when he saw his sister calling him. "Elfman, Takashi is a rookie and doesn't understand the quest procedures. Can you show him the ropes?" "No problem. Leave it to the man, Elfman." Elfman patted his chest. It was common for veterans to guide rookies in the guild. "I'm Elfman. I'll be leading you on this quest. I'm Takashi, please take care of me." Although he had watched the anime, Takashi was still unfamiliar with this world, and there were many places he had never heard of. It was good to have a veteran show him around. "No time to lose, let's get ready and depart in half an hour." Elfman was efficient and didn't procrastinate, which suited Takashi's taste. All right. Elfman went home to get his luggage, while Takashi waited at the guild. Having suddenly transmigrated to this world, he had no luggage, so there was naturally nothing for him to prepare. Mira-Jane then brought a large plate of fried rice to Takashi. "This. I didn't order anything." Takashi was actually already hungry, but he was short on cash and couldn't afford to eat. Mira-Jane winked playfully and smiled, saying, "Eat up. It's free. You can't work on an empty stomach, and this meal isn't even on me. You earned it by beating Natsu just now." Takashi looked at Mira-Jane as if he had seen an angel. Beautiful. Kind. Thoughtful. What a pity not to marry her and take her home as a wife. Mikao, seeing Takashi's expression from the side, said, "Another young man has fallen." Wakaba nodded. "That's normal, who can resist the cute Mira?" Soon, Elfman arrived at the guild, and Takashi had eaten his fill. This was the most delicious meal he had had since transmigrating half a month ago. Takashi and Elfman set off together. Along the way, Takashi discovered that although Elfman was large, he was actually a talkative chatterbox, telling Takashi many things about the guild members. Like Gray was a pervert who always stripped off his clothes without realizing it. Natsu was a troublemaker who always caused problems whenever he went out. Kana was a heavy drinker who started drinking at 13. Her highest record was drinking 10 barrels of alcohol at once, and 30% of Fairy Tail's annual alcohol consumption went into her stomach. Locke was a playboy who had dated countless girlfriends. Even the guild master didn't escape Elfman's complaints. He said he was an old lecher who often stared at young girls' bottoms. Takashi found it very interesting. In his mind, everyone's image became much more vivid and lively. The two quickly became familiar with each other. After a day of long travel, the two arrived at the quest location. What's going on? What a grand display. At this moment, the area around the quest location was completely surrounded by the Magic Council's Rune Knights. The Rune Knights was primarily for apprehending criminal mages and was entirely composed of mages, equivalent to the Magic Council's official army. They had now completely surrounded the mansion, allowing no one to approach. The two prepared to go over, but before they could even get close to the mansion, they were intercepted by the Rune Knights. "Stop. Who are you two?" "We are mages from Fairy Tail, here for a quest." "Fairy Tail?" The squad leader saw that Elfman had the Fairy Tail Guild emblem on his neck and Takashi had one on the back of his right hand, so he allowed them to pass. "Go in." The two followed the Rune Knights members inside. They soon met the client for this quest. "Hello, I am the mayor of the city and the client for this quest, Cost. Let's get straight to the point," Cost said, placing a letter on the coffee table. Takashi picked it up and glanced at it. The envelope had words written on it. 3 days later, your life will be taken. Phantom Bandit Gang. A threat letter. Cost nodded and said, "Yes. For some time now, the Phantom Bandit Gang has been wreaking havoc in this city, and many wealthy merchants have already been killed. The entire city is in a state of panic, and many citizens are worried about their lives, choosing to leave." Elfman's eyes widened as he asked, "What about the Rune Knights? Haven't they caught them?" Cost shook his head, his face full of worry. "No, they come and go without a trace, moving very swiftly. By the time the Rune Knights arrive, they have already left. This letter was delivered here 3 days ago, so I posted a request to the Mage Guild." Takashi frowned and said, "With so many Rune Knights members outside, they shouldn't be foolish enough to walk right into a trap." Cost sighed. "Alas. If it were before, I would think the same, but recently I learned the identity of their leader, and I no longer think that way. The leader's identity? What identity? Elfman was somewhat curious. The spatial mage, king of assassins, Camille. What? Elfman was greatly astonished. Who's that? Takashi had never heard of this name, but the title sounded rather imposing. Elfman said with a serious expression, the king of assassins, Camille, is a notorious spatial mage, the ace of the assassination guild, the God Slayer guild. Because his magic allows him to come and go without a trace, and he has never failed an assassination, he was dubbed the king of assassins. Later, the Magic Council dispatched a large army to destroy the God Slayer guild, and he disappeared without a trace. I never expected him to become the leader of the Phantom Bandit gang. Camille was a seasoned mage who had been famous for a long time and was extremely dangerous. Such a guy is too dangerous. This is not a 700,000 J quest at all. Cost said, 700,000 J. Oh. That was the previous request, wasn't it? Now I have upgraded the quest to S-Class, and the reward is 7 million J. S-Class. 7 million J. Elfman was shocked that it was an S-Class quest, while Takashi heard the 7 million J. He began to calculate quickly in his mind. 1 million J is equivalent to $10,000, so 7 million J is equivalent to $70,000. 70,000. Takashi's eyes were already gleaming with the light of $. I'm sorry, a quest like this. Elfman immediately wanted to refuse. S-Class quests were too dangerous and could only be taken by S-Class mages. He had permanently lost his sister during an S-Class quest, which was an eternal pain in his heart. We'll take it. Before Elfman could finish speaking, Takashi interjected. Elfman was so startled his eyes almost popped out. Chapter 6, Recycling Characters. Wait. Takashi, you're new. You have no idea what an S-Class quest is. You don't know how dangerous S-Class quests are, and we aren't S-Class mages, so we aren't qualified to accept it. An S-Class mage should take this quest. Elfman quickly pulled Takashi aside and whispered, trying to stop him. He didn't want to lose another companion because of an S-Class quest. Takashi asked, but we've already accepted the quest, and today is the third day. Are we just going to watch the client get killed? This. He couldn't say that in front of the client, but it was true, as Takashi said, an S-Class quest inherently meant extreme danger. One misjudgment could very likely lead to death. Even S-Class mages wouldn't easily accept S-Class quest requests. Moreover, time was insufficient. Even if an S-Class mage accepted the quest now, it might already be over by the time they arrived. Takashi continued to manipulate Elfman. Elfman, this is an S-Class quest. Don't you want to challenge yourself and try it? Elfman was somewhat tempted. It might be years before he could undertake an S-Class quest, and even before that, he would have to pass the S-Class mage examination. This is a rare opportunity. If we miss it, who knows when the next one will be. Don't you want to see the scenery on the second floor? If we complete this quest, the guild master will recognize our strength, and maybe we can go to the second floor early. Besides, aren't you Elfman, a true man? Are you going to watch the client get killed by bad guys? Elfman's face turned red and his neck thickened, swayed by Takashi's words. A true man. Hearing Elfman shout, a true man, Takashi knew it was a done deal. Mayor-san, we accept this quest. Thank you very much. The mayor was a bit emotional. Ever since receiving the threat letter, he had been living in fear every day. Even with the Rune Knights of the Magic Council protecting him, he still felt unsafe, which was why he reposted the request to the Mage Guild. Unfortunately, it wasn't an S-Class mage who came. Takashi looked at the mayor and said, Mayor-san, since the other party intends to attack, we don't need to actively search for them. We'll just wait here for them to come to us. Elfman asked doubtfully, but will they really come? The area was surrounded by the Rune Knights, heavily guarded and layered with traps. The other party wouldn't be so foolish as to walk right into it, would he? Takashi said, he should. After all, he's already put out the word. If he doesn't come, he'll be ridiculed for the rest of his life. The fact that he dared to threaten in advance instead of acting directly shows he has ample confidence in his own strength. Mayor-san, during this time, you cannot leave our sight. If you do, I cannot guarantee your safety. I wouldn't want to defeat all the enemies only to have no one pay the reward. Takashi's tone was calm, but full of pressure, putting a great deal of stress on the client, the mayor. All right. Very good. Elfman, you protect the mayor closely. What about you, Takashi? Takashi said with a smile, me. Of course, I'm responsible for eliminating all invading enemies. Wait. Takashi, the opponent is the notorious king of assassins. Elfman found it unbelievable that Takashi actually wanted to confront the famous king of assassins. So what? Takashi's 2 words left Elfman speechless. Mayor-san, please prepare some food. After all, there might be a big battle ahead, and it would be terrible to run out of strength at a critical moment if we haven't eaten enough. All right. Seeing Takashi act so composed, the mayor couldn't help but gain a good deal of confidence in him and immediately arranged for the kitchen to prepare food. Soon, fragrant food was served. Takashi ate heartily, but Elfman had little appetite. Takashi asked, Elfman, you're such a big guy, why are you eating so little? Takashi, that's an S-class. Takashi smiled. I know, and that's what makes it even more exciting, right? Elfman finally understood. Although Takashi looked no different from an ordinary person, he was a complete lunatic at heart. After Takashi had eaten and drunk his fill, he sat on the sofa, looking at the panel in front of him. S-Class Quest, eliminate the Phantom Bandit Gang. Reward, 10 draws. The quest had already been updated on the system panel, which was the main reason Takashi wanted to do this quest. Takashi lightly tapped his finger, selected every character except Ulquiorra, and chose to recycle them. Are you sure you want to recycle all selected characters? Confirm. Ding. Recycling successful. Host's magic power increased by. This was a built-in system function. Extra characters could be recycled and converted into magic power, meaning that some of the trash characters he drew could be converted into magic power to strengthen himself. Half a star. System, you're too stingy, aren't you? There was a blue character among them. Everything is accurately calculated. If host wants to get more magic power, he can recycle higher quality characters. Never mind. Recycling higher quality characters. Was he stupid? He only had Ulquiorra left. If he recycled him, who would he use? A gold character is only guaranteed after 100 draws. To put it simply, completing an S-Class quest would net him 10 draws, so to guarantee 1 gold character, he would have to complete 10 S-Class quests. This showed how precious gold characters were. Host, Takashi. Age, 18. Race, human. Magic power. Magic, take over magic. Character card, Ulquiorra Cipher. With 1.5 stars of magic power, I should be able to unleash 1/10 of Ulquiorra's strength for 3 minutes. Chapter 7, Phantom Bandit Gang's Attack. Time passed bit by bit, and as night gradually approached, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. The Rune Knights expanded their patrol range, ensuring that no rustle of leaves would escape their notice. At this moment, on a distant building, 13 figures stood. They were precisely the 13 thieves of the Phantom Bandit Gang. Oh! So many people. Leader, wouldn't it be better if we just made our move directly? Why bother sending out a notice? A member with an afro put his hand to his eyes, looking at the heavily guarded mayor's mansion in the distance. Idiot. This is the leader's plan. Right, leader. Another member with a yellow fringe looked admiringly at the man in the middle. The man was tall and slender, draped in a black cloak, and wore a silver mask over his face. This person was the leader of the Phantom Bandit Gang, known as the King of Assassins, Camille. Camille said, "This world needs a terror to announce our return. This mayor is the perfect target. I want everyone to understand that if someone is targeted by our Phantom Bandit Gang, even the Magic Council cannot protect them. Anyone who dares to provoke us, once given a death ultimatum, will only face death. Go. Tonight, the name of our Phantom Bandit Gang will resound throughout the world. We will become this world's nightmare." Oh. Boom. An explosion rang out in the courtyard. Enemy attack. The Rune Knights members shouted, and everyone quickly sprang into action. The mayor was instantly startled. Elfman's nerves also tightened. Have they arrived? Takashi nodded. It seemed so. The mayor immediately became somewhat flustered. Takashi-san, what should I do? You don't need to do anything. Just don't cause any trouble. This place has already been set up with a barrier by the Rune Knights. As long as you don't foolishly run out yourself, you'll be fine for a while. Takashi looked out the window, watching the Rune Knights fighting the enemy. The Rune Knights were not as useless as depicted in the anime. In terms of magical power alone, they were comparable to an average mage, and with their excellent equipment, their strength was even greater than that of an average mage. However, even such a Rune Knights was now being beaten back, step by step. Before long, all the Rune Knights members had fallen to the ground. Seeing this, the mayor became even more panicked. Takashi-san. Elfman, protect the mayor well. Takashi, you. I'll take care of them. At this moment, the 13 members of the Phantom Bandit gang gathered in front of the house's main entrance. Haha. These Magic Council guys are too weak. It's not fun at all. They join the Magic Council precisely because they're weak. What ambitious mage would want to join that council? Now all that's left is to kill that mayor and the mission will be over, right? Let's finish it quickly then. Several people stepped forward. Bang. An invisible wall blocked their path. Heh. A barrier? Interesting. Watch me break it. One person immediately tried to decipher the barrier. Creak. The door opened, and Takashi stepped out, then walked straight towards them, quickly moving beyond the barrier's range. Someone actually came out to die. At this moment, Camille noticed the guild emblem on the back of Takashi's right hand. It's Fairy Tail. So that's it, the mayor requested aid from a mage guild. Fairy Tail. Is that the guild that's been particularly active recently? That's right. It's that guild. Heh. Kid, knowing we're the Phantom Bandit gang, you still dared to take on this mission. You've got a lot of guts. Takumi shook his head. Phantom Bandit gang. Sorry, never heard of it. He had heard of the Phantom Troop, but that was from Hunter x Hunter. As far as he knew, such a segment hadn't appeared in Fairy Tail. According to the timeline, the plot hadn't even started yet. Camille looked at Takashi and said, Kid, seeing as you're ignorant, if you give up the mission now, I can let you go. The yellow-fringed member exclaimed in surprise, Huh? Kid, you're really lucky. Boss is rarely this merciful. Takashi shook his head, refusing. I've already accepted the commission, so it's naturally impossible to abandon the mission. You've targeted my client, which makes you an enemy of Fairy Tail. Kid, since this is the path you've chosen, there's nothing more to say. Let's do this. Camille was merely acting on a whim. He was just seeing an ant pass by and there was no need to stomp on every single ant. Full body takeover. Ulquiorra cipher. Takashi's body began to change, quickly taking on Ulquiorra's appearance. Ha ha ha. Die. The yellow-fringed member raised his hand and threw a stone at Takashi. In response, Takashi raised his hand and caught it. Boom. In the very next instant, the stone exploded like a bomb, engulfing Takashi in the blast. Ha 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 ha. What an idiot. How can you just catch something someone throws at you? Ha 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 ha. The yellow-fringed member clutched his stomach, laughing heartily. Takashi. Elfman, seeing Takashi explode from upstairs, immediately panicked and wanted to rush down. Suddenly. Bang. A powerful Ryatsu erupted, scattering the smoke from the explosion. Takashi reappeared, without any sign of injury on his body. What? The members of the Phantom Bandit gang were all greatly astonished to see Takashi completely unharmed in that explosion. After all, they had personally witnessed him holding the explosive as it detonated. You're not dead. He-Arrow. A defensive Arankar technique, which uses condensed Ryoryoku to fortify the skin so much that even swords cannot pierce. Ordinary attacks simply cannot harm Takashi. Ulquiorra's He-Arrow could even withstand Ichigo's Getsuga Tensho in his holification state, only sustaining minor injuries. Ulquiorra could instantly heal such minor injuries. This level of explosion couldn't even break through Takashi's defense. Damn it. I don't believe you can't be killed by an explosion. Stones appeared in the yellow-fringed member's hands, and he rapidly threw them at Takashi. Sonido. Whoosh. Takashi's figure vanished instantly. The next moment. Buffed. A long blade pierced through the yellow-fringed member's body from behind. What? The yellow-fringed member looked in disbelief at the blade piercing him. Sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry. Takashi said indifferently. His magical power was too low. Even when using Okuyura's most ordinary state, he could only maintain it for a maximum of 10 minutes. If he didn't eliminate these guys within 10 minutes, then he would be the one to be eliminated. Therefore, he had to finish this quickly. Chapter 8, Camille's Weird Magic. You bastard. How dare you kill Monka? Go to hell. The rest of the Phantom Bandit gang mages, seeing Takashi take out the young blonde, immediately attacked him. Great Flame Bomb. The mage with the explosive hairstyle launched a fireball at Takashi. Siro. Takashi raised his hand and released a Siro. Takashi's Siro, though launched later, arrived first and struck the fireball. Boom. The two energies collided and exploded with a roar. Ugh. Aha. The explosive-haired mage was blown away. Takashi said calmly, 11 more. Bastard. At this moment, the rest of the Phantom Bandit gang were all enraged. They had initially underestimated Takashi due to his youth, never expecting him to eliminate 2 of their members in the blink of an eye. Most importantly, he had eliminated 2 people with such ease. This gave them a sense of danger that made their hair stand on end. Wind Blade. One mage raised his hand and released a large number of wind blades. Sonido. Takashi's body instantly vanished again, reappearing in front of that mage in the next moment. Puffed. Oh. Before the mage could react, his body was sliced by Takashi's blade, blood gushing from his chest as he collapsed to the ground. 10 remaining. Immediately after, Takashi pointed his index finger at several people. A verdant green light continuously gathered in front of his index finger, forming a small, emerald energy sphere. I'll block it. Earth molding, wall. Rumble. The ground quickly rose, and an earthen wall stood before the mages. Siro. Whoosh. A beam of verdant green energy shot from Takashi's index finger, rapidly expanding. Boom. The earthen wall was instantly shattered the moment it encountered Siro. Aha. Arg. 4 members of the Phantom Bandit gang were eliminated by this single strike, and a huge chasm was carved into the ground. 6 remaining. Go to hell. A member dressed in a tight-fitting suit, resembling a ninja, silently appeared behind Takashi, his blade thrusting towards Takashi's heart. Takashi, watch out. Elfman, seeing this, immediately shouted a warning, but it was already too late. The mage's blade pierced Takashi's body, and just as everyone thought Takashi was doomed. Crack. Takashi was unharmed, but the opponent's blade snapped. What? The attacker was greatly shocked and immediately tried to pull back. Slap. A hand clamped onto his face, and then he felt an irresistible monstrous strength appear, pressing his head towards the ground. Boom. The ground was instantly smashed into a large crater. Takashi released his hand. By now, the attacker was now unconscious, eyes rolled back. 5 remaining. Monster. The remaining few mages couldn't help but feel a chill. Magic couldn't kill him, swords couldn't pierce him. What else could this guy be but a monster? How could they defeat such a monster? Keep attacking. If one strike is ineffective, then attack 10 times, 100 times. I refuse to believe this monster can't be killed. The mages immediately scattered and attacked Takashi. Futility. Takashi's figure flickered several times, and 4 mages fell to the ground. A mage capable of easily eliminating a squad of rune knights is undoubtedly powerful, an elite among elites in any mage guild. But in front of Takashi, they didn't even have room to resist. Speed, strength, attack power, defense, Takashi had a generational lead in all attributes, which meant no one could even last a single round. 1 person left. Clap. Clap. Camille, the leader, who had been observing the battle from the sidelines, now clapped his hands. Excellent. Truly excellent. Kid, to have such strength at such a young age is remarkable. Takashi looked at Camille. All your companions have been eliminated. Are you really that happy? Companions? Only the strong can be my companions. They weren't my initial companions either, they merely eliminated my former companions and then became my new ones. Kid, you possess such powerful abilities, yet you still have to toil away at work. Don't you think it's a waste? Takashi raised an eyebrow. Oh. What should I do then? Join me, of course. What's the benefit of joining you? Benefit? Ha 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 ha. There are many benefits. As long as you join me, we'll overthrow the Magic Council together. We'll create a world where only we are the masters, and then the entire world will be ours. You can freely do whatever you want: money, status, fame, power, women. Whatever you desire, you shall have. Takashi said flatly, enough. What? Have you already decided to join me? Of course. I refuse. What? Takashi said disdainfully, I thought you'd say something incredible, but this is it. You've wasted 2 minutes of my time. You talk a big game, but you're just a lone commander trying to trick me into working for you. Do you think you're the main character? Overthrowing the Magic Council. Dominating the world. It seems you don't know your place. Camille's face darkened. Kid, I invited you because I value talent. If you don't agree, then your only fate is death. Takashi said calmly, sorry. I'm in a hurry, so please, just die. Sonido. Whoosh. Takashi appeared beside Camille, his blade slashing towards him. Just as the blade was about to strike Camille, it suddenly twisted, the edge curving and changing direction. Takashi quickly dodged. Buffed. Even with his quick dodge, his shoulder was still pierced by the sword. Takashi was slightly surprised, as this situation was clearly beyond his expectations. He quickly retreated, pointing his right index finger at Camille, verdant green energy continuously gathering. Zero. Whoosh. An energy beam shot towards Camille. Camille, however, stood still. Just as Zero was about to strike Camille. Suddenly, it turned around and shot towards Takashi. Boom. The Zero destroyed all the houses on the street it touched, carving out a massive pathway. Takashi's figure appeared not far away. The moment Zero turned, he had timely used Sonido to evade its attack. Camille said, what a pity. If your reaction had been a little slower just now, it wouldn't have been your arm that was pierced, but your head. Takashi, are you all right? You bastard. Elfman's right arm transformed into a bear's paw, ready to attack. Don't come over. Takashi raised his hand to stop Elfman. Protect the client. I'm fine. Camille sneered, fine. Kid, your right arm is already useless. I'll give you one more chance. Join me, and become my subordinate. Otherwise not only you but your companion will also die. Takashi ignored Camille's words, gripping the blade with both hands and slowly pulling out the long sword embedded in his shoulder. Almost as soon as the sword was withdrawn, the wound on his shoulder began to heal rapidly, disappearing in a blink of an eye, as if he had never been injured at all. Chapter 9, First Resurrection. Regeneration. A skill possessed by some hollows, which most hollows discard for greater offensive power after becoming Arankar. However, Ulquiorra retained it. Besides his internal organs and brain, any other part of his body can regenerate in a very short time after being destroyed. As long as Takashi is using takeover magic on Ulquiorra, this level of injury is no different from being unharmed to him. What? How is that possible? It healed. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. The magic world had all sorts of magic, but no one had ever heard of magic that could heal so quickly. You fellow. Camille was also deeply shocked. This kid's speed, strength, attack power, and magical destructive power were already terrifying, and on top of that, he was immortal. He had never encountered such a monster before. Your magic should be full reflection, right? Takashi looked at Camille. Both attacks had been reflected, so he had a rough idea of his opponent's magic. Camille nodded. Not bad. You could guess my magic with just 2 attacks. That's right. My magic is full reflection, which means no magic or attack can harm me, while my attacks can freely strike you all. What? How can there be such an unreasonable magic? Elfman couldn't help but be in disbelief after hearing Camille's words. How could they defeat such an enemy? Kid, now you know the gap between us, don't you? You are very strong, your speed, strength, attack power, and that incredible regeneration ability are all formidable. But you can't do anything to me. And you're using takeover magic, aren't you? This must be the power of the fellow you've taken over. Once your magic power runs out and you release your transformation, that will be your demise. Ha 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 ha. Camille laughed arrogantly. Killing an ordinary mage didn't interest him, but killing a genius like Takashi was different. He loved killing these geniuses, it made him feel like he was the strongest. Just then, Elfman rushed out and stood in front of Takashi. You wish. Takashi patted Elfman's shoulder. All right, don't worry so much. This guy is just boasting. Full reflection magic seems unsolvable, but that doesn't mean he's that powerful. If he were truly powerful, he wouldn't be standing there motionless. He would have rushed over and dealt with me already. Also, full reflection magic is indeed formidable, but it doesn't mean it can truly reflect everything. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been reduced to a stray dog. Hearing this, Camille's tone turned cold. Kid, you're very calm. My reflection does have limits. If it exceeds a certain threshold, I can't reflect it. But do you think you can break my limit? That last attack was already your strongest magic, wasn't it? My attacks can't harm you right now, but how long can you last? 3 minutes. Takashi answered simply and directly. Elfman was dumbfounded. Why would you tell your opponent so directly? Isn't that a bit too honest? 3 minutes. Ha 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 ha. Kid, enjoy these last 3 minutes. Camille laughed arrogantly when he heard Takashi say that. He had originally thought the other party could last half an hour or several hours, but he didn't expect it to be just a mere 3 minutes. Elfman's expression became serious. He had to make a choice. Takashi, run away immediately later, don't look back. I'll deal with him. He planned to use takeover magic with the beast, but once he does that, he might lose his sanity. A year ago, he had forcibly used beast soul due to insufficient power, which led to the death of his sister, Lisana. He didn't want to kill Takashi, his guildmate, this time. Just then, Takashi calmly said, 3 minutes is enough. Camille looked at Takashi. What did you say? Takashi ignored Camille. He gently raised the Zanpakuto in his hand, pointed it at Camille, and softly chanted his Resurrection command. Enclose. Murcielago. Buzz. The sky suddenly darkened, and terrifying Ryatsu erupted from Takashi's body. Whoa! Elfman was blown backward by this Ryatsu. Black Ryatsu raindrops fell from the sky. Everyone involuntarily looked up at the sky. Black rain. Camille frowned, wanting to reflect the black raindrops, but sensing no threat from them, he gave up. Soon, the raindrops fell on his face, and he was startled to find that these raindrops didn't have the wet feeling of actual rain. This isn't real rain, these are liquefied magic power raindrops. Soon, the black rain phenomenon disappeared. Takashi's appearance also underwent a huge change. His clothes transformed into a white full-body robe, he wore a white helmet with 2 horns, his black hair became longer, the tear marks on his face deepened, and most strikingly, a pair of huge black bat wings, like those of a demon, appeared behind him. This form was Ulquiorra's form after his first stage of resurrection. At this moment, terrifying power emanated from Takashi's body. Seeing Takashi in this form, Camille instinctively felt an intense danger. This guy reminded him of the monsters among the 10 wizard saints. Don't waver. Hold your stance, tense your nerves, don't let up for a single instant. Takashi looked at Camille with cold eyes, as if looking at a dead man. Camille was provoked by Takashi's gaze and words. Huh? What nonsense are you spouting, you stinking brat? You haven't even touched a hair on me yet. And you say I'm wavering. You only have less than a minute left. You're the one who should be wavering, aren't you? Just wait to be tortured to death by me after 1 minute. Takashi said calmly, 1 minute is enough. Chapter 10, Completing the S-Class Quest. Whoosh. Takashi instantly conjured a green energy javelin in his hand. The next moment, he appeared in front of Camille, slashing. Boom. A terrifying explosion erupted, and a green light spread outwards, destroying all the ground and trees in its path. Ah! Elfman resisted with all his might, but he was still blown away by the impact. If the mayor's house hadn't been protected by a magic barrier, it would have been destroyed in that blast. Bang! Camille stumbled out of the explosion, covered in several new injuries. He had activated full reflection during the blast, but the destructive power of that magic was too terrifying. His full reflection hadn't completely blocked it, as the wider the area of defense, the weaker the reflection effect. You brat! Are you crazy? Camille roared at the figure in the center of the explosion. This crazy brat had detonated the weapon the moment he used full reflection to send it back. This was completely unexpected and no different from suicide. Just then, Takashi walked out of the smoke, his body completely unharmed. Camille then remembered that this kid was a monster with terrifying defenses. Monster. Camille gritted his teeth, looking at Takashi. So, this is all you've got? Seeing Camille injured, Takashi knew he had broken through his defenses. As long as he could break through, it was fine. He flapped his wings and flew into the air, hovering. Whoosh! He instantly conjured another javelin in his hand, then threw it at Camille. Camille's expression changed drastically upon seeing it. Full reflection. Camille unleashed all his magic. After the previous explosion, he knew that simply reflecting the weapon back wouldn't be enough. Sure enough, the very next moment, just as he was about to reflect the weapon back. Boom. The energy javelin detonated and a terrifying explosion engulfed Camille. As the smoke dissipated, Camille was severely wounded. His mask was shattered, revealing the face of an ordinary-looking man in his 40s, the kind that wouldn't stand out in a crowd. It's over. Takashi pointed his index finger at Camille. Black energy continuously gathered in front of his index finger, forming a small black sphere that compressed more and more. Ciro Oscuras. In Bleach, only Espada-level characters in their Resurrection state could use Ciro Oscuras. However, in the anime, only Ulquiorra demonstrated this skill. Whoosh! A wide-range beam shot towards Camille below. Full reflection. Camille used all his magic, intending to reflect the attack back. However, Ciro Oscuras was continuous. As soon as Camille reflected a part, the next part pushed forward. Coupled with his existing injuries and the power that exceeded his reflection limit, he gradually couldn't hold on. Boom. Ah! As the attack engulfed Camille's body, a terrifying explosion destroyed everything around it. Crack! Even the magic barrier couldn't withstand the impact of the explosion. After a while, the explosion slowly subsided, revealing a massive crater dozens of meters in diameter on the ground. Camille lay in the crater, completely unconscious. Takashi landed on the ground, returning to his original form. Who? Takashi panted heavily. His magic power was almost fully depleted. The cost of activating the first stage of Resurrection was greater than he had imagined. In just 1 minute, most of his magic power had been consumed. Elfman. Takashi scanned the area, not finding Elfman, and couldn't help but feel anxious. Surely, this big oaf wasn't caught in the explosion, right? Crash. A broken wall was pushed aside. I'm here. Elfman shouted, protecting the client, Mayor Cost, beneath him. Seeing Elfman safe and sound, Takashi breathed a sigh of relief and slumped onto the ground. Elfman looked at the blasted crater, deeply shocked. Although it was very brief, Takashi's strength in that form had surpassed his S-class sister, Mira Jane. Takashi, are you all right? I'm fine, just a bit drained. I'm going to sleep for a bit. The immense magic consumption made Takashi feel an intense drowsiness. As soon as he finished speaking, he fell asleep. Elfman immediately stood guard beside him. Soon after, the Rune Knights, responsible for support, arrived late, utterly shocked by the terrifying destruction before them. They were astonished to learn the details of the battle from some conscious members of the Rune Knights, realizing that a whole squad of the Rune Knights hadn't been able to stop the enemy at all. And one person from Fairy Tail had taken down everyone from the Phantom Bandit gang. This was simply incredible. However, incredible as it was, they quickly moved to arrest everyone from the Phantom Bandit gang. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Takashi. Takashi slowly opened his eyes and stretched comfortably. Then, he excitedly opened his system panel. Ding! S-Class Quest, Eliminate the Phantom Bandit Gang, completed. Reward, 10 draws. Sure enough, greater risks yielded greater rewards. If he had done normal A-Class quests, he would have had to complete at least 10 to get the same number of draws. The average time spent on one quest would be at least a week. Even if he worked tirelessly, it would take at least 2 to 3 months to get 10 draws. But now, one S-Class quest had taken care of everything. Looking at the 10-time spin, Takashi felt an urge to click it, as no one could resist the temptation of gacha pulls. However, he ultimately restrained himself with supreme willpower. He would wait until he returned to Fairy Tail and received Myra's blessing. He knew from playing games that gacha pulls were very mystical. To pull an SSR, the right timing, location, and people were all indispensable. This wasn't superstition, it was quantum mechanics. His gaze swept around, and he saw Elfman lying on a nearby sofa, sound asleep. Takashi walked over and patted Elfman. Get up. The sun's already high. Elfman groggily opened his eyes, then sat up in surprise upon seeing Takashi. Takashi, you're all right? Takashi asked. I was never really hurt, just a bit low on magic power. Where's the client? Is he all right? He's fine, he's staying next door. That's good. Takashi breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried the client might have been killed. It would have been too unlucky to finally complete the job only for the one paying to be gone. Let's go. We finished the job, it's time to get paid. Chapter 11, So Much Money. Takashi and Elfman went next door, and the mayor greeted them warmly. Takashi-san, you're awake. I want to thank you and Elfman-san for last night, otherwise I would have been killed. Cost was very grateful to Takashi. He had witnessed the entire battle last night. The Rune Knights looked formidable, but so many of them were wiped out by the Phantom Bandit gang and proved to be unreliable. Fortunately, Takashi displayed his divine might and dealt with all of the opponents. Otherwise, he would have been torn to pieces by now. Takashi said, You're welcome, Mayor-san. You are a client, and protecting clients is the primary duty of us mages of Fairy Tail. What excellent mages. Then Cost came to the table and placed a box of money on it. Takashi-san, this is the reward for this quest. Please count it. Takashi's eyes lit up at the sight of so much money, and Elfman was not much better. On average, he earned just over 100,000 J for a job, and only a little over 200,000 J for more difficult ones, doing at most 4 or 5 a month. 7 million. He couldn't earn that much even if he worked desperately for a year without eating or drinking. Mayor, you are too kind. Of course, we trust you. Takashi said so, but his hands were not idle. He picked up the money, and his address even changed from Mayor-san to Mayor. Cost was very happy. Ha ha ha. Gentlemen, if you're not in a hurry, why not stay in this city for a few more days? I'd like to properly entertain my two saviors. Takashi waved his hand and said, We appreciate your kindness, Mayor, but there's no need for entertainment. We need to hurry back to the guild to submit the quest. If we delay too long, everyone in the guild will worry, and with such a big incident here, you must be busy, Mayor. Next time. All right then. I won't keep you two any longer. Have a safe journey. Then we'll be leaving. If anything like this happens again, remember to ask Fairy Tail for help. Cost smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't want to encounter something like this again. Once was enough. If it happened again, his heart couldn't take it. Takashi and Elfman left by carriage. In the carriage, Takashi opened the money box, and the gleaming banknotes inside were dazzling. Both of them couldn't help but gulp, having never seen so much money before. Takashi took out half and placed it into Elfman's hands. Huh? Takashi, what are you doing? Elfman was a bit bewildered. What do you mean, doing what? Of course, it's splitting the money. Splitting money? Hearing Takashi's words, Elfman was stunned, stuttering as he spoke. That's right. You came out on a quest with me, so of course, we split the reward. Takashi said as if it were the most natural thing. No, that's not right. I was merely guiding a new mage, not teaming up for a quest. Besides, I didn't do anything on this quest, you completed it all by yourself. I can't take the money. Elfman quickly put all the money back. Guiding new mages was an obligation for older members, and they usually didn't take rewards. Takashi handed the money to Elfman again. You sacrificed your time, and you also protected the client. It's only right that you receive a reward. Even so, it doesn't need to be this much. I'll just take this much. Elfman took out 100,000. No, that's too little. This quest was different from usual. You risked your life, so how can you only take so little? After some back and forth, Elfman finally took 1 million jewels. Seeing Elfman accept the money, Takashi nodded in satisfaction. Elfman got involved in this mess because of him, so since he risked his life, he naturally deserved a greater reward. Elfman, however, felt the money was a bit hot to handle. After all, he hadn't done anything this time, and 1 million was equivalent to several months of work. Takashi was too generous. Maybe he should introduce his sister to him. Fairy Tail. Mirajane routinely went to collect the guild mail. Most of it consisted of quest requests sent by clients. Every day, she needed to organize and record them before posting them on the quest board for the guild's mages to accept. At this moment, Mira Jane noticed a large S written on a file bag, indicating that it was an S-class quest. S-class quests were rare due to their high danger level, but because of the danger, S-class quests also offered very generous rewards, starting at a minimum of 5 million jewels. Therefore, all guilds placed great importance on S-class quests. Mira Jane tore open the S-class quest bag, and upon seeing the quest inside, her face immediately turned pale. At this time, the guild was bustling with activity, as usual. Mira Jane rushed in with an anxious expression. "This is bad. Master." "What's wrong, Mira?" "The Phantom Bandit Gang quest, it's been changed to S-class." Puffed. Makarov spat out the drink he had just taken into his mouth. "What?" The guild instantly fell silent. An S-class quest was a quest that only S-class mages were qualified to accept. Furthermore, S-class mages generally wouldn't easily accept such a high difficulty quest, because even for S-class mages, S-class quests were extremely dangerous, and one misjudgment could cost them their lives. What exactly happened? Why did it become an S-class quest? Mira Jane quickly handed the quest request to Makarov. Makarov quickly read it, his expression changing dramatically. Camille, the king of assassins. This guy is actually the leader of the Phantom Bandit Gang. What? Camille, the king of assassins. Everyone in the guild was surprised. Camille was quite famous, having taken down countless powerful mages to earn that title. It was said that no one targeted by him had ever survived, his power was terrifying. "Master, what should we do now?" Mira Jane was extremely anxious. This time, besides Takashi, her younger brother Elfman was also involved. Her younger sister Lasana had died on an S-class quest, and if her younger brother also died on an S-class quest, leaving her alone, she didn't know how she would continue to live. "I'll go myself." At this time, the S-class mages in the guild were all absent, and even if they were present, facing the king of assassins carried great risks, so he prepared to go himself. Just as Makarov was about to open the door. Creak. The guild door opened, and Takashi and Elfman appeared in the doorway. Takashi. Chapter 12, Can I Take S-Class Quests? Everyone in the guild looked at Takashi and Elfman in disbelief. Takashi also paused when he saw everyone. "Oh, everyone's here." Takashi. Elfman. "You're okay." "Okay. What's okay?" Takashi was a little confused, what could have happened to them? Makarov waved his hand. "It's good that you're okay. Fortunately, you didn't go on that quest. That quest has already been reclassified as an S-class quest. I was really worried you'd impulsively go and do it. It was right to abandon the quest." "Abandon the quest? Abandon which quest? What else could it be but the Phantom Bandit Gang quest you accepted?" "We completed that quest." "What did you say?" Everyone in the guild was startled by this, looking at Takashi in disbelief. Mira Jane looked at Elfman with an inquiring gaze. Elfman nodded at Mira Jane, confirming the answer. Makarov stared at Takashi with wide eyes. You really completed it. You defeated Camille, the king of assassins." Takashi nodded. "Yeah. That guy was quite troublesome, a bit difficult to deal with." Elfman didn't speak, but he grumbled inwardly, "Yeah. He was quite difficult, it only took a minute to deal with him." How could you be so reckless? That was an S-class quest. And that was the famous king of assassins." Takashi spread his hands. "What could I do? The quest was already accepted, I couldn't just abandon it. Besides, they were trying to kill my client, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing, that would damage Fairy Tail's reputation." Just then, a newsboy selling newspapers ran past the guild's entrance. Extra. Extra. The notorious Phantom Bandit Gang has been fully apprehended. The identity of the Phantom Bandit Gang's leader is shocking. A guild member quickly went to buy a copy. He really completed it. Takashi, a rookie who just joined the guild, actually completed an S-class quest. That's incredible. Yeah. No wonder he could defeat Natsu, he is so strong. Seeing the reports in the newspaper, the guild members exclaimed in surprise. They finally believed that Takashi had truly completed the S-class quest, as the matter had already made it to the newspaper, which clearly stated that Takashi, a mage of Fairy Tail, had defeated the Phantom Bandit gang. Makarov took a deep breath and said, "Report the quest process." Elfman began to report the quest process, detailing it from beginning to end. Listening to Elfman's report, it seemed Takashi had completed it entirely by himself. He alone defeated 13 members of the Phantom Bandit gang, including Camille, known as the King of Assassins. Makarov sighed in relief and said to Takashi, "Let it pass this time, but don't be so reckless again." Takashi asked, "Understood. By the way, Master, I've even completed an S-Class quest, can I go to the second floor?" The second floor had many S-Class quests he longed for. As long as he completed more S-Class quests, he would get more draws, and then his strength would surely soar. Oh yeah. Takashi has completed an S-Class quest, so he should be able to go to the second floor. S-Class quests are very dangerous even for S-Class mages. Since Takashi had completed one, he was qualified to go to the second floor. Makarov immediately refused, "No. An S-Class quest is an S-Class quest, and the second floor is the second floor. To go to the second floor, you must become an S-Class mage. These are the guild rules." This stubborn kid dared to take an S-Class quest right after joining the guild. If he let this brat go to the second floor, who knows what he might do. He might even take on a century quest. He also cut off the idea of others wanting to reach the second floor by completing S-Class quests. If everyone wanted to go to the second floor by doing S-Class quests, he wouldn't be able to handle the worry. Ha. Alright. Master, how do I become an S-Class mage? Takashi was a bit disappointed, having thought he could just go to the second floor and pick any quest. Makarov replied, "To become an S-Class mage, you must wait for the S-Class mage promotion exam at the end of the year. Only by passing the exam can you be promoted to an S-Class mage." Takashi's eyes widened. End of the year. It's only the beginning of the year now. Doesn't that mean I have to wait another half a year? Exactly. Makarov thought to himself, "You kid, you'd better obediently go do other quests." Soon, the guild returned to its usual lively state, with many people eagerly discussing Takashi's completion of the S-Class quest. Looking at the destruction photos in the newspaper, one could tell the intensity of the battle. Takashi ordered a table full of dishes. He had lived a hard life for half a month since transmigrating, but now that he had money, he wanted to make up for all of it. During his meal, many people in the guild came to invite him to form a fixed team, but he politely declined each one, saying he temporarily wanted to act alone. Teaming up had its advantages, primarily increased safety and the ability to tackle more difficult jobs together. But that was based on similar strength levels. Too great a disparity in strength would only hinder his work speed. Hindering his work speed meant hindering his speed of becoming stronger. Furthermore, his goal was to become an S-Class mage. Once he became an S-Class mage, he would definitely be taking S-Class quests, and insufficient strength would be even more dangerous. Rather than breaking up then, it was better to refuse now. Takashi called out, "Mira. Another beer." "Coming." Mira Jane quickly brought a glass of beer and placed it on Takashi's table. "Takashi, thank you so much this time." Mira Jane had heard from Elfman that Takashi had gone to deal with the Phantom Bandit gang alone, not allowing him to intervene, and after completing the quest, he still wanted to give him half the reward. In the end, due to Elfman's insistence, he only took 1 million. 1 million was not a small sum, requiring a very difficult hunting quest to earn such a high reward. Takashi blinked. "Thank me? Why? I should be thanking you. Thank you for having Elfman accompany me. If he hadn't protected the client on this quest, I might have completed the quest and had no one to pay the reward." Hearing Takashi say this, Mira Jane developed a lot more goodwill towards him. "If you ever need my help with anything in the future, just say so." At this moment, Takashi remembered something and said, I actually do have something I'd like your help with." "What is it?" "I want to buy a house." Chapter 13, Buying a House. Mira Jane said, "Buying a house. The guild has dormitories. At the guild, most mages either rent houses or live in dorms, very few buy houses." Takashi shook his head. "No, I don't like living in dorms. I want my own house." "Do you have any requirements for the house?" "No special requirements. A slightly secluded location would be fine, as I don't want to disturb others if I'm training. A clean and tidy house is all I need." Mira Jane's eyes lit up when she heard Takashi say this. "Now that you mention it, I do know of a house that fits your requirements." Wait for me. She immediately ran to Makarov to ask for leave, saying she wanted to take Takashi to look at a house. Makarov immediately nodded in agreement. Buying a house is a major life event, and Takashi buying a house here meant he was settling down in Magnolia town. Mira Jane quickly came back to Takashi and said, "All right, I've finished asking for leave. Let's go." Mira Jane led Takashi along the river as she said, "Near where I live, there's a middle-aged couple. The husband was recently transferred to Onibus as a civil servant, and the whole family is preparing to move to Onibus, so they're planning to sell their house here. When I heard your requirements, they were the first ones I thought of." Just then, a boat glided across the river. The boatman, seeing Mira Jane and Takashi walking by the river, teased, "Oh. Are the young lovers on a date?" Mira Jane's face immediately flushed. "Of course not. Don't be shy. Young people should fall in love while they're young. It'll be too late when they get older." As the boatman spoke, the boat had already drifted downstream. Mira Jane said, "Takashi, don't listen to his nonsense." Takashi smiled and said, "I know. He's just joking. You being so eager to clear things up actually makes me a little sad." "Ah. That's not what I meant." "All right, I'm just teasing you. I was joking too." He liked Mira Jane, but it wasn't love at first sight. It was just a simple liking, partly due to having watched the anime. Truth be told, he and Mira Jane had only met twice, including today. Mira Jane pouted in dissatisfaction. "You are really mischievous." After she finished speaking, she also laughed. Although she had only met Takashi twice, spending time with him was very comfortable and natural. Before long, Takashi and Mira Jane arrived in front of a house. At this moment, in front of the house, a carriage was loaded with a full cart of luggage, big and small. "Santo-san. Bella-san. Are you leaving so soon?" Mira Jane stepped forward and asked. "Oh, Mira. Yes, everything is ready over there, it's time to leave." Bella smiled when she saw Mira Jane. Mira Jane was someone she had watched grow up, from a little girl into a graceful beauty. "This is, your boyfriend. You have grown up." Mira Jane's face flushed slightly. "No, he's a colleague from my guild." "Oh. So it's a guild romance." "Of course not, he's just an ordinary colleague. I haven't seen you on a date with any male colleagues all these years." "Bella-san." "Ha ha ha ha. Just kidding. If I don't joke with you now, I'm afraid I won't have the chance later. By the way, Bella-san, what will you do with this house after you leave? Has it been sold yet?" Bella shook her head. "Not yet, but there's no time to deal with it slowly. I plan to entrust it to a real estate agency later." "I see. Well, that's perfect. This colleague of mine is looking for a house, so I recommended your place to him. May we take a look?" "Of course. Please do." Soon, Mira Jane took Takashi to tour the house. The house was neither too big nor too small, with 2 floors. The house and yard were very clean. It looked like the owners regularly maintained them. The house was fully furnished, and one could move in with just a few simple purchases. Moreover, the surrounding environment was very beautiful, and it was a detached house, so he wouldn't have to worry about disturbing neighbors no matter what he did. Takashi was very satisfied. After some bargaining by Mira Jane, the couple, who originally intended to sell for 4 million, ultimately sold it to Takashi for 3 million. This made Takashi look at Mira Jane in a new light. "Bella Reist, you say you're not a couple, yet you're already saving him money." "No." "All right, I should go too. Young man, Mira is someone I've watched grow up, she's a good girl. You must cherish her well." "Bella-san." Takashi said with a serious expression, "Don't worry, Bella-san, I will cherish her well." Bella was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, patting Takashi's shoulder. "Young man, you're quite good." "Takashi." Even though she knew they were all just teasing her, Mira Jane was still very shy. Soon, the carriage slowly departed. Mira Jane and Bella bid farewell, as this parting could very well be a permanent one. Mira Jane said, "Takashi, you should get things in order. I'm going back to the guild first." Takashi quickly said, "Wait, you've helped me so much. Let me treat you to a meal." "No. If others see us, who knows what they'll say." Mira Jane had lived in Magnolia town for so many years that almost all the residents knew her. She had only been out for a short while and had already been teased several times. Ah. Hee hee. Just kidding. I still have a lot of work to do at the guild, so I need to go back and handle it. Maybe another time. I'm leaving now. Mira Jane finished speaking and was about to turn and return to the guild. Takashi suddenly remembered something. Wait a moment. Is there anything else? I almost forgot the most important thing. Can you wish me good luck like you did last time? Mira Jane was a little confused, but still said with a radiant smile, Takashi, I wish you good luck today too. Ding. Obtained the goddess's blessing. Luck plus 100. Looking at Mira Jane, Takashi felt that a system prompt seemed to sound in his mind. By the time he came to his senses, Mira Jane had already walked far away. He immediately opened the system interface. Do you want to perform a 10x draw? Confirm. On the panel screen, streaks of starlight began to flash, continuously converging in the starry sky. Takashi kept praying in his heart. Golden. 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 Just then, a dazzling golden light lit up. Takashi immediately became overjoyed. It really is golden. Chapter 14, Tsujikuni Yoriichi. As expected of his lucky goddess, she really delivered. The scene continued, 10 meteors of various colors fell, and finally, 10 character cards appeared. There was 1 gold, 2 blue, 3 green, and 4 white. The character cards were revealed one by one, starting from the lowest tier. The lowest tier was white, essentially cannon fodder, unlucky individuals in anime who flash by and die without anyone remembering their names. The next tier up was green, 1 level higher than white, but still cannon fodder. Above green was blue, which belonged to the minor elite level. For example, the chunin he initially drew might also be a character with no lines, but they had some strength. Above blue was purple. This stage was already very good. In Naruto, it would be the Jonin level. In One Piece, it would be a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million, or a warlord of the sea. Above purple was gold. In Naruto, this was above Kage level. In One Piece, it meant the 3 admirals, the 4 emperors or the like. In Bleach, it was captain level. Soon, the last golden card was revealed. Takashi's eyes widened. It's actually him. On the character card, a man dressed as a samurai, wearing a red haori, with long dark red hair tied in a high ponytail, red irises, and earrings depicting the sun hanging from his ears, was seen. Most strikingly, there was a strange mark on his forehead. He held a red sword, and just standing there, he exuded a terrifying sense of oppression. Tsujikuni Yoriichi. The absolute pinnacle in Demon Slayer. Takashi had watched many anime, and there were many powerful characters, but there would always be others with similar or comparable strength. But Yoriichi was different, he was the absolute pinnacle. Whenever the strongest was mentioned, he was the first character that came to mind. From birth, he possessed unparalleled talent, creating sun breathing. The 5 basic breathing styles that followed were merely crude imitations. Even with numerous geniuses improving various breathing styles to create their own, they couldn't even reach the tier below sun breathing, let alone surpass it. The strongest boss in Demon Slayer, Muzan, was instantly defeated by Yoriichi in one encounter, barely escaping by self-destructing. Afterwards, when Yoriichi was alive, he didn't dare show his face, only daring to act after he died. In the anime's grand finale, all members of the Demon Slayer Corps collectively attacked Muzan, using every means possible, yet still suffered heavy casualties. In the end, it was the sunlight that killed Muzan. Takashi had only one evaluation for Yoriichi, a god among men. Compared to powerhouses in other anime who could easily destroy an island or a country, Yoriichi clearly didn't have that kind of power. But standing face to face with Yoriichi, even a god would have to be on high alert. You might be able to destroy the world, but I can kill you. Takashi lightly tapped his finger, recycling all characters except Ulquiorra and Yoriichi. To prevent accidentally recycling a golden one, he double-checked carefully. If he were to recycle a gold, he would regret it for a lifetime. Are you sure you want to recycle all selected characters? Yes. Ding. Recycling successful. Host's magic power has increased by. System, these were 2 blue characters. Why is it still only half a star increase in magic power? The higher the magic power, the greater the difficulty of advancement. Everything is properly calculated. If host wishes to get more magic power, he can recycle higher quality characters. You're ruthless. The system still gave such a formal answer. He would have to be crazy to recall a gold character. Takashi opened his personal panel. Host, Takashi. Age, 18. Race, human. Magic power. Magic, take over magic. Character cards, Okuyora Cipher, gold, Tsujikuni Yoriichi, gold. Full takeover. Tsujikuni Yoriichi. As Takashi activated takeover magic, his hair quickly grew long, and his clothes began to change. In just a moment, he transformed into Yoriichi. Except for his face, which remained his own, there was no significant difference from Yoriichi. Yoriichi's memories also emerged in Takashi's mind. From birth, Yoriichi was different. The world in his eyes was not the same as others. He could use transparent world, where people appeared transparent to him. He could see the rise and fall of a living being's heart and lungs, the flow of blood vessels, and the contraction of muscles. He could also understand his own muscle contractions more clearly, thus easily predicting his opponent's movements, and greatly increasing his attack and evasion speed. The first time he touched a sword, he defeated a veteran swordsman. Later, he created sun breathing. After joining the Demon Slayer Corps, he taught them breathing styles, enabling the Demon Slayer Corps to possess the ability to contend with demons. Upon encountering Muzan, he severely wounded him with one strike, forcing Muzan to self-destruct and flee. Finally, he met his elder brother, Kokoshibo, and ultimately, due to familial affection, he held back, dying after delivering one last sword strike. Who? After watching Yoriichi's memories, Takashi took a deep breath, his heart still filled with shock. He found that the anime had been too conservative. The real Yoriichi was far more powerful than what was shown in the anime. Takashi began to use sun breathing. A powerful force instantly surged within his body. This was not an energy-based power, but one derived from the physical body. He felt his physical abilities greatly improving, and at the same time, his magic power was rapidly depleting. A short while later, he released the transformation and returned to his original appearance. Who? A profound sense of disparity arose in Takashi's heart. It felt like going from a super genius to an idiot. The difference between his talent and Yoriichi's was simply too vast. Just then, his body instinctively began to use sun breathing. Exhale. Inhale. As he used sun breathing, Takashi felt that his body was filled with immense power. He was stunned. Hadn't he already deactivated takeover magic? Why could he still use the breathing style? When in doubt, ask the system. System, why can I still use the breathing style now? Chapter 15, Daily Training. Breathing style is a technique created by Yoriichi. It doesn't require special energy, anyone with suitable talent can use it. Host used sun breathing during transformation and already possesses the required talent to use sun breathing. So, I can use sun breathing in my daily life now. Yes. That's great. Takashi was even more excited after hearing this. If there was a time when he was weakest, it was undoubtedly before using takeover magic. For example, at this very moment, he was a fragile target. If he were taken out before transforming, it would be over. Moreover, he didn't want to go all out every time he encountered someone. If a random Dark Guild grunt appeared, he would have to transform to deal with them. How could that be acceptable? Transforming consumes an enormous amount of magic power. If enemies kept coming one after another and he had to transform for each, even with boundless magic power, he couldn't sustain it. Therefore, his best approach was to strengthen himself, becoming strong enough to handle most enemies without needing to transform at all. When encountering opponents so strong that he couldn't deal with them without transforming, then he would use takeover magic with those anime characters. Sun breathing can significantly improve a person's physical fitness. If one masters total concentration breathing, they can maintain the breathing technique 24 hours a day, and their body will gradually become stronger. As soon as he thought of this, Takashi immediately sat cross-legged and began to breathe. In no time at all, he stopped, his face filled with terror and drenched in sweat. I can't do it at all. Just 1 minute and I feel like I'm dying. It's too painful, my lungs hurt so much, my ears hurt so much, they are thumping, and my eardrums. Ah. Takashi vigorously clapped his hands over his ears, and after several continuous claps, he finally felt some relief. You scared me to death. For a moment there, I felt like my heart was going to burst out of my ears. System, what's going on? When I used the breathing technique just now, it was very smooth. Why isn't it working now? Just now, host's physical fitness was that of the character card. Now it's host's own. Host's foundation is too weak, so it's not working. Then how can I improve my own foundation? 1. Run 10 kilometers daily. 2. Perform breath-holding training 10 times daily, starting from 1 minute and gradually increasing to 10 minutes. 3. Use sun breathing for 20 minutes daily. It doesn't seem particularly difficult. I'll start tomorrow morning. After showering, Takashi lied down in his new home and had a wonderful sleep. Early the next morning, before the sun had even risen, Takashi got up early. He got dressed, and began his long run around Magnolia town. At this time, the sky was just beginning to lighten, and there was still a hint of coolness in the air, making it perfect for running. 10 kilometers was roughly one full round of Magnolia town. Takashi finished in about 30 minutes, which was much faster than his previous speed. Before, it used to take him about an hour to run 10 kilometers. It seemed his physical fitness had unconsciously improved a lot since he transmigrated. Next was breath-holding training, which was simple: just find a large basin of water and submerge your face. The longer he could hold his breath, the better. Takashi tried it, and his maximum breath-holding time was only a minute and a half. Finally, he sat cross-legged in the yard and used sun breathing. By this time, the sun had already risen high. Takashi stood up, preparing to head to the guild. Sun breathing was to be used for 20 minutes daily, not necessarily all at once. Moreover, breathing techniques could be used anytime, anywhere, and the effect was best after the body had received sufficient rest. Just as he stepped out, he saw Mirajane and Elfman walking over from not too far away. Takashi. Elfman immediately waved when he saw Takashi. Since their last mission together, Elfman and Takashi had become good friends. Mirajane had helped Takashi with his guild registration and found him a house, so the two siblings were the people Takashi was most familiar with in the guild. Good morning, Takashi. How was your rest last night? Mirajane greeted him with a beaming smile. Seeing her adorable smile, Takashi's mood immediately brightened. Very good. Thank you, Mira. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have found such a satisfactory house. Don't mention it. After all, you helped Elfman. Consider this my way of returning the favor. Returning the favor. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. When you two have time, come over for dinner. I'll cook myself, as a housewarming celebration. I can't refuse that. Takashi, you can cook. Elfman looked at Takashi with some surprise. I'm not bad. The three chatted as they arrived at the guild together. Soon after, people gradually started arriving at the guild. For many in the guild, coming to the guild was like going to work. Even if they spent the entire day just laughing and joking without taking on missions, they would still come to the guild to check in. Eating, drinking, and having fun with companions was much more interesting than doing it alone. After eating and drinking his fill, Takashi went to the request board and started looking for suitable work. B-rank quests were not being considered for now. His target was the higher priority A-rank quests. A-rank quests were requests with rewards of 1 million or more. Most of these requests were for subjugation. Subjugation quests were the most dangerous type of work, mainly involving the elimination of various powerful magical beasts. In this world, magic power was abundant. Just as humans had mages, animals had magical beasts. Powerful magical beasts could even be stronger than the 10 wizard saints. Takashi scanned the board and chose a quest with a reward of 1 million. The mission location wasn't too far from Fairy Tale. The journey there would take about a day and a half, so a round trip would be about 3 days. If you added the quest itself, the total time would be about 4 to 5 days. Subtracting some rest time, he could complete 1 A-rank quest per week, which meant 4 A-rank quests per month. Including the monthly system given Gacha chance, it meant he would have a chance for a 10 times draw after about 2 months. Just as Takashi was about to tear off the request, Makarov's authoritative voice rang out. No. You cannot take this job. Takashi looked in Makarov's direction, and what met his eyes was striking long red hair, a beautiful face, silver-gray armor, a black pleated skirt, and black long boots, giving her a heroic and spirited appearance. Takashi recognized her identity at a glance. Fairy Queen, Urza. Chapter 16, Bonus, another S-Class quest. Urza, the female protagonist of Fairy Tale, is probably positioned as the second female lead, but her popularity is greater than the first female leads. Takashi really liked the character Urza, so he recognized her at a glance. This was his first time seeing her in person. She hadn't been at the guild when he joined, seemingly out on a quest. What's going on? It seems Urza wants to take an S-Class quest, but Master refused her. S-Class. S-Class quests are extremely difficult. Even for S-Class mages, they are life-threatening jobs, and one wrong move could lead to failure. Unless it's an S-Class mage with extremely great power, like Guildarts, even S-Class mages rarely take S-Class quests under normal circumstances. Urza looked at Makarov and said, "Master, I am confident I can complete this S-Class quest." She had been an S-Class mage for 3 years. She passed the S-Class mage examination at 15, becoming the youngest S-Class mage in the history of the Fairy Tail Guild. After becoming an S-Class mage, she wasn't in a hurry to take S-Class quests because she knew her strength was insufficient, so she patiently honed her abilities. Originally, she planned to take an S-Class quest last year, but then Mirajane's incident happened, so she patiently honed her skills for another year. Now she was 18. Upon hearing that a new member of the guild had completed an S-Class quest on their first job, Urza's competitive spirit was greatly ignited. She was an S-Class mage but hadn't completed an S-Class quest, yet a rookie had. So she decided to challenge an S-Class quest. No. This job is too dangerous. It's not a matter of confidence, it's a matter of strength. I have the strength to complete this quest. You stubborn girl, why are you so insistent? Makarov slammed the table in anger. Elfman muttered, "Why does this scene feel so familiar?" As he spoke, he glanced at Takashi. A few days ago, Takashi seemed to have had a similar conversation with Master. "Master, I'm not being stubborn. I truly am confident I can complete this job." Makarov sighed, "Alas. You girl, S-Class quests are not that simple. This quest has actually been posted for over 2 years. In those 2 years, 7 or 8 powerful mages challenged it, and none of them returned. Now you know why I won't let you go." "What? 7 or 8 mages all failed?" Everyone in the guild was shocked. Mages capable of taking S-Class quests must be powerful. For so many powerful mages to have failed, this S-Class quest must be too dangerous. "Master, I still want to try and challenge it," Urza said with a serious expression. Every quest has its dangers, and only by constantly challenging oneself can one break through limits. "You child, why can't I reason with you?" Makarov was furious. At this moment, he glimpsed Takashi in front of the request board and thought, this kid seems to have always been eyeing the quests on the second floor. "All right, I agree." "Really?" Urza was surprised. Seeing his attitude earlier, she thought he would never agree. "However, I have one condition." "What condition?" "That is, you cannot do this quest alone. It's too dangerous to go alone. I'll assign someone to go with you, only then will I feel at ease." Saying this, Makarov pointed his finger at Takashi in front of the request board. "Takashi, you go with Urza." Takashi was a bit stunned, pointing at himself. "Me? Eh?" Everyone in the guild was shocked to hear Makarov's words. Takashi was a rookie who had just joined the guild, having recently completed an S-Class quest. Now he was going to take on a second S-Class quest. "That's right. It's you. Haven't you always wanted to do S-Class quests? I'm giving you a chance. Go with Urza to complete this S-Class quest. Will you do it or not?" Ding. "Do you accept the S-Class quest, Legendary Sword? Reward, 10 draws." Seeing the system prompt, Takashi immediately raised his hand and shouted, "Master, I'll do it." How could he not do it? One S-Class quest was worth 10 A-Class quests. Moreover, doing 10 A-Class quests was too troublesome, requiring him to run around, which was not as convenient as doing one S-Class quest. Makarov looked at Urza and said, "Urza, this quest will be completed by you and Takashi working together. If you don't agree, then I cannot allow you to go alone. S-Class quests were too dangerous." Although Urza's overall ability was great, the possibility of failure was very high. Although Takashi was a rookie, he already had experience completing S-Class quests. And from Elfman's description of his performance, although Takashi's stamina was a bit lacking, if he went all out, the power he unleashed was definitely among the top S-Class mages. If he wasn't afraid this kid would get too arrogant, he could even be made an S-Class mage directly. Only with Takashi going with Urza could he feel somewhat at ease. "I agree." Urza didn't hesitate at all. She wasn't the type to stubbornly seek death. If she could complete the quest more safely, she wouldn't refuse. Hello, I'm Urza. Nice to meet you. Urza extended her hand to Takashi and introduced herself. Takashi also extended his hand and shook Urza's. My name is Takashi. Nice to meet you. I've heard of you. You single-handedly defeated the Phantom Bandit gang and completed an S-class quest. Very dependable. It was just a coincidence. S-class quests cannot be completed by coincidence. We can spar sometime if you have time. Ah, all right. Takashi saw the strong desire to win in Urza's eyes, as if she was determined to defeat him. Takashi, take a look at the quest. Makarov handed the request form to Takashi. Takashi took the request form. This was his first official look at an S-class request form. The request form was marked with a large red S to highlight the danger of the quest. Legendary sword, S. In a temple deep within the western Great Forest in the western part of the Sobelia Kingdom, there is a legendary sword. Pull out the legendary sword and return it to the Sobelia Royal Palace. The quest doesn't seem that complicated. Makarov said with a serious expression, the simpler the quest, the more dangerous it is. 7 or 8 powerful mages have already fallen on this quest. I don't know much about this quest, but I do know about the Western Great Forest of the Sobelia Kingdom. Its official name is the Western Great Forest, but it has another name, Forest of Magical Creatures. Forest of Magical Creatures. Levi exclaimed upon hearing the name. Jet looked at Levi and asked, what? Levi, you know about it? Levi nodded. It's recorded in the Mage Chronicles that the Forest of Magical Creatures is one of the legendary forbidden zones, said to be home to millions of magical creatures. Millions. How many is a million? I can't count that high. Happy, lend me your fingers. Natsu jumped in fright, his face panicked as he tried to count on his fingers. Happy retorted, forget fingers, even all the fur on my body wouldn't be enough for you. Gray asked curiously, since that forest has so many magical creatures, isn't this country afraid of being overrun by them? Makarov explained, that brings us to the Kingdom of Sobelia, also known as the Kingdom of Swordsmen. Everyone there reveres swordsmanship. Compared to our mage guilds, they have more swordsman guilds. The swordsman guilds mainly go into the forest of magical creatures to hunt. They kill magical creatures, and bring back their materials to sell. They are divided into ranks, determined by how many monsters they hunt, from 1-star swordsman to 9-star swordsman. Among them, a 9-star swordsman is roughly equivalent to an S-class mage in the mage guilds. Under the hunting of numerous swordsmen, the Kingdom of Sobelia has managed to resist the attacks of the magical creatures, and by utilizing the materials produced from the magical creatures, its national power ranks among the top in the entire Ishgar continent. That's roughly all I know. I've heard of the legendary sword a long time ago, but I thought it was just a rumor. I'm telling you this just to make you aware of the danger of this quest. This quest was initially posted in those swordsman guilds. Countless 7-star, 8-star, and even 9-star swordsmen went to challenge it one after another, but they all fell within the forest of magical creatures. Later, when the quest couldn't be completed, it was distributed to various mage guilds, and some mages who challenged it also failed. This quest only seems to be S-class, but all the guild masters believe that its difficulty is approaching SS class. This is also why I tried to stop you from going. SS class. Everyone in the guild was astonished to hear this. SS class is a level above S class, with double the danger of an S class quest. The only advice I can give you is that if you feel the quest is too difficult and impossible to complete, retreat immediately. Staying alive is more important than anything else. Yes, master. Takashi and Urza both nodded seriously in agreement. Takashi felt a bit troubled at this moment. The forest of magical creatures, with its countless magical creatures, was no small challenge for him. It was the most troublesome type he had encountered. However, this could not make him give up the quest. Instead, he felt a surge of anticipation. It was the same when he fought the Phantom Bandit gang. At that time, he felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Could it be that he was inherently warlike? No, before he transmigrated, let alone fighting, he only cursed when his teammates were too bad while playing games. Urza said, Takashi, let's go back separately to pack our luggage. We'll meet at Magnolia train station in an hour. All right. After speaking, the two left the guild. I really want to do an S-class quest too. Natsu looked at their retreating figures, his face full of envy. Gray said, "It's precisely because our abilities aren't enough that we can't do S-class quests." Natsu asked, "Didn't Elfman also do an S-class quest?" Elfman said helplessly, "I was just playing a minor role, Takashi did everything by himself. If it were me, I probably would have been killed long ago." Even though he had participated in an S-class quest, he still felt lingering fear. The S-class quest he had completed with Takashi was even more dangerous than the S-class quest he had done with his sister a year ago. Every mage of the Phantom Bandit gang was not easy to deal with, especially their leader. His full reflection magic was too tricky. After Takashi returned home, he quickly packed his luggage and headed to the train station. After a while, Urza apologized, "Sorry. Have you been waiting long? I just arrived. So much luggage." Takashi was startled when he saw Urza. She was pulling a cart full of large and small bags. Was she going on a quest, or was she moving? No, even if Takashi were moving, he wouldn't have this much luggage. Urza asked, "Is it a lot?" "It's fine, isn't it?" Soon, the two boarded the train, found seats, and sat down as the train slowly departed. Urza said, "Takashi, I'm sorry to trouble you this time." It was their first meeting, yet she was asking him to risk his life on an S-class quest with her, which made Urza feel somewhat guilty. Takashi waved his hand. "It's no trouble at all. I would have been working normally anyway. I should thank you for letting me challenge an S-class quest." Hearing Takashi say this, Urza felt much better. The two then chatted. Takashi found Urza to be a very talkative girl, and talking with her was very relaxing and comfortable. When they got tired, they rested. After about 3 days, the two arrived at the capital of the Kingdom of Sobelia, Sword City, Noah. How magnificent! Takashi couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the towering 100-meter-high city walls. Unlike open cities like Magnolia Town, this capital was entirely enclosed by 100-meter-high city walls, appearing grand and majestic. There were some damages and dried bloodstains on the city walls, making it easy to infer that these were not mere decorations but evidence of actual battles. Even having seen countless skyscrapers and various magnificent buildings, these structures from a real battlefield still gave a different kind of shock. Yes. How magnificent! Urza, like Takashi, was awestruck by the sight. She had never seen such tall city walls. There was a large gate beneath the city walls, and all tourists or merchants were queuing to be inspected before entering the city. "What are you two here for?" In a little while, a guard came before Takashi and Urza to question them. Urza said, "We are mages from Fairy Tale. We've accepted a commission and are here to complete a quest." The guard nodded. Many mages came here, many of them drawn by the magical creatures in the forest of magical creatures. "What's in the boxes?" "Luggage. Luggage. So much." The guard was startled. Were they here for a quest? It looked like they were moving house. Suddenly, a scream rang out. Magical creatures. Chapter 18, Bonus, Sword Saint Noah. Magical creatures. Hearing the shout, the crowd immediately became agitated. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw a huge monster, like a wild boar, 4 or 5 meters tall, appear at the edge of the forest, with flames burning on its hooves and back. The guards' expressions changed instantly when they saw the monster. "Oh no! It's a 5-star monster. The blazing boar. Quickly prepare to attack." The guards immediately sprang into action. Roar! The blazing boar let out a furious roar, then charged towards them. Bang! Ah! The blazing boar's savage charge sent all the guards flying. Just as it was about to rush into the crowd, a figure swiftly rushed forward. Swoosh! The figure and the blazing boar passed each other, and a huge wound appeared on the blazing boar's body, blood gushing from it. Thud! The 5-star monster, the blazing boar, fell to the ground. Urza sheathed her sword. Seeing that the crowd was about to be attacked and suffer heavy casualties, Urza had made her move. So powerful. That was a 5-star monster, the blazing boar. She actually defeated it with one strike. Who is she? Could she be a 6-star, or even a 7-star swordswoman? When the crowd saw the monster defeated by Urza, they applauded, marveling at the strength Urza had displayed. The guards quickly approached, their eyes now filled with respect. "Respected swordswoman, thank you very much for your intervention just now. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Urza shook her head. I merely acted because I saw people were about to get hurt. It's fine as long as I didn't get in your way. The guard quickly waved his hand. No. Not at all. Urza said, if possible, please check quickly, we are still preparing to enter the city. No need. Welcome to Sword City, please enter. I wish you a pleasant stay in Sword City. The guards didn't even check, immediately letting Urza and Takashi pass. Thank you. It seems the people here greatly respect people skilled with swords. Takashi could clearly feel the change in the guard's attitude towards Urza. Urza explained, this is Sword City. Everyone here reveres swordsmen/swordswomen. The higher their star rating, the higher their status. I've always wanted to visit, but I never had the chance. The two walked through the city gate in the wall. Upon entering, the first thing they saw was an extremely tall statue located in the city center, a giant statue about 200 meters tall. The sculpture depicted a man in armor, standing there with his hands resting on a great sword, his profound gaze directed towards the sky. What a tall statue! Takashi was deeply shaken when he saw the statue. Only today did he truly feel like he had entered a fantasy world. Who is he? Sword Saint Noah. Urza looked at the statue and said, I heard his swordsmanship was so extraordinary that he was honored as a sword saint. Urza's eyes held longing and admiration. Although she wasn't a pure swordswoman, she used a sword for most of her fighting, and she held great respect for those with superb swordsmanship. A sword saint, huh? Takashi wasn't sure about the swordsmanship of this person honored as a sword saint, but in terms of swordsmanship, he didn't believe anyone could surpass Yoriichi. Let's go. The two walked along the main street. The streets were bustling with people, and almost everyone carried a sword, even children were no exception. Weapon shops were everywhere on the streets, and the two also passed by a school called the Sword Academy. It could be said that the entire city was filled with swords. It lived up to its name, Sword City. Continuing along the main street, they arrived at the royal palace of the Sobelia Kingdom, which was also where their client resided. Halt! The palace guards stopped Takashi and Urza. Urza stepped forward and said, we are mages from Fairy Tail. We are here for a quest. Mages. Please wait a moment. The guard immediately went to inquire. After a while, a minister in his 50s walked out. Are you the mages from Fairy Tail? Yes. I am Raman, a minister of the Sobelia Kingdom. Please come this way. Takashi and Urza followed the minister into the palace. The palace here was not particularly lavish. In fact, it seemed somewhat overly modest for a royal palace. Soon, Takashi and Urza followed the minister into the main hall of the palace. Your Majesty. The mages from Fairy Tail have been brought. The minister bowed to the king on the throne. Takashi and Urza looked at the king. He was about 40 or 50 years old, appearing sharp and muscular, more like a general than a king. Reno smiled. Welcome, mages of Fairy Tail. Your Majesty, we have come for a quest. Reno nodded. Yes, I have already been informed. Then could you please explain the mission in detail? The content of the commission is limited, and the more we know, the greater our chances of completing the mission. Of course, that is exactly what I was going to say. Let me first tell you a story. You all know who founded this city, don't you? Urza nodded. It was Sword Saint Noah. Yes. Sword Saint Noah, also my ancestor. 400 years ago, he slew the magic dragon Alasam here and founded Sword City. People also honored him as Hero Noah. Yes, that's what the legend says. Urza seemed to have heard this story as well. Reno said, actually, legends are not always true. My ancestor did not kill the magic dragon Alasam, but sealed it, and founded Sword City to guard it for generations. Now, 400 years have passed, and the power of the seal is gradually weakening. Who knows when the magic dragon will break through the seal? At that time, the entire Sobelia Kingdom may suffer immense devastation. So, I plan to bring out my ancestor's treasured sword to suppress it. But that monster seems to know of this plan and has controlled a large number of monsters to guard outside the temple. As soon as anyone approaches, it will control the monsters to kill them. Currently, I don't know how many people have already been swallowed by these monsters. Takashi said, so, you want us to break through that group of monsters, enter the temple, and bring back the treasured sword, right? Reno shook his head, his expression becoming serious as he said, no, not that. I intend to kill the magic dragon. Chapter 19, World's Strongest Swordsman Tournament. What? Kill a dragon? Takashi and Urza were both stunned by the king's audacious idea. That was a dragon. Even the most common dragon was said to be capable of easily destroying an entire country. Urza wasn't surprised by the existence of dragons, as Natsu was raised by the fire dragon Igneel, which meant dragons were real. Takashi, however, was different. He had watched fairy tale. Dragons, even ordinary ones, were beings that humans found difficult to defeat. Aside from dragon slayer magic, human magic had almost no effect on them. Dragons were the darlings of this world. They were born with long lifespans, powerful physiques, and the ability to use powerful dragon magic. A powerful dragon slayer might be able to kill a dragon, but a non-dragon slayer would find it extremely difficult. The biggest reason was that dragons had an inherent super strong resistance to human magic. Most magic was ineffective against them, and even if it did have an effect, the damage would be greatly reduced. Reno said with a serious and earnest expression, "That's right. I want to kill Alasam." After 400 years of being sealed, his strength must have been greatly weakened. Instead of waiting for him to break the seal and slowly recover his strength, it's better to strike first, actively break the seal, then kill him to eliminate future troubles. Takashi and Urza were both somewhat astonished by his boldness and courage. Urza said, "Your Majesty, slaying a dragon exceeds the scope of an S-class quest." Reno nodded and said, "I know, so I'm going to raise the quest to SS class, and the reward will also increase from 15 million to 30 million jewels." 30 million. Takashi couldn't help but open his mouth wide, his mind quickly calculating. 30 million jewels was equivalent to $300,000. To earn that much from a single quest, even if he and Urza split it, that would still be 15 million. He had originally thought that earning 6 million jewels last time was a lot. He didn't expect there to be even more. Indeed, the greater the difficulty, the greater the reward. Of course, the most important point was that completing an SS-class quest meant the system would provide a reward of 20 spins. If he were to do A-class quests normally, non-stop, it would take at least half a year, which was too much of a time waste. Urza said, "I need to discuss this with my companion." Reno nodded, gesturing with his hand for her to proceed. Urza said, "Takashi, this quest is too dangerous. I didn't expect them to be looking for more than just a legendary sword. They actually want to fight a dragon. My suggestion is to give up." She could attempt an S-class quest, but an SS class was different. Courage and recklessness were not the same. A dragon was a legendary creature. No matter how weak it was not something humans could contend with. Whether for her own safety or Takashi's, giving up this quest was the wise choice. Takashi looked at the king and said, "Since your Majesty has such a plan, you surely aren't unprepared, are you?" Reno, hearing Takashi's words, was slightly surprised, then looked at him with an appreciative gaze. "You are right. After all, this concerns the life and death of my kingdom, so I naturally wouldn't be unprepared. But how did you figure that out?" Takashi said, "Because your Majesty's tone just now wasn't asking for our opinion, but rather describing an event that was about to happen." Reno nodded. "Indeed. Even if the two of you hadn't come, I intended to launch an expedition against Alasam." As he spoke, he twisted the armrest. Crack! The floor beneath him split open, and a magnificent long sword slowly rose. At the hilt, a fiery red gem was inlaid. A sword. Takashi and Urza were somewhat puzzled. "The preparation you made was just a sword? That really fits the style of the Kingdom of Swords. This is no ordinary sword, this is a Dragon Slayer sword crafted by a master. You see this gem, right? This is no ordinary gem, this is a dragon lacrima." A dragon lacrima. Takashi's eyes widened when he heard this. So this was a dragon lacrima. "Takashi, you know about dragon lacrima?" Seeing Takashi's surprise, Urza knew he clearly understood what this item was. Takashi nodded. "Yes, this is a dragon lacrima, made from the heart of a dragon. As long as it is embedded into the body, one can use Dragon Slayer magic corresponding to the dragon's attribute." Reno said, "You are knowledgeable." "That's right. This is a fire dragon lacrima. I bought it at a high price from the northern continent of Giltina. If it's embedded in a human mage's body, they can use Dragon Slayer magic, but Dragon Slayer magic requires long-term training. To eliminate a dragon, who knows how long one would need to train? And human magic simply cannot harm dragons, so I ordered the kingdom's artisans to forge this Dragon Slayer sword." Only by wielding this sword and attacking the dragon can it be harmed. As Reno spoke, his hand grasped the hilt, and fierce flames suddenly blazed on the blade. The terrifying temperature made the entire royal palace hall feel as if it were in a furnace. So hot. Soon, the flames extinguished, and Reno resheathed the sword. Takashi frowned and asked, "Such an important weapon surely wouldn't be given to others to use casually, would it?" Reno nodded. "Of course. This is the key to victory against the dragon, and it also determines the life and death of this country. Naturally, it cannot be casually given to others to use. Only the strongest swordsman is worthy of wielding this sword." "The strongest swordsman?" "Exactly. You two have come at just the right time. For this operation, I, in the name of the king, have convened the World's Strongest Swordsman Tournament to select the strongest swordsman in Ishgar continent." World's Strongest Swordsman Tournament. Takashi and Urza were both somewhat dumbfounded. This king really liked to surprise people. Then Reno looked at Urza and said admiringly, "You are an excellent swordwoman, aren't you? You can defeat a 5-star blazing boar with one strike. Your strength is at least that of a 6-star, or even 7-star swordsman. Don't you want to give it a try?" Urza felt a sudden stir of interest upon hearing that phrase. As a swordsman, who wouldn't aspire to be the strongest? Chapter 20, The Prize is Too Much. Takashi was amazed by the king's swift intel. The events at the city gate had reached his ears so quickly. To be a king in a place surrounded by magical creatures, develop his country to such prosperity, and even dare to slay a dragon, he was indeed not simple. Urza quickly calmed down. "Since your majesty is already prepared, why issue an SS-class quest and entrust it to us?" Reno explained, "The purpose of the entrustment is simple. The sealed location of the dragon is deep within the forest of magical creatures. The magical creatures deep within have been affected by Alasam's power for years, all transforming into terrifyingly powerful monsters. I once sent troops to suppress them, but suffered heavy losses. Without eliminating those monsters, it's impossible to reach the temple." Urza asked, "Is our job to clear out those demon beasts?" Reno nodded. "Yes, but that's not the main task. Your main task is to protect the dragon-slaying swordsman, or more accurately, to protect this sword." Urza asked, puzzled, "But since it's a dragon, wouldn't it be more reasonable to report it to the Magic Council?" A dragon would certainly fall under the jurisdiction of the magic world, and anything magical would be managed by the Magic Council. When the Magic Council was mentioned, Reno's expression showed a hint of disdain. "The Magic Council? I reported it 2 years ago. What solution did the Magic Council offer?" Takashi and Urza both looked at him, curious. "It was to use Etherian." "Etherian?" Urza's expression changed drastically. Etherian was the ultimate weapon of the Magic Council, capable of precise strikes anywhere on the Ishgar continent via a satellite magic array. Its power could even destroy a country. Exactly. Not to mention whether Etherian can kill Alasam. Once fired, this city could be in danger of annihilation. Even if it doesn't affect this city, the forest of magical creatures would certainly be destroyed. That is a crucial strategic resource for my country. Destroying it would severely damage the national economy. Takashi thought for a moment, and realized it was indeed true. Although this country bordered the forest of magical creatures and was in great danger, it had also grown strong amidst this danger. The Magic Council firing Etherian would be equivalent to ruining the country's livelihood. As the king, how could he not be furious with the Magic Council? "Both of you, I have truthfully told you all the details of this quest. What do you think?" Reno's gaze fell upon Takashi and Urza. Urza looked at Takashi and asked, "Takashi, what do you think?" Takashi pondered slightly. He knew how terrifying dragons were. Even if a dragon was in a weakened state, it was not something an ordinary human mage could contend with, because they have strong resistance to human magic. And a dragon's body possesses super-physical resistance, inherently being impervious to swords and spears. Without that sword, the probability of humans winning would be less than 1/10, but with this sword, their chances of winning should reach 30%. 30% might seem low, but it was actually quite high. Logically, if the chances of winning were less than 50%, it would be safer to give up. However, he could feel his blood boiling, his heart leaping. Dragon slaying. Just these 2 words were enough to excite any young man. What's more, there was also the rewards from the system. He said, "I think we can try it." Urza said, I think so too. The king definitely won't give up on this plan, and it's true as he said, if the dragon emerges and recovers its strength, it will certainly retaliate against humanity. At that time, there will surely be heavy casualties, and I cannot stand by and do nothing. Your Majesty, we have discussed it. Reno asked, what is your decision? We have decided to accept this quest. Good. Upon hearing Urza's words, Reno was very pleased. Although he was still unsure of the two people's strength, anyone capable of taking on an S-class quest must be an extremely powerful mage. In that case, the probability of the dragon-slaying plan succeeding would be even greater. Both of you, please stay in the palace for now. Tomorrow, the preliminaries for the World's Strongest Swordsman tournament will be held. If you are interested, you can participate. The prizes for the winners are very generous. After the winner is decided, we will then proceed with the dragon's subjugation. Urza declined, no need for the trouble, Your Majesty. We will stay in a hotel outside. It's a good opportunity to experience the local customs and culture of this city. Reno nodded. That's fine too. Takashi and Urza left the palace and found a nearby inn to stay. 3 days of long-distance travel had left Takashi a bit tired. After checking into the hotel, he quickly fell asleep and slept straight until the next morning. Upon waking, he found that Urza was not in the room. It seemed she had gone out shopping. He also wanted to go out for a stroll and perhaps buy some local specialties. As soon as he stepped out of the inn, he saw the bustling streets and alleys, with everyone heading in one direction. He also overheard other people's conversations. He then remembered that the preliminaries the king had mentioned were starting today, and these people were all going to watch. Although he had absorbed Yorichi's memories, this did not affect the fact that he was a novice in swordsmanship, so he naturally wouldn't overestimate himself and make a fool of himself. However, he was very interested in such large-scale events, so he followed the crowd to the arena. After a while, Takashi arrived at the entrance of the arena. Similar to the style of this country, the arena felt immense to him, incredibly large, twice the size of any football field he had seen in his previous life. Registration deadline for the preliminaries. Only 10 minutes left. Those who haven't registered, hurry up and do so. As soon as Takashi reached the entrance, he heard someone shouting. I heard the king has offered a very generous prize money for this competition. How much prize money? I heard the first place winner gets 20 million jewels. 20 million. That much? Yes. That's why it has attracted sword masters from all over the country, and even many from abroad, to participate. Then this match must be very exciting. Absolutely. I can't wait. At this moment, at the registration desk. Time's almost up. No one else should be registering. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Wait. I want to register. Your name. Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Chapter 21, Bonus, only 4 people will advance. Tsujikuni Yoriichi. That's right. The person signing up at this moment was Takashi. Originally, he had planned to sit in the stands, eating popcorn and drinking a beverage, to enjoy watching the tournament. But plans change. As soon as he heard the person in front of him say that the champion would get a prize of 20 million jewels, he couldn't sit still. 20 million was equivalent to the reward of 2 S-class quests, or 20 A-class quests. Faced with such a generous prize, he naturally couldn't remain indifferent. He would regret it deeply if he missed out. So, he found a secluded corner, transformed into Yoriichi, and then came to compete. This is your contestant number. Takashi took it. 0556, did that mean 555 people had already signed up before him? This way leads to the contestant passage. Takashi stepped inside and soon arrived at the contestant lounge, which was already packed with people. Hey! That's 7-star swordsman Horn. Is he competing too? Look over there, 8-star swordsman Solt. I heard he slayed an 8-star monster, a viper. That's 8-star swordsman Scarum. It said he has already slain 3 8-star monsters. As expected of the world's strongest swordsman tournament hosted by the king. So many famous swordsmen have come to participate. Just then, a voice rang out. Hey! Little lady, if you're looking for a man, go outside. This isn't a place for ladies like you. Ha 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 ha. Takashi looked in the direction of the voice and saw a familiar figure. Urza. He hadn't expected to run into Urza here, having not seen her at the hotel. But on second thought, it made sense. Urza was a swordswoman herself, and with her competitive nature, it would be strange if she didn't participate in such an interesting tournament. So beautiful. Let me properly cherish her for a moment. Little lady, do you have a boyfriend? If not, how about me? Come and have some fun with me. A lecherous man stretched out his hand, reaching for Urza's backside. Seeing this, Takashi couldn't help but rub his forehead. Seriously, to even dare to flirt with Urza, was he tired of living? Slap. Before the man's hand could touch Urza's palm clamped down on his wrist. Then, she swung him with force. Ha! Boom. The man's body was slammed to the ground, shattering the floor. He didn't even have time to scream before his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. Hey! Who is that woman? That man was taken out. How is that possible? He's a 6-star swordsman. At this moment, someone spoke up, saying, "All right. Settle down. This tournament is hosted by His Majesty, regardless of gender. If you're not convinced, then prove yourselves on the tournament grounds." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a blond man in his 30s sitting not far away. It's 9-star swordsman Arthur. Seeing this man, everyone gasped in surprise. Takashi also looked at him. A 9-star swordsman, according to the guild master, was equivalent to an S-class mage. Arthur, I didn't expect you to come too. Soon, another young man walked over. It's 9-star swordsman Clay. The crowd gasped again. Arthur glanced at him. Clay, didn't you come too? Clay said, of course. This is a tournament hosted by His Majesty. The prize is secondary. Becoming Ishgar's strongest swordsman is the highest honor for us. At this moment, the arena administrator walked over. The Group A battles will begin shortly. Group A contestants, please proceed to the stage. Clay stood up and said, it's my turn to go on. Arthur, I hope to see you in the final match. Arthur snorted. You'll have to make it to the finals first. Takashi glanced at his number plate, which had a D written on it, meaning he was in Group D. Then Takashi glanced at Urza's, which had a B on it, meaning she was in Group B. He wondered what format this tournament would take. Soon, a magic screen appeared in the contestant lounge. The screen projected the situation in the arena. Next up is the Group A competition. The rules of this tournament are simple. Over 100 contestants will participate in an elimination survival competition in the arena. Only the last one standing will advance to the next round. What? Does that mean only 4 people can advance to the next round? This is too brutal. Many in the lounge had their expressions change. They had planned to showcase their strength to the audience, and even if they didn't win, they could gain many fans. They hadn't expected only 4 to remain. Now, the first round, Group A showdown, begins. Dong. With the sound of a gong, everyone in the arena began to fight. The weakest participants in the tournament were 5-star swordsmen. These 5-star swordsmen were usually highly respected, but here, they were at the bottom. They were defeated like mere fodder, one after another. In a blink of an eye, the battlefield was largely cleared, with only 7-star and above swordsmen remaining. At this moment, Clay said, Boring. All of you, get out of my sight. Saying this, he quickly made his move. His entire body was enveloped in lightning, and in an instant, he struck down the 8-star swordsman closest to him. It's 9-star swordsman Clay. The audience in the stands cheered excitedly as they saw him make his move. Takashi was surprised. He should be a lightning mage who could use lightning magic to greatly enhance his strength and speed. Combined with his superb swordsmanship, his power was formidable, definitely S-class. Even most S-class mages would not be his match, given his incredible speed. This world was indeed much larger than what he had seen in the anime. Urza's expression turned serious upon seeing Clay. She had armor specifically designed against lightning mages, but this was a swordsmanship competition. If she used armor and won, it would be an unfair victory. In a short while, everyone in the arena had fallen, and only 9-star swordsman, Thunder Sword, Clay remained standing. The victor has been decided. The winner of Group A is the pride of our kingdom of Sobelia. 9-star swordsman, Thunder Sword, Clay. 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 The audience in the stands all chanted Clay's name. Clay waved in acknowledgement, which made many girls in the audience shout even louder. Soon, all the injured people on the field were carried off for treatment, and the arena was cleared. Next is Group B. Contestants, enter the stage. Urza stood up and walked towards the entrance. Chapter 22, Strongest 9-Star Swordsman, Arthur. Takashi looked at the big screen with some anticipation. Urza was a genius, especially in swordsmanship. She was able to teach herself and practice swordsmanship to a super high level on her own. Soon, all Group B contestants appeared. With Group A's demonstration, Group B contestants knew the rules of the competition in advance. They all spread out, vigilantly looking around, while also searching for their targets. As a swordswoman, Urza was naturally targeted by many people. Who do you favor? Of course, Kaiman. He is an 8-star swordsman, very close to 9-star. Rosa said that Kaiman only needs 3 more years to become a 9-star swordsman. I'm more optimistic about Balto. He is a veteran 8-star swordsman and has the power to fight even against a 9-star swordsman. The audience members were all eagerly discussing who could win this match. In this match, no 9-star swordsman was participating, so everyone speculated that the winner would emerge from among the 8-star swordsmen. At the same time, many people also noticed Urza. Her blood-red long hair, coupled with her beautiful face, and the fact that she was one of the very few female contestants, naturally attracted attention. Now for the first round, Group B Showdown, begin. Clang. With the sound of the starting gong, the second battle immediately began. Little girl, you should get out of here first. The people who had their eyes on Urza immediately rushed towards her. Buffed. As a light flashed, several people who attacked Urza were immediately struck down. Then, Urza began to attack the people around her, and very few were a match for her. That red-haired girl is amazing. Soon, many swordsmen present were eliminated, leaving only 3 8-star swordsmen and Urza. The 4 of them engaged in a chaotic battle on the field. The battle was in a stalemate. Everyone was a master swordsman, all displaying their powerful and superb sword skills. Urza was very excited at this moment. It was right to participate in the competition. Being able to spar with so many master swordsmen, her sword skills could be greatly improved. The other 3 noticed Urza's power. So, they all abandoned their individual fights and sieged Urza. Urza was not flustered at all, fighting steadily and looking for her opponent's weaknesses. 3 people besieging 1, and a girl at that, yet unable to defeat her for a long time, made the 3 of them anxious. And impatience would lead to openings. Urza seized an opportunity, striking down one person with a single slash. Then she steadily dealt with the other 2. Gradually, she became familiar with the swordsmanship of the 2. Buffed. Another person was defeated by Urza. Urza spent a little time on the last remaining person, defeating him as well. Victory and defeat have been decided. Winner. Urza Scarlet. It's unexpected that such a beautiful woman possesses such powerful swordsmanship. Facing the siege of 3 8-star swordsmen, she actually steadily defeated all 3. Could it be that a 9-star swordswoman is about to be born? Let's cheer for Urza. 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 Urza-san. You're so cool. Many girls in the audience were captivated by Urza's coolness. Everyone present had a high level of swordsmanship. Although Urza did not display any flashy moves, the more basic it was, the more it could show a person's true swordsmanship level. Clay, sitting in the contestant viewing area, saw Urza's performance. He couldn't help but stroke his chin, looking at Urza's face magnified on the magic screen. What a remarkable woman. Many people in the lounge, seeing Urza's strength, felt sorry for the previous guy who dared to flirt with her. Arthur frowned. Urza. Could it be that Urza? In the royal palace. A huge magic screen was displayed in front of Reno. Indeed. Swordsmanship that can easily cut down a 5-star magical creature with one strike is definitely not simple. He smiled as he watched Urza's performance. This was only a display of swordsmanship. He had already obtained the information on both Urza and Takashi. Furthermore, these 2 files were placed on the table in front of him. Urza Scarlet, Fairy Tail S-Class Mage, nickname, Fairy Queen, specializes in Requip magic, can fight by summoning various armors, which can greatly enhance her attack power, defense, and physical abilities. Takashi, Fairy Tail Rookie Mage, no title yet, record, single-handedly annihilated the Phantom Bandit gang led by King of Assassins Camille. Takashi smiled as he looked at Urza on the screen. As expected of Urza. Next up is Group C, contestants enter. Arthur. 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 Just as the commentator announced the contestants' entrance, the audience began to cheer. Such high popularity. Takashi couldn't help but be startled when he saw it. Arthur stood up and walked towards the entrance. When he appeared at the arena entrance, the audience all cheered. Takashi asked the person next to him, "Isn't he also a 9-star swordsman? Why is he so much more popular than the previous 9-star swordsman?" The person asked looked incredulous. "You don't know Arthur. Other 9-star swordsmen are 9-star because their strength has reached the 9-star level, while Arthur's a 9-star swordsman because the rank only goes up to 9-star. He is the strongest 9-star swordsman." This time, all the contestants who appeared did not look around but focused all their attention on Arthur. They understood that if they did not defeat Arthur, they had no hope of winning. Now for the first round, Group C showdown, begin. Clang. With the sound of the starting gong, the third battle immediately began. Charge. Just as the match was announced to begin, all the contestants rushed towards Arthur. Flash of light. The sword in Arthur's hand emitted a golden light. While rapidly thrusting, golden slashes surged like a tide towards everyone. No. Oh. Chapter 23, Sword God. Seeing Arthur's performance, the entire arena almost exploded. So cool. Arthur. Arthur-san. Arthur. 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 The commentator stood up, shouting excitedly, "The winner has been decided. Contestant Arthur, with just one strike, defeated all other opponents. As expected of the strongest 9-star swordsman of our Sobelia kingdom." Takashi was a bit confused at this moment. This is magic, right? Isn't this cheating? The enthusiastic man next to him explained to Takashi, "Magic? No, this is swordsmanship. Magic swordsmen are also swordsmen, and all who become high-star swordsmen are magic swordsmen. Where are you from, that you don't even know this?" Takashi was a bit speechless. Originally, he thought that at most, magic here would only be used to enhance physical abilities and then gather magic power to release some slashes. He didn't expect magic to be counted within it. So strong. Urza's expression was very serious as she saw Arthur's attack. With one strike, he defeated so many people. Was this the strongest 9-star swordsman of the Sobelia kingdom? If she were to use requip magic, she should be able to withstand that strike. But without it, she wasn't sure. TCH. Still so fond of showing off. Clay felt a bit displeased seeing that Arthur's popularity was so much higher than his own. Excellent. Reno looked at the screen and nodded in satisfaction. Arthur was someone he had watched grow up since childhood. He was a swordsmanship genius from a young age and was never arrogant or conceited, always striving to improve his sword skills, and his strength was rapidly increasing. If the Magic Council had not been limited to mages, he would definitely have a place among the 10 wizard saints. Next up is Group D, also the final group. Contestants, please enter. After all the defeated swordsmen were carried off for treatment, the commentator announced the entry of the final group of contestants. Is it my turn? Takashi stood up and walked towards the contestant entrance of the arena. As soon as he entered the arena, another round of enthusiastic cheers erupted. Alan. 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 Takashi looked back and saw a young man with fiery red hair, about his age, entering. The young man smiled brightly and waved to the audience. Wow. It's Alan. So handsome. Go, Alan. Defeat them all. Many girls in the audience screamed. Alan was very handsome, his swordsmanship was superb, and most importantly, he was young. At only 19 years old, he was the dream lover of many girls. Although Clay and Arthur were not that old, they were still more than 10 years older than Alan, which in the eyes of 14 or 15-year-old girls, made them uncles. TCH. Just a stinky brat. Seeing that Alan was so popular with young girls, Clay felt a bit jealous. It's the genius swordsman Alan. He is the youngest 9-star swordsman in our Sobelia kingdom. And also the only 9-star swordsman in this group. I wonder if he can sweep through like the other 2 9-star swordsmen. Let's wait and see. Takashi glanced at the other party, then walked into the arena. After entering the arena, he realized that these people were all avoiding those with higher star ratings than themselves, prioritizing eliminating those with lower star ratings. After he entered, he felt no less than 10 gazes fall upon him. It seemed they were treating him as an easy target. He couldn't help but let the corners of his lips curl up slightly. Since this persona would be shed after winning the prize in the competition, he might as well give these people a little shock. This match is definitely without suspense. Yeah. Alan is a 9-star swordsman. As expected, the swordsmen of our Sobelia kingdom are the strongest. Only that swordswoman is a bit powerful, but she still can't compare to our country's 9-star swordsman. We just need to enjoy Alan's performance. Exactly. Everyone in the audience felt that this round was already without suspense. The gap between a 9-star swordsman and an 8-star swordsman was enormous, and the difference between a genius and an ordinary person was also completely different. Now for the first round, Group D's showdown, begin. Clang. With the sound of the starting gong, the fourth battle immediately began. Almost at the instant the gong sounded. Sun breathing, 9th form, Sun Halo Dragon Head Dance. Roar. A high-pitched dragon roar echoed in the arena. The next instant, a giant flaming dragon winding and dancing instantly passing through all the contestants. What is Aw. Arg. All the contestants, including Alan, were all sent flying by this one strike. As the fire dragon disappeared, a man with deep red long hair, wearing a red haori, stood where the dragon head had vanished, with a contestant number plate, 0556, on his back. Thump. Thump. All the contestants fell to the ground, having lost their fighting capability. The entire venue instantly fell silent. The three people in the contestant resting area, Urza, Clay, and Arthur, all stood up, looking at the calm men in the arena with shocked expressions. Clay's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? How can anyone's swordsmanship reach this level? No, impossible, absolutely impossible. Arthur said with a solemn expression, it has already happened before our eyes, why do you still say it's impossible? That man is standing right there. So strong. Urza couldn't utter any superfluous words. Her eyes were fixed on the man's figure in the arena. Shock and awe were not enough to describe it. A word popped into her mind, God. In the royal palace. Clap. Reno slammed the table and stood up, staring at Takashi on the screen with a shocked expression. He was an experienced 9-star swordsman, once revered as the strongest swordsman in the Sobelia kingdom. Later, as he gradually aged, he slowly retired, and the young Arthur became the strongest 9-star swordsman. However, although he was older, his insight was even greater. Those who didn't understand swordsmanship might see Takashi's and Arthur's attacks as both clearing the field with one strike, seemingly without much difference. But in the eyes of true top-tier swordsmen, the difference between the two wasn't small. In fact, there was a world of difference. Chapter 24, Who is Yoriichi? Takashi's recent attack seemed fierce, but looking at the arena, everyone had only lost consciousness and hadn't sustained any real injuries. In an instant, over 100 people, at such speed, yet precisely knocked out without harming them. This level of precise control. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't even dare to imagine it. This was no longer a human, it was a god. This man was a sword god. Minister. Your Majesty. I'm coming. Hearing Reno's urgent shouts, the minister rushed over. Within 10 minutes, I want all the information on this man. Quickly. Yes, Your Majesty. The minister quickly ran off, wailing in his heart. Serving a king is like accompanying a tiger. Reno could feel that if it was this man, this dragon-slaying plan would definitely succeed. What just happened? I think I saw a fire dragon pass by, and then everything ended. Alan was actually instantly defeated like that. He was a 9-star swordsman. Who exactly is this man? Gradually, the people in the audience came to their senses, looking in shock at Takashi in the arena. 9-star swordsmen, the entire kingdom of Sobelia had no more than 10 of them. A 9-star swordsman represented the pinnacle of swordsmanship. They had never heard of any 9-star swordsman being instantly defeated. When two 9-star swordsmen fought each other, even if there was a difference in strength, it would definitely be a very intense struggle, requiring all their techniques to be used before one could defeat the other. And for a 9-star swordsman to be instantly defeated, that meant one thing: the opponent's swordsmanship was too strong, and they were not on the same level at all. The victor has been decided. Winner, Tsujikuni Yoriichi. This man is too powerful. In an instant. Just an instant. Over 100 contestants, all high-star swordsmen, and even a 9-star swordsman, were all instantly defeated. And to make these people only dizzy, not harmed, this control, this swordsmanship. This man is not human. He is a god. A god of swordsmanship. The commentator was also quite skilled, an 8-star swordsman with keen insight. Sword god. Sword god. Sword god. The audience in the stands all cheered. To them, those with higher skill in swordsmanship were more worthy of respect, and the swordsmanship Takashi displayed was truly unparalleled. Next, there will be a 1-hour break, after which the semi-finals will commence. During this time, please enjoy the wonderful performance of our swordswoman idol group. Many beautiful girls in cute outfits rushed into the arena and began to perform. Takashi returned to his contestant area. There were 4 contestant areas, A, B, C, and D, with 1 person in each, allowing for undisturbed rest. After returning to the D area contestant lounge and locking the door, Takashi released his transformation. Who? He let out a sigh of relief. Yoriichi was different from Okiura. If he used takeover magic to transform to Okiura, his magic power would rapidly deplete as soon as he transformed. But with Yoriichi, as long as he didn't circulate his breathing technique or use combat moves, it didn't consume much magic power. He could maintain the transformation for 3 or 4 hours or more. However, if he used powerful techniques or engaged in intense combat, this time would be greatly shortened, possibly to 3 or 5 minutes. He needed to take advantage of this time to rest well, as this was about the 20 million jewels prize money, and he didn't want to mess up at a crucial moment. Takashi didn't know that his performance had already caused a huge uproar. Everyone was discussing where the strong Yoriichi had come from. Some said he was a hermit who practiced alone in their own country, others said he was an experienced swordsman from another country. There were many different opinions, with everyone saying something different. In the royal palace. No such person found. What do you mean, no such person found? Reno looked at the minister in front of him and frowned. The minister wiped his sweat and said, Your Majesty, no such person found means no such person found. I have already sent people to check the list of those who entered the city recently, and there is no one named Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Not only that, but the guards have never seen this man either. Is it transformation magic? Reno speculated. Transformation magic was a relatively common magic, but it was useless in combat, so most people disdained learning it. But whether it was transformation magic or not, his swordsmanship was real. No matter who he was, he must be included in his dragon-slaying plan. The minister asked, Your Majesty, how should the semi-final matches be arranged? Let it be this way. Reno arranged the matches. A short while later, an hour passed. Everyone. The exciting semi-finals are about to begin. The matchups have been arranged. Please look at the big screen. Everyone looked towards the big screen. Semi-final match 1, Arthur vs. Urza. Semi-final match 2, Clay vs. Yoriichi. Oh. Seeing the match schedule, the audience in the stands became excited. They had all seen the preliminary rounds, each of these 4 were a powerhouse. Arthur was the strongest 9-star swordsman in the kingdom of Sobelia, and Clay's strength was said to be on par with Arthur's. Urza was the only swordswoman to reach the semi-finals. As for Yoriichi, his transcendent swordsmanship was simply that of a sword god. Everyone wanted to see his miraculous swordsmanship again. Now, please welcome contestant Arthur and contestant Urza to the stage. Arthur. 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 Urza. 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 The audience in the stands all cheered their names. Urza and Arthur walked out from their respective lounges, and the two stood in the center of the arena. Arthur looked at Urza and asked, Fairy Queen Urza. Urza was startled. You know me? Not exactly, no. I just heard your name during my travels in the kingdom of Fiori. So that's how it is. You're a mage, aren't you? You'd best use your magic. Urza frowned in confusion. Magic. Isn't this a competition to compare swordsmanship? Arthur explained, it is and it isn't. Those who can become star-ranked swordsmen are all magic swordsmen with magic power. My swordsmanship is also my magic. If you intend to defeat me with swordsmanship alone, then you are underestimating me. Bring out all your strength, and let me see the full power of you, who is called the Fairy Queen. Chapter 25, Urza vs. Arthur. Semi-finals, first match. 9-star swordsman, light swordsman Arthur vs. super swordswoman Urza Scarlet. Now. Begin. Dong. The gong sounded. Flash sword. Just as the match was announced, Arthur launched his attack, rushing towards Urza like a beam of light. Clang. Urza was sent flying backward. She plunged her sword into the ground with both hands, sliding a good distance before stopping. Crack. The long sword in Urza's hand broke. What? Urza was startled, not expecting her sword to be cut down by her opponent. Oh. The audience cheered as they saw Arthur cut down Urza's weapon right from the start. Arthur said, "I was just saying hello. If you don't go all out, then this match should end." He wanted to spar with Urza, but the person he most wanted to fight was undoubtedly Yoriichi. This was the person he had most wanted to fight since he started learning swordsmanship. He had never felt such urgency. His swordsmanship had not improved for a long time, and he even thought he had reached the limits of swordsmanship. But the appearance of that man shattered his perception. He then realized there were higher levels of swordsmanship. Just observing could not allow him to feel his swordsmanship. Only by truly fighting could he genuinely experience it. Since you've said so, then as you wish. Urza was not a pedantic person. She saw that the skills Arthur used in the C-group battles could almost be classified as magic. Besides, her magic was Requip, the knight, and her positioning was also a magic swordsman, so strictly speaking, it was not against the rules. Requip, Heaven's Will armor. Urza's body emitted a dazzling light. After the light dissipated, a set of adamantine armor appeared on her body. She had 4 steel wings on her back, looking very majestic and cool. Urza is going to show her true strength. When Takashi saw Urza use Requip, he knew she was going to use her true abilities. He had seen her magic in the anime, but had never seen it in reality. What? She actually changed into a set of armor. Requip magic. Requip magic is a relatively common magic that involves summoning and using armor, weapons, or equipment stored in a specific space. Many of the swordsmen participating in this tournament use similar magic. In the kingdom of Fiori, many low-ranking mages use magic swords, which are pretty much the same type. Urza slowly flew up, releasing a large number of swords that shot towards Arthur. Flash of light. Arthur used the move that had cleared the field during the preliminaries. A large number of light swords met the swords shot by Urza. Boom. Boom. The swords from both sides collided and shattered. Heaven's Wheel, circle sword. Several steel swords rapidly rotated in a circle, slashing towards Arthur. Flash sword. Arthur attacked quickly, and in an instant, golden light cut down all the swords. Requip, black wing armor. Urza quickly requipped, changing into a black armor with a pair of bat-like wings on her back. Such fast requip. Everyone in the audience was very surprised to see Urza requip so quickly. Urza quickly swooped down towards Arthur. Black wing, moon flash. Urza rushed in front of Arthur and unleashed a cross slash. Flash, cross slash. Arthur swung a cross of light. Boom. The 2 slashes collided. Requip, flight armor. Urza requipped into new armor that looked like an animal suit, holding 2 short blades. This armor could greatly increase her speed. Sonic Claw. Urza's figure instantly appeared behind Arthur, and she rapidly thrust her twin daggers at him. Flash, thrust. Arthur gripped his sword with both hands and quickly thrust, blocking all of Urza's attacks. The 2 fought fiercely, with neither side gaining an advantage for a time. Clang. The 2 clashed fiercely once, then separated. As expected of someone called the Fairy Queen, your strength is formidable. You are the strongest swordswoman I have ever seen, but it's time to end the battle. Arthur held his sword with both hands in front of his chest, and magic power rapidly gathered into the sword in his hand. Urza immediately stood ready and vigilant. The light on Arthur's sword shot up into the sky, forming a giant golden light sword. Judgment of Light. Arthur roared, and the giant light sword rapidly slashed down towards Urza. Requip, adamantine armor. Adamantine barrier. Urza changed into her strongest defensive armor, holding 2 huge shields. The 2 shields merged, immediately creating a giant green magic barrier. Boom. The giant light sword and the barrier collided, erupting with a terrifying impact. Crack. The barrier seemed unable to withstand the attack and a crack appeared. Bang. The barrier shattered. Boom. The giant light sword struck Urza's shield. Ah! After the powerful force shattered the shield, Urza let out a cry of agony as she was sent flying backward. The sword struck the arena ground, splitting the ground with a huge crack. Urza struggled to get up, and when she looked up, she saw a sword pointed at her. "I surrender." Urza readily conceded. During the battle, she felt that her opponent's swordsmanship far surpassed hers, and if her opponent had used his full power, she might have been defeated much earlier. She disliked the feeling of losing, but the stronger her opponent, the more it ignited her competitive spirit. In this competition, she had witnessed more powerful swordsmanship, and she intended to digest and absorb all of it to become stronger. Arthur put away his sword and said, "You are very strong and very talented. Perhaps in a few years, I won't be able to match you, but that time is certainly not now." After Arthur finished speaking, he turned and left. For him, the battle with Urza was just a warm-up. His true target was that man. Victory has been decided. Winner, Arthur. This battle was spectacular. Urza-san from the kingdom of Fiori used requip magic, demonstrating formidable strength. Her power is undoubtedly that of a 9-star swordsman. For such a young girl to possess the strength of a 9-star swordsman is amazing. Arthur also displayed the demeanor of the kingdom's strongest swordsman. Let us applaud both of them for their magnificent battle. Arthur. 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 Urza is amazing. The audience cheered and applauded for both of them. Next up is the second match of the semi-finals. 9-star swordsman Thunder Sword Clay vs Sword God Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Upon hearing the announcer's words, the atmosphere in the arena immediately exploded. Sword God. Sword God. Sword God. Chapter 26, Clay vs Yoriichi. Everyone in the arena cheered for the Sword God. The number of people cheering for Clay was negligible, their voices drowned out by the wave of shouts for the Sword God. Clay shouted, "Hey! You bastard, don't just give people nicknames." Originally, Clay thought his nickname, Thunder Sword, was quite cool, but compared to the opponent's Sword God, it seemed too petty. Comparing himself to others only made him angry. He usually loved to be in the spotlight, but this guy named Yoriichi had stolen all his thunder. Unforgivable. He had to teach this guy a good lesson. To let these guys know who was the strongest. Now, please welcome both contestants. Takashi and Clay both stepped into the arena. Boom. After Takashi appeared, the venue erupted in cheers once again. Watching everyone cheer for him, a special feeling welled up in Takashi's heart. Is this what it feels like to be a star? No wonder those people fight tooth and nail to become stars, it really does feel good. Clay said, "Hey. Your name is Tsujikuni Yoriichi, right? Your swordsmanship is impressive. But victory isn't just about swordsmanship. If you don't want to lose too badly, surrender early. Once I start, it's very difficult for me to hold back." Takashi looked at Clay and said, "Your talent is good. Thunder magic can greatly enhance your basic abilities, but you can't control yourself, which means your training isn't up to par. Don't get lost in the powerful strength that magic gives you. Hone your swordsmanship properly." Being lectured by Takashi in front of everyone made Clay's face flush. "Don't be so nosy. If you want to lecture me, do it after you've defeated me." Semi-final match 2. 9-star swordsman Thunder Sword Clay vs Sword God Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Now. Begin. Dong. The gong sounded, officially starting the match. Crackle. Clay moved rapidly around Takashi, creating streaks of afterimages around Takashi's body. So fast. Clay's speed was so fast that many afterimages appeared, making it impossible to distinguish his true body. It's here. Clay's thunder clones. Clay is so fast that it creates clones, making it indistinguishable. It's unknown from where Clay will launch his attack. Clay laughed. Did you see that? This is my speed. Speed is power. Transparent world. Takashi activated Transparent World. In an instant, the entire world seemed to slow down. Clay's extremely fast speed became incredibly clear in his eyes. He could even clearly see Clay's blood vessels, the muscles moving on his body, and the fluctuations of his heartbeat. He saw Clay's heart beating rapidly and his body's muscles beginning to change. He knew that the opponent was about to launch an attack, so he tightened his grip on his sword. At this moment, Clay appeared behind Takashi, preparing to attack from his blind spot. Even if Yoriichi reacts quickly, he certainly won't have time to strike. It's over. Clay rushed towards Takashi, but just as he was about to approach, he felt a great terror. All the hairs on his body trembled, and his body instinctively stopped dead in its tracks, rapidly retreating, and finally, his entire body even pressed against the inner wall of the arena. Ah! Why did Clay retreat? Yeah. Wasn't that a good time to attack? Why did he retreat? Was he scared away by just a glance from the opponent? The audience was utterly bewildered by this scene. Urza and Arthur also didn't understand what had happened. Clay, however, was covered in cold sweat and full of terror. The moment he was about to make his move, he felt a great terror. If he had acted then, he might have died. That's right. He would have died. In fact, he even felt as if he had already died once. He seemed to have just seen his own neck being severed, an incredibly real image, and a lingering sensation of pain at his neck. What kind of monster are you? Clay frantically shouted at Takashi. This left everyone present a bit confused, not knowing what madness had seized Clay. The opponent was clearly standing there, doing nothing. But the panic-stricken expression on Clay's face didn't seem fake at all. Could it be that something they didn't know about had happened just now? Such keen intuition. Takashi praised. The moment Clay was about to attack him, several ways to deal with it flashed through Takashi's mind. The simplest and most habitual was to cut off the opponent's neck. After all, besides being exposed to sunlight, the only way to kill a demon is to cut off their neck. As a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yorichi's swordsmanship was almost entirely related to slaying demons. The killing intent generated by a single glance almost terrified Clay out of his wits. However, Clay was a 9-star swordsman after all. Having experienced countless battles, he quickly regained his composure. But the calmer he became, the more he felt the terror of the men in front of him. He was merely standing there, seemingly full of openings, but when he imagined how to attack in his mind, a glance from Takashi once again made him experience the illusion of his neck being severed. Once, twice, thrice. Clay tried several times in his mind, but each time his neck was severed by a single move. This constant beheading made Clay want to go crazy. Was this bastard a pervert with some special fetish? Why did he always cut his neck? Couldn't he cut his arms or legs or something? At this moment, everyone in the audience was bewildered. They couldn't understand what was happening in the arena. Weren't these two supposed to decide the victor? Why was one standing still while the other was scurrying around? And Clay's gaze at Takashi was as if he had seen some terrifying monster. Soon, the commentator provided an explanation. Perhaps everyone doesn't quite understand the current situation. Clay was just about to attack, but he was stopped by Yorichi's gaze. Clay wanted to find a weakness in Yoriichi. But every time he was about to strike, he was seen through by Yoriichi, who prepared to counterattack. Yoriichi is impeccable. In the ideological confrontation, Clay was defeated every time, which is why he is scurrying around. In a clash between masters, a single glance often determines victory. Hearing the commentator's words, everyone suddenly understood. So that's what happened. You bastard. I don't need you to explain. Clay shouted at the commentator, somewhat exasperated. Chapter 27, The Finals. After Clay finished shouting, he looked at Takashi. He knew he couldn't go on like this, or his reputation as the 9-star swordsman, Thunder Sword Clay, would be ruined. He might even be called Clay the Runaway Master. If he heard a title like that, he'd definitely want to die. You head-chopping pervert, let's have a decisive battle. Boom. A powerful surge of magic power erupted from Clay's body. Crack. Crack. Blue-white lightning crackled around his body, shattering the ground around him. Clay assumed a drawing sword stance. Ah! Clay roared loudly, continuously releasing the magic power from his body. He knew that competing in swordsmanship with the monster opposite him was pure suicide. The only way for him to win was to use his strongest move at the fastest speed to defeat his opponent in one strike. He only had one chance to strike. If he couldn't defeat his opponent in one go, then he would be the one to lose. He was going to bet everything on this single attack. It's here. Clay's ultimate technique. He once used this move to kill a 9-star magical creature in one strike. Is this move going to appear again? Thunder roar, instant flash. Boom. The ground beneath Clay's feet exploded, and he shot towards Takashi like a bolt of lightning. Sun-breathing, fourth form, fake rainbow. Clay rushed in front of Takashi. When he saw that Takashi was still standing still, he felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement. I win. Whoosh. Clay's sword sliced through Takashi's body, but he felt no sensation of hitting anything solid. His heart sank. Damn it. It's an illusion. He himself was skilled in illusionary combat, so he immediately guessed that he hadn't struck Takashi's true body. Where is he? Clay quickly scanned Takashi's previous position, but after looking around, he couldn't find any trace of him. Suddenly, from above his head, Takashi's emotionless voice sounded. Sun breathing, fifth form, fire wheel. Takashi's body, like a swirling inferno, rapidly descended from the sky. That fiery vortex was a high-speed, spinning fiery slash. Boom. The ground exploded. Ah! Clay let out a pained shriek, his clothes torn to shreds, and he was sent flying backward, landing motionless on the ground. The victor has been decided. Winner, Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Amazing. Truly amazing. He defeated Clay in one strike. As expected of the Sword God. Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Sword God. Sword God. Sword God. The audience all cheered excitedly. 9-star swordsmen had always represented the highest standard for swordsmen, and everyone thought that they had already reached the peak of swordsmanship. However, Yoriichi had shattered their understanding of swordsmanship. It turned out that swordsmanship could reach such a high level. So strong. Urza looked at Takashi, her eyes shining. She had never imagined that someone's swordsmanship could be so profound. Just watching from a distance, she felt she had benefited greatly. If she could fight him, how much would her swordsmanship improve? At this moment, she intensely desired to battle him. Arthur clenched his fists without speaking. He was also incredibly excited. He needed to adjust his mindset to prepare for the battle against this man. He could feel that as long as he could defeat this opponent, his swordsmanship and strength would enter a new level. Next, we will enter the finals. The match will be held in 1 hour. During this time, please welcome our lovely sword babies for a wonderful performance. A group of beautiful young women, dressed in slightly revealing outfits, took the stage and performed a fiery hot dance. Takashi returned to the lounge to revert from his transformation and rest properly. Phew. This money is not easy to earn. Fortunately, it wasn't continuous combat, or he would have been exposed. The magic power consumption while activating Yoriichi's form was very low when he wasn't fighting, but once he started, magic power vanished at an astonishing rate. His magic power was still too low. Clay's sudden burst of strength was very terrifying, and his strength even surpassed Urza's. Fortunately, Yoriichi was strong enough. Otherwise, it would have been really difficult to take Clay down. This world had many hidden masters, he still needed to keep spinning for characters. An hour passed quickly, and Takashi's magic power had almost recovered. Everyone. The thrilling grand finals are finally upon us. Now, please welcome our 2 finalists to the stage. Takashi stepped forward, and Arthur also emerged from the opposite direction. The 2 finalists are Arthur and Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Arthur, needless to say, is the strongest swordsman in our Sobelia kingdom. Tsujikuni Yoriichi, on the other hand, easily defeated 2 9-star swordsmen. His peerless swordsmanship has shown us that there are always people better than you. We wonder which of these 2 swordsmen will earn the title of the strongest swordsman in the world, and what kind of spectacular and brilliant battle these 2 will bring us. Let us all wait and see. Oh. Sword God. Sword God. Sword God. Arthur. 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 The audience in the stands all frantically shouted their names, while high-star swordsmen focused all their attention, preparing to watch the upcoming battle. Just watching a duel between the top swordsmen would allow them to benefit greatly. If they were lucky enough to comprehend 1 or 2 things, they might even be able to break through and reach the 9-star level, which was a huge opportunity for them. Grand Finals. 9-star swordsman, light swordsman, Arthur vs. Sword God, Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Now. Begin. Dong. The gong struck, signaling the official start of the grand finals. Flash of light. The moment the gong sounded, Arthur unleashed a super wide-range attack, with countless light swords shooting towards Takashi. Arthur didn't say any unnecessary words. Speaking at this moment would only make his momentum seem weaker. Only absolute conviction could allow him to unleash his full strength. Sun breathing, 6th form, burning bones, summer sun. Takashi swung his sword, releasing a swirling flame slash. The spiral slash shredded all the light swords. Flash, cross slash. Arthur unleashed a luminous cross-slash. Sun breathing, 12th form, flame dance. Takashi consecutively released 2 semicircular linked attacks, crossing each other to meet the incoming attack head-on. Boom. Chapter 28, Arthur vs. Takashi. The 2 slashes collided, unleashing a terrifying impact that shattered the surrounding ground. Flash, pierce. Arthur stomped his foot, swiftly charging towards Takashi, raising his sword, and thrusting it towards him. Sun breathing, 7th form, sunflower thrust. Flames enveloped Takashi as he raised his sword with both hands, launching a fierce thrust. Clang. The tips of their swords met, a clash of light and flames. Boom. The ground beneath their feet and all around them exploded, the shockwave rapidly spreading outwards. Flash sword. Arthur's sword moved as swiftly as light. Takashi swung his blade, blocking all of Arthur's attacks. Sun breathing, 8th form, solar heat haze. Takashi's blade tip wavered like a heat haze. Arthur immediately retreated to dodge, and just as he thought he had evaded and was about to counterattack. Suddenly, his expression changed. The seemingly short blade suddenly appeared to lengthen, and he no longer had time to dodge. Buffed. A wound was cut into Arthur's body. Arthur quickly swung his sword in a horizontal sweep. Sun breathing, 9th form, setting sun transformation. Takashi leaped and spun, dodging Arthur's attack while simultaneously delivering a horizontal slash with his blade. Such an unexpected attack made Arthur break out in a cold sweat. He quickly ducked, and the long blade sliced just above his head, taking a strand of his hair. Before Arthur could react, Takashi's next attack arrived. Sun breathing, 6th form, burning bones, summer sun. The spinning slash directly struck Arthur. Ah! Arthur cried out in pain, his entire body sent flying by the slash. Boom. He crashed into the inner wall, shattering it. Arthur has been sent flying by Yoriichi. Is the battle about to end here? Arthur struggled to his feet. Not yet. Arthur has risen again. Erihir said, as expected of you. I originally wanted to engage in close combat to determine a victor with you, but it seems I was overestimating myself. Facing Takashi directly, he finally understood why Clay had been scurrying around like a startled rabbit. Before each of Takashi's moves, he seemed to see illusions of himself being killed. He relied on his strong willpower to avoid being disturbed by these illusions. He even used the illusions to predict the opponent's attack methods in advance. But he found that he was still somewhat overestimating himself. He thought he was competing against Yoriichi with his own strength, but Yoriichi's previous attacks seemed to be telling him just how vast the gap between them truly was. Takashi said nothing. To be honest, the moment Arthur got close, he had the opportunity to instantly kill him. However, doing so would be a bit disrespectful. He was, after all, the strongest swordsman in the Sobelia kingdom. If he were to eliminate him so easily, it would be a bit rude to the host. Arthur's swordsmanship was not weak, but his was stronger. But I want to see what the true gap between you and me is. Arthur held his sword with both hands in front of his chest, and magic power rapidly gathered into the blade. The light from the sword soared into the sky, forming a giant golden light sword, the same move he had used against Urza. However, this time Arthur had clearly condensed even stronger magic power. Takashi greatly disliked people who went all out like this. What was supposed to be a sword-fighting competition ultimately turned into a magic competition. The wind-up for Arthur's move was too long. That amount of time was enough for him to kill Arthur several times over. Even if he didn't kill Arthur, he could easily dodge. But he couldn't do that. Interrupting at this point would be a bit undignified. He couldn't attack, and he couldn't dodge, so the only option was to meet it head-on. Takashi infused magic power into his sword. But just as he infused it, a strange sensation arose in his mind. Looking at the magic power flowing into the sword in his hand through transparent world, combined with his body's sensation of magic power, it felt as if he was experiencing magic for the first time. His brain became incredibly active, and countless thoughts and insights surged through his mind. Takashi wasn't sure what this feeling was, but he could sense that this was definitely a huge opportunity for him. If he missed this opportunity, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. He chose to forget everything, immersing himself wholeheartedly. Arthur had finished charging at this point. A giant golden light sword, tens of meters long, formed from energy, stood in the arena, like a legendary holy sword. Arthur saw that his opponent was in a daze and didn't know what he was doing or why he wasn't assuming a fighting stance. Whether he intended to dodge or clash head-on, there should have been some indication. But he just stood there motionless. However, at this moment, he didn't have time to ponder what he intended to do. His move was fully charged, and he had to attack. Judgment of Light. Holding his sword with both hands, he roared and swung it downwards. The giant light sword, like a divine weapon, cleaved down towards Takashi as Arthur swung his sword. Takashi seemed to have no time to react, or perhaps he forgot to react, or perhaps he was oblivious. He neither dodged nor charged to defend, merely standing still. Only when the sword was about to strike him did his body instinctively and slowly raise his sword to block. But how could a single sword possibly block such an attack? When Arthur had attacked Urza had deployed a magic barrier, but the barrier was torn apart, and even her shield and armor were shattered. This time, Arthur's attack was clearly more powerful than the one he had used against Urza. Everyone thought Takashi was finished this time. They couldn't bear to watch him be sliced in half by a single sword. Then, bang. A crisp sound rang out, followed by a scene that shocked, awed, and left everyone in disbelief. The blade of the golden giant sword met Takashi's blade. The scene everyone expected, where Takashi's blade would be easily shattered, did not occur. Instead, Arthur's golden giant sword simply broke. That's right. It just broke, as if cut by something incredibly sharp. Immediately after, the golden sword dissipated into points of light. Chapter 29, The Strongest Swordsman, Yoriichi. How is this possible? It broke. Arthur's judgment of light was actually cut down. What in the world is going on here? The commentator was stunned at this moment, stuttering his words, unable to comprehend the situation. Arthur's judgment of light was his ultimate move, always successful, and its power, while not world-destroying, was terrifyingly immense. He had never seen anyone able to withstand this attack until now. What exactly happened? Urza was also unsure what was going on. As someone who had personally faced this attack, she had a lot to say. She had tried her best but couldn't withstand it. Its offensive power was simply too terrifying. Even with her strongest defensive armor, she couldn't block that attack. Yet, this man named Tsujikuni Yoriichi actually blocked it with just a sword, and even cut it down. This was beyond her comprehension. This monster. Clay stared at Takashi in the arena. To outsiders, he appeared to have been instantly defeated, but little did they know how many times he had probed him. This guy was a complete, genuine, super monster. How could such a monster not withstand Arthur's attack? But his effortless cutting down of Arthur's strongest move startled him. At this moment, Takashi slowly regained consciousness. Although only an instant had passed, he felt as if he had experienced an hour. This must be enlightenment, right? At this point, magic flowed incredibly smoothly when Takashi used it, reaching a very high level. Only a talent as monstrous as Tsujikuni Yoriichi's could allow him to achieve enlightenment and quickly master this power the moment he first touched magic. Now, it seemed that his previous way of using magic was like child's play, not even truly utilizing it. Just now, by rearranging the magic power and concentrating it on the blade, he achieved astonishing destructive power. Takashi looked at Arthur, raised his sword with one hand, and then casually swung it downwards. Swish. A slash erupted from Takashi's blade. The slash streaked past Arthur, who had no time to react. Crack. The massive arena was cut with a perfectly even incision, as if it had been sliced through like tofu. Everyone who witnessed this scene was terrified. The commentator's microphone even fell from his hand. They all stared in horror at the giant cut, and the entire venue fell silent. What is this? Takashi's attack seemed silent, but the destruction it caused was real. Many people present could damage the arena walls. But to cut the arena wall so evenly, like tofu, without causing much damage to the surroundings, that was beyond explanation. Arthur stared blankly at the even cut, his expression a mix of shock and bewilderment. He had originally thought his swordsmanship was only slightly inferior to his opponent's, but now he realized it wasn't just a little, but a world of difference. Takashi sheathed his sword and stood, saying faintly, "You do not know swordsmanship. Your vision is too low." Everyone was shaken by Takashi's overbearing words. They were too domineering, yet among the top swordsmen of the entire Sobelia kingdom gathered there, not a single person spoke to refute him. No refutation meant acceptance. Arthur's pupils constricted, and then he sank to his knees weakly on the ground. I lost. The victor has been decided. Winner, Tsujikuni Yoriichi. The world's strongest swordsman tournament, the winner is Tsujikuni Yoriichi. The strongest swordsman on Ishgar continent. Tsujikuni Yoriichi, truly deserving of the title. Sword God. Sword God. Sword God. The audience in the stands cheered. Most people might not have understood how profound Takashi's swordsmanship was. They only knew that he was incredibly strong, so much so that even the strongest 9-star swordsman seemed like a child just learning to wield a sword in front of him. But 7-star, 8-star, and 9-star swordsmen could see some things. The swordsmanship Takashi displayed was out of this world. These people listened to the crowd in the stands cheering Takashi's title, and the thought couldn't help but pop into their minds. Is this man truly a sword god? They couldn't imagine who else, besides a sword god, could possess such terrifying swordsmanship. In the royal palace. Bang. Reno excitedly slammed his hand on the table in front of him, shattering it. As the strongest 9-star swordsman of the previous generation, he knew what Takashi's sword strike represented. He remained in shock for a long time, unable to recover. Regarding Takashi's final words, many might have thought they were exaggerated, but he felt no exaggeration at all. Between him and Arthur, there was an insurmountable chasm. This was a level he could never reach, no matter how long he diligently trained. If he were a bit younger, no matter the cost, he would definitely take this man as his master. It was a pity that he was now old, and his physical functions were declining. It was truly regrettable. But to be able to witness such swordsmanship in his lifetime was incredibly fortunate. As long as he could invite this person to join the expedition against the dragon, then success was guaranteed. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Report. Urgent matter. A soldier rushed in, his face full of panic. Reno asked, "What's the matter? Why are you so flustered?" Reporting, Your Majesty. According to scout reports, there's unusual activity in the forest of magical creatures. At least 100,000 magical creatures are surging towards the city. What? At this very moment. Reno's face instantly changed upon hearing this. He hadn't expected such a thing to happen at this time. 100,000 magical creatures was a lot. If not handled carefully, the entire city was in danger of being destroyed. He quickly calmed down and assigned tasks. Minister. Immediately summon all soldiers to level 1 alert. Arrange for the city's populace to take refuge in the arena, and at the same time, recruit all swordsmen in the city to participate in the battle. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 30, 100,000 Magical Creatures. The award ceremony is about to begin. Please welcome the winner, Yoriichi-san, to the stage. Takashi stood on the podium, letting out a long sigh of relief. It's finally over. He felt a bit excited as he was finally going to get his money. 20 million jewels was equivalent to $200,000. In his previous world, he wouldn't even have dared to dream of earning so much money at once. Yoriichi-san, it was only after meeting you that I truly understood the meaning of, there's always someone better. Thanks to you, I've found my direction forward. Arthur said, looking at Takashi with an expression of adoration. After Takashi unleashed that one sword strike, he had become his fan. Takashi nodded. Your talent is excellent, both in magic power and swordsmanship. As long as you train diligently, I believe your strength will advance further in just a few years. Just then, a person with a somewhat panicked expression rushed to the commentary desk and whispered something to the commentator. The commentator was greatly surprised. What? Such a thing has actually happened. Then, he immediately picked up the microphone and announced, I apologize, citizens. The award ceremony may have to be postponed. According to the latest intel, at least 100,000 magical creatures from the forest of magical creatures are surging towards us. His Majesty has ordered the army to enter a state of first-level alert. All citizens are now requested to evacuate to the arena. Those who are here should not leave. Besides being an arena, this place also serves as the city's shelter. A barrier can be activated to defend against the magical creatures' attacks. At the same time, His Majesty has also summoned all swordsmen in the city to participate in confronting this attack. What? 100,000? That number is too high. Many citizens were startled to hear the news. 100,000 was close to 1/10 of the total number of magical creatures in the forest of magical creatures, wasn't it? They had never heard of so many magical creatures attacking the city before. Those magical creatures aren't staying quietly in the forest, they actually dare to rush out. Then we'll make sure they never return. Brothers. The time has come for us to advance to higher-ranking swordsmen. That's right. Many swordsmen, upon hearing of the attack, all shouted indignantly. These swordsmen inherently exist to kill magical creatures. Magical creatures themselves hold high value, and from the moment they had become swordsmen, they engaged in battles with them. Takashi's expression suddenly froze. I'm about to collect my money, and suddenly there's a monster attack. Can't they wait a few more minutes until I've got my money before coming? Arthur looked at Takashi. Yorichi-san, you'll definitely participate, won't you? Takashi nodded with a cold expression. Arthur rejoiced, that's wonderful. I'll get to see you display your swordsmanship again. Takashi said, I will act, but it also depends on the situation. If you encounter any magical creatures that you cannot deal with, I will step in then. Arthur nodded. Of course. Takashi nodded and then walked away. At this time, many swordsmen were rushing towards outside the city. After confirming that no one was following him, Takashi found an empty corner, dispelled his transformation, and returned to his original appearance. He immediately felt as if he had gone from a peerless genius back to an idiot. The disparity in talent was simply too obvious. Ha! How unlucky. I didn't expect such a large-scale attack to happen at this moment. I can only wait until this event passes before collecting the award. Citizens. The magical creatures are here. Please proceed immediately to the arena for shelter. I repeat. Citizens. The magical creatures are here. Please proceed immediately to the arena for shelter. Piercing alarm sounds echoed throughout the entire city. Many citizens who had not gone to the arena to watch the competition all quickly headed to the arena. A short while later, Urza returned to the inn. Takashi. Magical creatures are here, let's go participate in the battle too. Okay. Takashi nodded. Logically, they didn't actually need to participate in this battle, but Urza's sense of justice wouldn't allow her to stand by and do nothing. Furthermore, they had already accepted a commission, and if something happened to the client, it would be their responsibility. For Takashi, the reason was even simpler, he hadn't collected his money yet, and the mission wasn't complete yet. The two quickly headed towards the city wall. At this moment, the city walls were already packed with people. As expected of a nation of swordsmen, there are so many swordsmen. Urza was very surprised to see so many swordsmen. Fairy Tail only had a little over 100 people in total, while the number of swordsmen present had already exceeded 10,000. Indeed. Takashi was also seeing such a grand spectacle for the first time and was somewhat shocked. Soon, they arrived beside the king. You two have come as well. Reno was very pleased to see Takashi and Urza. Although Urza had lost to Arthur, Arthur was the strongest swordsman in the kingdom of Sobelia. Urza's strength was undoubtedly at the 9-star swordsman level. He was unsure of Takashi's strength, but the terrifying destruction marks in the newspaper indicated that his strength was also undoubtedly 9-star level. The entire kingdom of Sobelia, including those in seclusion, had no more than 10 9-star swordsmen in total. Having these two powerful helpers would undoubtedly increase the chances of success for his plan. Urza asked, Your Majesty, what's happening with this attack? Reno explained, the reason behind this incident is uncertain. But similar incidents generally happen 1 or 2 times every year. The main reason is, powerful magical creatures in the forest driving away weaker ones. The weaker magical creatures flee, gradually forming a large group. In small cases, their numbers range from dozens to hundreds, while large groups can number in the thousands. But one with over 100,000 magical creatures. This is the first time I've encountered one in my life. Reno said with a serious expression, so I suspect it might be related to Alasam. Alasam. Takashi and Urza's expressions both became solemn. Dragons, no matter which world they were in, were creatures at the top of the food chain. This was even more so in the fairy tale world. Even the weakest dragons were not something humans could contend with. Reno nodded. That's right. Alasam's power is very terrifying. I suspect it's controlling powerful magical creatures to drive away these weaker ones, thereby triggering such a large-scale attack. Reno looked at Urza and asked, Urza-san, have you seen Yorichi-san? Takashi's heart skipped a beat, wondering if his cover was blown. Urza, however, shook her head. She had wanted to speak with Yoriichi earlier, but this incident happened before she had the chance. Reno said, I wonder if he would be willing to join us in subduing Alasam. He is undoubtedly the best candidate to wield the sword. Takashi's lips twitched. If the king knew that he was Yoriichi, he wondered if his jaw would drop. Just then. Rumble. A roar sounded, followed by the entire ground beginning to shake violently. Everyone's nerves immediately tensed, and all eyes turned towards the distant forest. They're here. Chapter 31, Where is Yoriichi? Soon, the sound of footsteps grew louder, and everyone's hearts tightened, as it was their first time facing such a large number of magical creatures. Roar. Accompanied by the magical creatures' roars, countless of them sprang from the forest, rushing towards the city wall. So many. All the swordsmen were startled by the sheer scale of the magical creatures. Attack. As the command was given, the soldiers standing on the city wall ignited the cannons. Bang. Bang. Boom. Boom. A large number of cannonballs shot towards the monsters, exploding in their midst. A large number of magical creatures were blown away, with only a small portion reaching the base of the city wall. Move. The swordsmen at the base of the city wall, seeing these monsters, immediately charged forward to fight them. Continue. The soldiers on the city wall continued to load cannonballs, firing them at the distant monster horde, clearing the area below the wall and leaving it to the army and swordsmen to deal with. Looking at the scene before him, Takashi felt incredibly shocked. Is this war? It was his first time experiencing it firsthand, and for someone who had grown up in an era of peace, it was overly stimulating. Suddenly. Oh! A strange cry rang out, and a giant magical creature, 7 or 8 meters tall, emerged from the forest. It looked like a monkey, yet also like an ape, covered in red fur, with a single horn on its forehead. Oh no! It's the 9-star magical creature, Unicorn Blood Ape. Seeing this gigantic monster, many people exclaimed in surprise. 9-star magical creatures could generally only be barely dealt with by 9-star swordsmen. 8-star swordsmen going up against them was practically suicide. Blood-colored energy gathered at the tip of the Unicorn Blood Ape's horn. Damn it. It's about to attack. Whoosh. A beam of blood-colored energy shot towards the swordsman below the city wall. Blaze slash. A fiery slash met the energy beam. Boom. The two streams of energy collided, erupting in a violent impact. A young man walked out with a sword and said, "I'll deal with it." It's the 9-star swordsman, Flame Sword Alan. Takashi was momentarily stunned when he saw him. Wasn't this the unlucky fellow he had instantly defeated during the preliminaries? Hiss. Accompanied by a spine-chilling sound, a colossal 9-headed serpent slithered out of the forest. Another one. It's the 9-star magical creature, 9-headed serpent. I'll deal with it. Crack. A bolt of lightning streaked through the crowd, heading straight for the 9-headed serpent and engaging it in battle. It's 9-star swordsman, Thunder Sword, Clay. It was another unfortunate soul defeated by Takashi. However, Takashi had held back at that time, so neither Alan nor Clay had suffered more than minor scratches and both retained their peak combat strength. Roar. With a sky-shattering roar, a lion with huge wings on its back flew out of the forest, soaring towards the top of the city wall from the air. It's the 9-star magical creature, Chimera Lion. Flash, cross slash. A cross-shaped light slash shot straight at the lion in the sky. Bang. The Chimera Lion was knocked out of the sky by the cross slash. Everyone immediately recognized this signature attack. Arthur. Arthur plunged his sword into the ground, looking at the Chimera Lion and saying, "Don't even think about getting through here." However, very quickly, the Chimera Lion shook its head and stood up, seemingly unharmed. Roar. The Chimera Lion roared at Arthur, the powerful sound waves tearing up the surrounding ground. Some weaker magical creatures were even stunned unconscious by the shockwave. Many on the human side also painfully covered their ears. Flash sword. It wasn't until Arthur charged forward and forced the Chimera Lion to stop roaring that things got better. Why are there so many 9-star magical creatures this time? Right. In previous ones, even if there was a 9-star magical creature, it was at most 1. Now, 3 have appeared. Could it be that this attack wasn't caused by a 9-star magical creature? In the past, such attacks were mostly caused by 9-star magical creatures by forcing the weaker magical creatures to attack the city. But this time seemed different. 3 9-star magical creatures had appeared together, implying even more terrifying monsters might be behind them. A whoa. A tall, giant wolf with silver fur charged out of the forest. Oh no. It's the 9-star magical creature, Silver Moon Wolf. Urza's expression was solemn as she said, Takashi, protect the king. I'll deal with this guy. Requip, Blackwing Armor. After Urza finished speaking, without waiting for Takashi's reply, she quickly completed her requip and flew down from the city wall. With 3 9-star swordsmen dealing with 3 9-star magical creatures, if this giant wolf were to break into the human ranks, it would definitely cause incalculable casualties, so she chose to act. That's great. It's Urza-san. Urza was now a renowned figure in Sword City. Everyone who had watched the competition recognized this highly skilled and beautiful swordswoman. But just as Urza engaged with the Silver Moon Wolf, one gigantic monster after another emerged from the forest, causing faces on the human side to immediately turn pale. Mammoth King. Dark Panther. Hellfire Tiger. 3-headed Frost Bird. Earth Tyrant Bear. How could this be? Why are all these overlords of the forest of magical creatures gathered here? 9 9-star magical creatures. Do they want to destroy this country? Almost everyone panicked at this sight. Even Reno, who had always appeared calm, now had a drastically changed expression, with sweat pouring down his forehead. He had expected the dragon's counterattack to be fierce, but he had never imagined it would send out 9 9-star magical creatures. Currently, in this city, counting himself, there were only 5 9-star swordsmen. Of course, if Takashi was also counted, that would be 6. That still left 3 people short. 3 9-star magical creatures were capable of destroying the entire city. Unless that one stepped in. Reno quickly asked, where is Yoriichi-san? Now, only Yoriichi could save this country. Everyone around shook their heads, no one had seen Yoriichi. It seemed that ever since the tournament ended, he had disappeared. At this moment, Takashi, seeing so many powerful monsters appear, knew that he couldn't slack off anymore. If this country was destroyed, who would he collect his money from? His prize money hadn't been redeemed yet. Let me handle it. Chapter 32, Slaying the 3-headed Frost Bird. I'll handle these guys. Everyone looked at Takashi. Takashi-san, you. Reno looked at Takashi with some surprise. There was too little information about him, but Reno's impression was that Takashi was at most an S-class mage, comparable to a 9-star swordsman. During this quest, Urza was the primary leader. Now, Takashi was actually saying he would deal with 5 9-star magical creatures, which was hard to believe. Takashi looked at Reno and said, I can deal with 5 9-star magical creatures, but I might not be able to participate in the subsequent battle. Not only will I be unable to protect you, but I might even need you to protect me. At that time, my combat power might be even less than a small soldier's. Seeing that Takashi seemed serious, Reno immediately patted his chest and guaranteed, don't worry. After you defeat the 9-star magical creatures, I will protect your safety even if it costs me my life. The other 4 magical creatures would be dealt with by the other 4 9-star swordsmen. The most troublesome ones were these 5. He didn't know what powerful move Takashi had to eliminate them, but it seemed it would come at a great cost. Even if he couldn't eliminate all 5 9-star magical creatures, as long as 2 or 3 were eliminated, with the kingdom of Sobelia's strength, they would surely secure victory. Takashi nodded, then stepped to the edge of the city wall. Full takeover. Ulquiorra cipher. As Takashi spoke, his body began to change. After Takashi's transformation, Reno immediately felt a powerful pressure emanating from him. So strong. Seeing Takashi in this form, Reno understood why Takashi could undertake S-class quests with Urza. He knew Takashi's magic was takeover magic, but he hadn't expected such a significant difference between his pre- and post-transformation states. In his normal state, Takashi appeared unremarkable, at most a handsome young man. But after transforming, this oppressive feeling was in no way weaker than that of the 9-star magical creatures. But could this truly defeat 5 9-star magical creatures? Takashi's transformation did not stop. He knew he could handle 1 or 2 9-star magical creatures without much trouble, but 5 was somewhat beyond his current capability. If these 5 broke through, the destruction caused would be immeasurable. Takashi slowly drew his sword, chanting softly, enclose. Murcielago. Zoom. A black Ryatsu shot straight into the sky. The clear, cloudless sky instantly became overcast, and the entire world darkened. Immediately after, a large amount of black raindrops fell from the sky. This commotion instantly attracted the attention of both the humans and the magical creatures. Black rain. Everyone was very confused to see the black rain. The black downpour struck their faces and bodies, but there was no wet sensation. The black rainwater dispersed upon contact. No, this isn't real rain, this is liquefied magic power. Soon, the anomaly disappeared, and the sky returned to normal. Takashi's appearance changed once again at this moment. His clothes became a white, long, one-piece robe, he wore a white helmet with 2 horns, his black hair grew longer, the tear marks on his face became deeper, and most conspicuously, a pair of huge, black, bat-like wings, resembling a demon's, appeared behind him. This form was Ulquiorra's state after his first resurrection. At this moment, a terrifying aura emanated from Takashi. Everyone nearby, including Reno, felt extremely suppressed. Their bodies almost involuntarily trembled, as if facing a terrifying monster. Is this Takashi? Urza looked at Takashi's current appearance with some uncertainty. It was her first time seeing Takashi use takeover magic. Takashi didn't waste any words. The time he could maintain this state was extremely short. For his bonus and for the quest, he had to eliminate all 5 9-star magical creatures within this time. Chirp chirp. The 3-headed frostbird let out a cry, spread its wings, and flew towards the city wall. As it flew, the cold air it spewed from its mouth froze everything it touched. Oh. Hell. Many swordsmen, seeing this, scattered in terror, but their escape speed could not match the speed of the cold air, and in an instant, they were enveloped by the cold air and frozen into ice sculptures. Takashi looked at the flying 3-headed frostbird and said faintly, "Let's start with you. Luz de la Luna." Whoosh. Takashi opened his right hand, and a javelin emitting a cyan light appeared in his hand. He stepped forward with his left foot, adopting a throwing posture. Go. The next second, he threw the javelin in his hand at the 3-headed frostbird. Whoosh. The green javelin shot towards the 3-headed frostbird at extreme speed. The 3-headed frostbird's 3 heads and 6 eyes could observe all directions. No movement could escape its gaze. Takashi's actions naturally couldn't escape its eyes. It immediately opened its large mouth, spewing a breath of cold air, intending to freeze the javelin. But it underestimated the attack too much. Bang. The javelin passed through the cold air. Buffed. Then, it proceeded to pierce through the 3-headed frostbird's body. Chirp. The 3-headed frostbird's 3 heads opened their 3 large mouths and wailed in pain simultaneously. This wail made everyone feel a tremor in their hearts. Takashi softly chanted, "Explode." Boom. The energy javelin instantly detonated. A terrifying explosion erupted in midair, emitting a blue spherical light that rapidly spread outwards. Both humans and the magical creatures below all lost their footing. Many of them were even sent flying by this impact. Even those on the city wall had to exert all their strength to steady themselves. After a while, the impact of the explosion subsided, and the 3-headed frostbird was no longer visible in the sky. On the ground, 3 heads, not yet completely pulverized, appeared. The 3-headed frostbird is dead. Chapter 33, Takashi vs multiple 9-star magical creatures. How is this possible? That's a 9-star magical creature. Everyone was terrified. 9-star magical creatures are known as the strongest magical creatures in the forest of magical creatures. Each one is a regional overlord. Although 9-star swordsmen have killed 9-star magical creatures, those were battles where they barely survived. Who is he? Clay was incredibly shocked to see Takashi kill the 3-headed frostbird with a single move. It was one thing to have a monster like Yoriichi before, but now there seemed to be another one. How could there be so many monsters in this world? I don't know. Many people present didn't know who Takashi was, they had never seen him before. I know. He is Takashi-san, Urza-san's companion. The person speaking was the guard who had questioned Takashi and Urza at the city gate yesterday. After witnessing Urza kill a 5-star blazing boar yesterday, he was very impressed by the two of them. Today, he saw Urza's splendid performance in the tournament through the live broadcast and had now become her fanboy. He even remembered Takashi, her companion. Urza's companion. Then he must be a mage from Fairy Tail. Now that Urza had gained fame in the tournament, some information about her had become known to everyone. She was a mage from the Mage Guild Fairy Tail in the Kingdom of Fiori. This is great. Reno was incredibly excited at this moment. Out of 9 9-star magical creatures, now only 8 remained. There was a chance of victory. The 9-star magical creatures on the battlefield looked at Takashi warily. The higher the level of the magical creature, the higher its intelligence. Then, Takashi's body fell freely towards the bottom of the city wall. Swish. He spread his wings and rapidly charged towards the Hellfire Tiger closest to him. Seeing Takashi charging towards him, the Hellfire Tiger roared in anger. Roar. While roaring, violent flames rose around its body. Swish. Another energy javelin appeared in Takashi's hand, and he thrust it towards the Hellfire Tiger. The Hellfire Tiger opened its mouth and spewed a violent pillar of fire at Takashi, which engulfed his body. Takashi. However, when the Earth Tyrant Bear saw the javelin, a look of terror immediately appeared on its face. Explode. Takashi's indifferent voice sounded. Boom. A terrifying explosion engulfed the Earth Tyrant Bear. Oh whoa. The Earth Tyrant Bear let out a painful shriek. Swish. The Dark Panther appeared behind Takashi, silent as an assassin. It opened its bloody maw and bit down on Takashi. Careful. Takashi quickly turned, his arm bitten by the Dark Panther. It's over. Seeing Takashi's arm bitten, everyone thought his arm was definitely crippled. Takashi asked indifferently, "Has no one ever told you not to eat things casually?" Buzz. Everyone saw a dazzling black light appear between the Dark Panther's fangs. The Dark Panther also felt something was wrong and immediately tried to release its bite and flee. Too late. Ciro Oscuras. Whoosh. A black flash shot out from behind the Dark Panther's head. Boom. The Ciro Oscuras landed in the magical creature horde behind, erupting in a violent explosion. Roar. Many magical creatures were annihilated, and a wide path was cleared. A round hole appeared in the back of the Dark Panther's head, it was deader than dead. At this moment, the Mammoth King charged in front of Takashi. It swung its massive trunk at Takashi. Takashi raised his arm to block. He felt a terrifying force make contact with his arm. Boom. The ground beneath Takashi's feet exploded, and the impact rapidly spread outwards, continuously tearing up the earth. A moment later, the smoke dissipated. Just as everyone thought Takashi had been flattened into a meat paste, the smoke cleared. Takashi still stood in place, his arm steadily blocking the Mammoth King's attack. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. He actually held it off. Chapter 34, Now It's Safe. The Mammoth King is known for its immense strength, especially its trunk, which can easily shatter steel. Takashi actually withstood it with his bare body. Is his body made of steel? The Mammoth King's eyes widened, and its right foot rose high before stomping heavily on the ground. Boom. A terrifying tremor rapidly spread from under the Mammoth King's foot and the ground cracked open. Everyone felt a little unsteady on their feet. Takashi flapped his wings and flew into the air. He pointed his index finger at the Mammoth King, and black energy rapidly gathered in front of his index finger, forming a small black sphere that continuously compressed. Ciro Oscuras. Buzz, whoosh. A beam of black light shot towards the Mammoth King. The Mammoth King's massive, 10-meter-tall body was unable to dodge and could only endure the attack. Roar. Boom. The Ciro Oscuras enveloped the Mammoth King's body, forming a hemispherical light that spread outwards. Everything in its path was destroyed. After the light disappeared, a giant crater appeared, where the Mammoth King lied unconscious. That's great. Takashi-san is amazing. He actually defeated 5 9-star magical creatures by himself. He's too strong. All the soldiers and swordsmen cheered when they saw Takashi defeat 5 9-star magical creatures in such a short time. Without these 5 9-star magical creatures, the pressure on the human side would greatly decrease. So strong. Alan was very shocked. He was at a disadvantage when fighting only 1 9-star magical creature, but the other party had taken down 5 9-star magical creatures in about a minute. He originally thought he was a genius, but today he realized he was a frog in a well. Both Takashi and Yoriichi were the true geniuses. What's going on today? There are too many monsters. Clay was a bit frustrated. Normally, his only rival was Arthur, but today 2 monsters had appeared. Arthur was equally shocked. Takashi's strength was already comparable to the 10 wizard saints, and most importantly, he was incredibly young. Is this Takashi's true strength? Urza finally understood why Takashi was able to complete an S-class quest. With such strength, completing an S-class quest was only natural. Takashi, meanwhile, flapped his wings and quickly flew back onto the city wall. Whoosh! He dispelled his transformation, panting heavily. Takashi-san, are you all right? Reno quickly came over and asked with concern. Takashi waved his hand. I'm fine, it's just that my magic power consumption was too great. I probably won't be able to help with the rest of the battle. Reno said sincerely, don't say that, Takashi-san. You have already made the greatest contribution to this battle. Leave the rest to us. Thanks to Takashi's slaying of all 5 9-star magical creatures, the morale of the human side had been greatly boosted. Under the suppression of artillery fire, the human swordsmen fought with increasing courage. The morale of the magical creature side, however, had greatly decreased. Judgment of Light. Arthur used his ultimate move, severely wounding the 9-star magical creature, Chimera Lion, with a single sword strike. Thunderclap, instant flash. Clay also found an opportunity to unleash his ultimate technique. His body transformed into lightning, weaving between the remaining heads of the Hydra, severing all of them in an instant. Urza's battle with the Silver Moon Wolf also reached its end. Purgatory Shatter. Urza changed into the Purgatory armor, wielding a serrated greatsword. The greatsword struck the Silver Moon Wolf's body fiercely. A whoa. The Silver Moon Wolf let out a painful shriek, finally unable to sustain itself and collapsing to the ground. Only the Unicorn Blood Ape, fighting Alan, remained. Seeing that all the 9-star magical creatures had been defeated, the Unicorn Blood Ape lost its will to fight. After swatting Alan away with one paw, it turned and rushed into the forest without looking back. Seeing that it had fled, the other magical creatures dared not continue and scattered in all directions. Oh! Everyone, seeing that all the magical creatures had fled, raised their weapons and shouted excitedly. We won. 100,000 magical creatures were terrifying, and those 9-star magical creatures were more than enough to destroy a whole nation. If Takashi hadn't suddenly appeared and dealt with 5 9-star magical creatures, this country might have been destroyed. Takashi was the hero who had saved this country. Takashi breathed a sigh of relief at this sight. His bonus seemed to be secured. Suddenly, a spherical object flew out of the forest. Bang! The object crashed into the crowd. Everyone was startled when they saw what it was. Unicorn Blood Ape. This object was the head of the 9-star magical creature, Unicorn Blood Ape, which had just fled. What's going on? Didn't it run away? Who killed it? This is a 9-star magical creature. Just as everyone was wondering what was happening, applause rang out. Clap. Clap. Not bad. You've given me a good show. Along with this voice, a somewhat demonic-looking young man walked out of the forest of magical creatures. This man had long purple hair, wore purple clothes, and his skin was slightly dark. He appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old. A human. Who are you? Did you kill the Unicorn Blood Ape? Arthur stepped forward and questioned him. Although the other party had killed a 9-star magical creature, what he said and his tone made him very uncomfortable. The young man sneered, human. I am not a low-level creature like a human. Don't compare humans to me. As for that little monkey, it disobeyed my orders, so it naturally had to be executed. Urza noticed what he said. Orders? Do you mean these magical creatures attacking the city were all at your command? The young man raised a finger. Bingo. Congratulations. You got it right. Why are you doing this? Why? That's a simple question. Of course, it's for revenge. Revenge? Yes. To repay a certain fellow who sealed me for 400 years. Reno was initially a bit puzzled. It was normal for him, as a king, to have grudges with others, but he didn't remember having a grudge with this person. Upon hearing the young man say, sealed for 400 years, he immediately knew the other party's identity. His expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, be careful. He is the dragon, Alasam. Chapter 35, Alasam's Terrifying Power. Takashi and Urza's expressions changed drastically upon hearing that the person in front of them was a dragon. Alasam was the target of their S-Class quest, now SS-Class quest. How could this be? Shouldn't he still be sealed? Why is he out? Reno was in a panic. According to his plan, after this assembly, he would organize the kingdom's experts to hunt down this dragon, but all of that was based on the premise that the dragon had not yet broken the seal and his strength was greatly diminished. Now, he had actually broken free from the seal and seemed to have been out for some time. If his strength had fully recovered, it would be a catastrophe for the kingdom of Sobelia. Magic Dragon. Alasam. At this moment, almost all the swordsmen below the city wall were somewhat confused. They didn't know the history between Alasam and this kingdom, and weren't dragons mythical creatures. Reno stared intently at the purple-haired youth, his expression grave, and explained, Magic Dragon Alasam, a dragon from 400 years ago. He committed many evil deeds and was later sealed by Sword Saint Noah. I never thought he would break free from the seal now. A dragon. Everyone was startled by Reno's words and nervously looked at the purple-haired youth. Alasam raised an eyebrow and waved a finger back and forth. No, you said one thing wrong. I wasn't sealed by mere humans, don't flatter yourselves. I was sealed by the seal dragon, Celis. That human merely lent a hand. Reno gritted his teeth and said, Alasam, since a dragon sealed you, it should have nothing to do with us. Sword Saint Noah has been dead for hundreds of years, you have no chance to take revenge on him. If before he wanted to strike while the iron was hot, now he was thinking about how to avoid conflict. You're right. I can't take revenge on that guy, but taking revenge on his country is still fine, isn't it? Alasam had a playful expression. Besides, I love eating humans. He licked his lips, his eerie gaze sweeping over everyone. That kind of gaze wasn't looking at people, but at delicious food. Everyone immediately felt a chill and involuntarily shivered. Judgment of Light. Arthur raised his longsword with both hands, powerful magic power emanating from his body and converging towards the longsword, forming a massive golden light sword. Magic Dragon. Die. Arthur roared and swung the sword in his hand down at Alasam with all his might. Alasam stood still, unmoving. The massive light sword struck his head. Boom. Crack. Arthur's attack didn't even leave a mark on the skin on Alasam's head. Instead, the light sword seemed to have hit something hard, and cracks appeared. Then. Bang. The massive light sword shattered. Arthur's pupils constricted, his expression filled with disbelief. What? Everyone around was also in disbelief. He actually withstood Arthur's ultimate skill with his head. Alasam bared his teeth and looked at Arthur playfully. Human, what are you doing? Crackle. Clay was surrounded by dazzling lightning. Thunderclap flash. Boom. Clay burst out with his fastest speed, his blade slashing towards Alasam's neck. Crack. Alasam still didn't move, but the sword in Clay's hand broke. Clay also had a look of disbelief. Re-equip, Heaven's Will armor. Blumenblatt. Urza moved quickly, multiple longswords continuously shooting towards Alasam. Boom. Boom. The powerful impact stirred up a large amount of smoke. How is it? Everyone's gaze was fixed on the smoke. Soon, the smoke dispersed, and Alasam still stood there, unharmed. Clap. Clap. Alasam clapped his hands. Good. Human magic is still so interesting. Your struggling efforts excite me. How is this possible? Why are the attacks of several 9-star swordsmen ineffective against him? Everyone was terrified at this moment. Even the strongest ultimate moves of 9-star swordsmen were ineffective. How could this be? Reno's voice rang out. Because he is a dragon. Dragons are born with impenetrable bodies and extremely strong resistance to human magic. Human magic can hardly harm dragons, which is why in ancient times, any dragon could easily destroy a country. Your Majesty. At this moment, Reno had appeared below the city wall at some point and was walking towards them. Alasam said, Oh. You know quite a lot. Reno said, Alasam, Sword Saint Noah is an ancient person from 400 years ago. His grievances with you have passed. The people of today have no grievances with you. Please be lenient. Alasam bared his teeth and chuckled. It seems you still haven't grasped the main point. I love eating people, and humans are incredibly delicious. Clang. Reno drew his long sword, and flames immediately ignited on the blade. Alasam, if you don't retreat, then I will fight you even if it costs me my life. Even if I can't slay you, I will gravely injure you. Alasam paused when he saw the sword in Reno's hand. Then he threw his head back and burst into boisterous laughter. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Reno asked with a gloomy expression, What are you laughing at? Alasam laughed and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Ha ha ha. I'm laughing at you, ha ha. Do you think a sword made from a dragon lacrima can contend with a dragon? Naive. How incredibly naive. Ha ha ha. Alasam mercilessly mocked Reno. Let alone a sword made from a dragon lacrima, even if a true dragon were to appear, what could it do to me? Reno was not one to be intimidated. Since peaceful negotiation was ineffective, then he only had one option, to fight. Die. He stomped his foot and, holding his long sword, slashed towards Alasam. Alasam simply raised his hand casually. Slap. The long sword struck his palm, which remained unharmed. What? See. Besides a Dragon Slayer mage who has trained Dragon Slayer magic to an extremely high level, or an intermediate or upper level dragon that can pose a threat to me, humans like you, no matter how many, cannot harm me. Crack. Alasam clenched his hand, and the dragon-slaying sword, which Reno had spent a fortune to forge, shattered instantly. How could this be? Reno was in disbelief. He hadn't expected his costly dragon-slaying sword to be nothing but a joke in the eyes of a true dragon. Slap. Alasam grabbed Reno's neck with his hand. Release his majesty. Everyone, seeing Alasam about to attack Reno, immediately rushed forward to stop him. In response, Alasam casually waved his hand, and a massive claw mark slash swept across. All the people who had rushed forward were sent flying. With just one attack, more than half of them lost their fighting capability. Even Urza, Arthur, Clay, and the other 9-star swordsmen were all gravely injured and no longer had the strength to fight. Damn it. Takashi's expression was very grim. He hadn't expected this dragon to have broken its seal. At this point, having already gone through the monster war, almost everyone was without the strength to fight. Even if they had it, facing a dragon, no matter how many people were sent, it would be futile. Now was the time for him to make a decision. He had 2 gold character cards. As long as he recycled one of them, the provided magic power should significantly increase his strength. But which one to give up? In terms of energy level alone, Okuiora was far stronger than Yuriichi, but only those who had seen Yuriichi firsthand knew how terrifying this man was. Most importantly, he was extremely reluctant to give up either of them. These were gold cards. But there was no time left. He had to decide. If the king died, his losses would be even greater. Just as Takashi was about to click recycle, a system notification appeared in his mind. Ding. Detected that host has been transmigrated for 1 month. Granting 1 gacha chance. Proceed with gacha. Takashi was stunned, then quickly realized it was the system's monthly gacha spin. Spin. Although he didn't have Mirajane's blessing right now, the current situation didn't allow him to think that much. The gacha animation appeared on the system panel and a dazzling purple star fell from the sky. Takashi's eyes widened, staring at the system panel in disbelief. Pee-pee purple. It's purple. Chapter 36, Takashi is Yuriichi. The scene continued, and soon, the purple card flipped, and the character drawn appeared before Takashi. It's actually him. The person on the card had deep blue hair, a shark-like face, skin, and sharp teeth, golden pupils, a rogue ninja headband from Kirigakure on his forehead, and wore Akatsuki's signature black cloak with red clouds, with a huge greatsword on his back. Hashigako Kisame. The character Takashi had drawn this time was Kisame, a member of Akatsuki from Naruto. Kisame first appeared as Itachi's partner, and in Naruto, he was considered a villain with a significant role. The strength he displayed was also very formidable. Although he was a villain, he upheld his beliefs from beginning to end. Knowing he couldn't escape, he chose to summon a summoning beast to commit suicide to protect information about Akatsuki, which left a deep impression on Takashi. However, this was not the time for him to recall the plot. Now that he had a purple character card, he didn't need to recycle the more valuable golden character card. Takashi immediately clicked on Kisame's card, then clicked recycle. Ding. Do you want to recycle the rare character card Kisame? Yes. Ding. Recycling successful, gained magic power. Suddenly, Takashi felt a powerful surge of magic power being poured into his body, not only replenishing all the magic power he had previously consumed but also significantly increasing his magic power limit. Even 400 years later, humans are still so weak. But watching you grovel and struggle is really interesting, ha 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 ha. Your Majesty. Many soldiers still wanted to come and save Reno. Reno loudly roared, "Run! Notify all the citizens. Everyone, run now. Don't let a single person remain in this country. Seeing that the carefully crafted dragon-slaying sword was shattered, and even the strongest moves of the 9-star swordsman couldn't break through Alasam's defense, Reno finally realized that the legends about dragons recorded in the kingdom's books were all true. Any dragon could easily wipe out a country. Such a creature was simply not something humans could defeat. So he could only let everyone in the kingdom escape. This country was already finished. Escape. Do you think you can escape? You can try to run. Alasam licked his lips, he was already ready to feast. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Excuse me. Can you put him down? He is my client. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this voice, then looked in the direction it came from, only to see a young man with black hair and black eyes walking over. Takashi-san. Many people immediately recognized Takashi as the strong individual who had just displayed great power, single-handedly eliminating 5 9-star magical creatures in a short amount of time. If it had been before, they would have felt hope of victory if Takashi appeared, but now, the vast difference between a dragon and humans made them only feel despair. Oh, it's you. I saw your performance just now, your strength is not bad. If you surrender to me, I can let you live. Alasam had a very deep impression of Takashi. His strength was comparable to a lower-tier dragon. If he belonged to the dragon race, he might even pose a slight threat, but as a mere human, no matter how strong he was, without a dragon's power, he couldn't harm him at all. He had just seen the light of day again and naturally needed some powerful subordinates to do things for him, and the other party was just right. Takashi, run! Urza shouted at Takashi. She deeply regretted involving Takashi at this moment. If she hadn't insisted on taking an S-class quest, Takashi wouldn't have been assigned by the guild master to follow her, and thus wouldn't have been caught in this certain death situation. This dragon's strength was too great, simply not something humans could compare to. Takashi came to Urza's side and bent down. He picked her up, then turned and walked backward. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence for a moment. Takashi carried Urza towards the city wall. Takashi, you. Takashi gave Urza a brilliant smile that reassured her. Don't worry. I'll handle this guy. After Takashi finished speaking, he turned to look at Alasam, who was watching him with interest, wanting to see what new tricks he could pull off. Takashi stepped towards Alasam, muttering as he walked, full body takeover. Tsujikuni Yoriichi. As he took his first step, the irises of his eyes turned red. As he took his second step, his facial features subtly changed, and he wore earrings with a red sun on his ears. As he took his third step, his hair rapidly grew longer, then turned a deep shade of red, styled into a high ponytail. As he took his fourth step, his clothes changed, turning into a samurai outfit, draped with a red haori. On the fifth step, a long katana appeared at his waist. By the seventh step, a strange crimson mark appeared on his forehead. Yoriichi. Watching Takashi's transformation, everyone except Alasam was stunned. Anyone who had seen the world's strongest swordsman tournament today could not forget this man. He had overwhelmingly crushed a host of 9-star swordsmen, becoming the world's strongest swordsman with an invincible demeanor. Everyone was very curious about where he came from. After all, a swordsman with such power must have long been famous throughout the entire Ishgar continent. However, he was completely unknown, and no one had ever seen him before this tournament. Furthermore, after the tournament ended, he disappeared, not even appearing during such a dangerous situation as the magical creature attack. Many people thought he had fled in fear, but now they realized how wrong they were. He hadn't left at all, but had saved this country under another identity. Yoriichi. Arthur looked at Takashi in disbelief, unsure whether to call Takashi Yoriichi or his real name. At this moment, his mind was buzzing with shock, even more so than learning that the purple-haired young man was a dragon. Takashi said, "Call me Takashi, Yoriichi is my alias." After all, it was someone else's name, and he felt somewhat unaccustomed hearing it. Yes. Takashi, you, how could you? Reno was also a bit bewildered at this moment. Takashi said, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I'm a bit poor, and I saw the prize money was quite generous, so I participated. I didn't expect to accidentally win the championship. Can the championship prize money be paid?" It can be paid, but the country is already. Reno didn't mind paying the prize money, but now that the country was about to be destroyed, no amount of money would be useful. Takashi chuckled. That's simple. Just kill him, and it'll be fine. Chapter 37, Takashi vs. Alasam. Everyone was startled by what Takashi said. Kill. This is a legendary dragon. A single dragon could destroy a nation. They used to think that was an exaggeration, but after witnessing it firsthand today, they realized it wasn't an exaggeration, it was a fact. Alasam still watched Takashi with interest, completely unconcerned by what he had said. Many humans are incompetent braggarts. In his opinion, these words were just the impotent barks of insects. Takashi looked at Alasam and calmly asked, "So, when are you going to put down my client?" Hearing this, Alasam's lips curled slightly, and he clasped Reno's neck with his right hand, lifting him high. He looked at Takashi playfully and said, "If you have the ability, then come and get him yourself. Since that's the case, I won't be polite." Takashi slowly drew his sword and then stepped towards Alasam. Alasam had already planned out the next scene. He would let this human attack him, make him understand the vast difference between humans and dragons, and then, right in front of him, crush this king like an ant. Yes, that's what he would do. Humans are, after all, like ants to dragons. Takashi soon reached Alasam and casually swung his sword towards his wrist. His speed was neither fast nor slow, just like the most ordinary sword swing. Alasam didn't care at all. What kind of damage could such a slow swing cause? But just as Takashi's blade touched his skin, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end and he instinctively sensed a terrifying danger. He immediately let go of Reno and rapidly retreated, his feet sliding dozens of meters on the ground to put distance between himself and Takashi. At the same time, his eyes reverted to beast-like vertical pupils, staring intently at Takashi, as if he had seen some dangerous individual. What? What happened? That monster actually retreated. He didn't even dodge Arthur's strongest ultimate move just now, yet he was scared into retreating by that unremarkable slash. Everyone who saw this scene was somewhat incredulous. After all, they had just seen how terrifying Alasam's defense was. The attacks from the king, Arthur, Clay, and Urza had caused no damage to him. They even thought that humans couldn't cause any harm to dragons, but then, he retreated in the face of Takashi's attack. Moreover, judging by his wary demeanor, he clearly sensed danger. What a pity. Takashi shook his head. He had tried his best to suppress all his killing intent, but a dragon was indeed a dragon, his instinct to detect danger was extraordinary. If he hadn't retreated just now, he could have chopped off one of his claws. You. Alasam's eyes no longer held a playful look. Instead, he stared at Takashi with the gaze one would reserve for an enemy. Takashi ignored him and instead looked at the somewhat bewildered Reno, asking, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Reno finally came back to his senses. I'm all right. That's good. If you're all right, please return to the city. I'll take care of this fellow. Reno wanted to say something else, but it clearly wasn't the right time to speak. All right. I'll leave everything to you. After speaking, he loudly gave the order, "Everyone, retreat to the city." Hearing his command, everyone helped the injured and quickly retreated into the city. They knew that they couldn't help at all here, and might even hinder Takashi. To avoid affecting Takashi, retreating into the city was the best option. Alasam sneered, "What's the use of retreating? These city walls are no different from paper to a dragon. And you, human boy, do you want to be a hero?" Takashi calmly said, "A hero? I've already been a hero, so what's the harm in being one again? Interesting. When you die, everyone behind you will die too. Is that so? Well, there's nothing I can do then. After all, I've tried my best. Perhaps this is fate. In that case, go die." Alasam swung his claw, and 5 massive slashes flew towards Takashi. The ground where the slashes passed was scraped away like tofu. Takashi tapped his foot, dodging the attack. Boom. Boom. The slashes hit the city wall, and the 100-meter-high wall, which had withstood countless years of wind, frost, and monster attacks, shattered like tofu. The slashes did not stop after destroying the city wall, but continued forward. In a blink of an eye, they traversed the entire city, only stopping after destroying the wall on the other side. The city has been cut open. Everyone looked in horror at the city torn in half, shock and fear uncontrollably spreading in their hearts. Such immense power, such terrifying destructive force. Could humans truly contend with such a creature? Takashi reprimanded, "Hey. Fight if you want, but don't destroy other people's property. This is a house someone saved up for half their life and then took out a loan to buy. You just destroyed it like that. Didn't they work hard for half their life for nothing? Everyone on the city wall felt speechless hearing this. This wasn't the time to talk about houses. Ah. My apologies. But who told these things to be so fragile? Don't worry though. I'll kill them all, so they won't have the pressure of a mortgage anymore. As Alasam spoke these words, he sneered and stomped his foot, charging towards Takashi. His claw swung at Takashi. If this attack connected, this human would be torn to shreds. Sun-breathing, fourth form, fake rainbow. Whoosh. Alasam's claw swept past Takashi's body. The sensation of not hitting anything slightly stunned him. He had seen with his own eyes that his attack had hit, yet it was an illusion. Even with his dragon vision, he hadn't noticed when this human had dodged. Takashi's body appeared at Alasam's side. He unleashed an arc-shaped slash towards Alasam's neck. Alasam's expression changed, and he quickly raised his arm to block. Wah! Blood splattered, and Alasam let out a scream, his entire body sent flying backward. Boom! Boom! Alasam's body crashed through tree after tree, finally stopping when he hit a giant tree. Chapter 38, It's About Time. He's injured. The people on the city wall couldn't help but cheer when they saw this scene. Just now, neither Reno nor Arthur and the others could harm Alasam, but Takashi's attack had wounded him. They finally understood why the other party was so scared and retreated immediately when facing Takashi's attack. There's still hope. Humanity has hope to defeat a dragon. Reno looked at the scene before him in disbelief. He can wound a dragon without using Dragon Slayer magic. This is too incredible. As expected of Yoriichi, no, Takashi-san. His swordsmanship has reached the peak. Arthur was incredibly excited to see this scene. Every time he saw Takashi's swordsmanship, it completely refreshed his understanding of swordsmanship. What a monster. Clay could only describe him as a monster at this point. He had originally wanted to cut off Alasam's neck, but the result was that his sword broke. Yet, facing Takashi's attack, this monster had no choice but to block it. Alasam looked at his bleeding arms, his expression twisted. Brat, you've really made me angry. Roar. Accompanied by an angry roar, Alasam's body began to change. His body rapidly expanded, dragon horns grew on his forehead, purple scales appeared on his skin, wings sprouted from his back, and a long tail grew from behind him. In the blink of an eye, a purple dragon dozens of meters tall appeared. Roar. The purple dragon spread its wings and roared up at the sky. Boom. A terrifying shockwave spread outwards from the purple dragon. The ground shattered inch by inch and was overturned. All the surrounding trees were broken and then pulverized in the shockwave. The magical creatures in the forest of magical creatures all fled in terror. The immense impact made the entire ground tremble. Everyone on the city wall prostrated behind the wall, dodging the impact. Looking at the terrifying, sky-obscuring body of the dragon, an emotion called despair once again arose among the humans. Just a roar could cause such terrifying destruction. How could humanity possibly defeat such a powerful monster? Taikshu complained, stop yelling. Has anyone ever told you that your yelling is very unpleasant? Alasam said, human brat, I was careless just now, which allowed your attack to wound me. Now that I have returned to my original body, your attacks will be useless against me. Die. The purple dragon opened its mouth, spewing out a terrifying purple dragon breath. Takashi gripped the sword in his hand tightly and swung it, a fiery slash emanating from the sword. Swish. The fiery slash cut the dragon breath in half. What? Alasam looked at this scene in disbelief, and then the slash struck its body. Ah. He let out a cry of pain, a wound appearing on his body. The wound was not deep, but it carried a burning pain. How is this possible? How can a mere human's attack break through the defense of my dragon scales? Alasam's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Takashi. This guy not only split his dragon breath in half, but also wounded him. He could clearly feel that the other party was not a dragon slayer. To be able to wound him without being a dragon slayer. This was simply unbelievable. Takashi indifferently said, don't keep calling me a mere human. Wasn't your dragon race wiped out by the mere humans you speak of? What right do you have to look down on humans? As for how I broke through the defense of your dragon scales. What? Do you think your defense is very strong? Bastard. Die. Alasam raised his claw and swatted it down towards Takashi. Boom. The claw slammed into the ground, and the earth exploded, large sections of the ground collapsing. Sun breathing, fifth form, fire wheel. Takashi had already circled behind Alasam at some point, swinging a circular blazing slash as he tumbled. Buffed. Roar. Alasam roared. Takashi's attack did not cause serious damage to him, only a slight scratch on the skin, but the burning effect that came with the attack was simply too painful. Alasam quickly turned around. Sun breathing, 10th form, beneficent radiance. Takashi's body rapidly descended, unleashing a powerful slash as he fell. Ah! Cut wounds appeared on Alasam's body, from his chest down to his belly. It hurt so much that he couldn't help but let out screams. Alasam endured the pain and lunged at Takashi with his claws, intending to grab this bastard and torture him little by little. Sun breathing, third form, raging sun. Takashi swiftly unleashed 2 horizontal slashes. Bang. Alasam's claws were both repelled, and a wound appeared on each of his palms. You bastard. Sun breathing, sixth form, burning bones, summer sun. Takashi's attack was relentless. He swung his sword, unleashing a circular slash that struck Alasam's abdomen. Rumble. Alasam's huge body was blasted backward, sliding dozens of meters. He endured the pain and quickly rushed towards Takashi, his fist smashing towards Takashi. Sun breathing, seventh form, sunflower thrust. Takashi met him without fear. Boom. The dragon's fist and Takashi's sword tip met. Buffed. The sword tip deeply pierced into Alasam's fist, but the length of the sword was nothing to the dragon's massive body. Takashi's body flew backward. Competing in strength with a dragon was somewhat overestimating himself. Seeing Takashi being sent flying, Alasam revealed a ferocious expression. He flapped his wings, quickly flew up, and charged forward. After a while, Takashi stopped his body. Sun breathing, 11th form, dragon sun halo head dance. Takashi moved at high speed, like a blazing dragon passing through the purple dragon's body. Buffed. Wounds appeared on the purple dragon's body. Oh. You damn bug. Alasam frantically attacked Takashi, pulverizing large sections of the surrounding trees and ground. At this moment, Takashi whispered, "It should be about time now." A dragon's hearing is inherently very strong. Although Takashi's voice was low, Alasam still heard it. About time. What was about time? A bad premonition suddenly surged in his heart. Takashi gripped the long sword with both hands, his eyes turning serious. Accompanied by powerful breathing, his body seemed to burn with raging flames. Alasam looked at Takashi and immediately felt a fatal danger. No, he couldn't let this guy attack. He gathered magic power in his claws, then slammed them onto the ground. Boom. The ground within 100 meters exploded, turning into countless fragments that shot into the sky. Takashi's feet were planted on a piece of ground, hanging upside down in the sky. Facing this situation, his expression remained unchanged. His gaze was fixed on everything below, not wavering in the slightest, as he concentrated his magic power onto the blade of his sword. Sun breathing, 13th form. Chapter 39, Takashi is dead. Boom. Takashi's body was like a fiery dragon, his toes constantly stepping on the shattered ground in the sky as he shot towards Alasam. Alasam didn't expect Takashi to be able to launch an attack even in the air. On top of that, he was incredibly fast, so fast that he didn't even react before Takashi was already in front of him. However, he wasn't particularly worried. Takashi's attack would at most cause him some pain, but it couldn't actually harm him. Ha-iya. Takashi roared, his body flashing past Alasam, appearing as if a fiery dragon was coiling around him. Ah! Alasam let out a painful shriek, realizing he was wrong, terribly wrong. Takashi's slashes landed on his body, not merely breaking its skin. Almost every slash went deep enough to expose bone. Not only that, many of his internal organs were damaged. A single strike had critically wounded him. Damn it. How is this possible? You could barely penetrate my dragon scales defense, how can you suddenly gravely wound me? Alasam stared angrily at Takashi, he a gaze as if he wished to devour him. Takashi looked at Alasam and said calmly, "If I merely break through your dragon scales defense, that level of damage would only make you angry, not fearful, thus creating the illusion that I couldn't do anything to you. So, when you faced my attack, you became even more careless. Furthermore, did you think my previous attacks that broke your dragon scales defense were random? look at your wounds before you speak. Alasam paused, lowering his head to look at his body, then his pupils suddenly contracted. The most severe damage was precisely where Takashi had attacked earlier, meaning he had calculated this step long ago. First, use an attack to break through his dragon scales defense, then attack from the broken area to inflict critical wounds. Bastard. Alright, since you know, you can die in peace. Takashi prepared to finish Alasam off. Damn human. How could I be slain by a mere human? Don't underestimate dragons. Alasam roared, then flapped his wings forcefully, his body flying straight into the sky. In the sky, he took a deep breath, his chest puffing up. Urza's expression changed. This, could it be? Then Urza shouted at Takashi, get out of the way. It's a roar. Urza and Natsu had known each other for a long time, and she was naturally aware of dragon-slaying magic. A dragon roar was a nearly universal magic for dragons, incredibly terrifying in power. Vanish for me. Alasam roared, then opened his mouth and spewed a roar downwards. A massive purple energy wave erupted from his mouth. Boom. An incredibly terrifying explosion erupted in the forest. A hemispherical purple light rapidly expanded, spreading outwards. Wherever the purple light passed, everything was annihilated. Crack. The 100-meter-tall city wall began to disintegrate and shatter from the top under the impact of this explosion. All the soldiers and swordsmen were hiding at the base of the city wall. The terrifying impact surged into the city. Boom. 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 Everything in the path of the impact was destroyed, houses and streets were submerged in an instant. After a while, the explosion slowly subsided. Crash. Many people emerged from the rubble, but as soon as they came out, they were terrified by the sight before them. The city, is destroyed. Most of the entire city was destroyed, with only the arena, located closer to the center, remaining intact due to the protection of a barrier. Just the aftershock alone had destroyed a city. They finally understood why legendary dragons were said to be capable of annihilating nations. If Alasam had used this attack from the beginning, no one in the entire city might have survived. Takashi. Urza quickly looked outside the city wall. Outside the city wall, a massive crater had appeared, and the surrounding area had turned to sand. This attack alone showed how terrifying a dragon's roar was. How could this be? Takashi wouldn't. Reno was frightened by this terrifying destructive power. If he had known earlier that dragons possessed such strength, he might not have dared to formulate a plan to deal with them. Everyone fell silent. The destructive power of the dragon's roar was incredibly terrifying, and its attack range was extremely vast. The probability of Takashi's death had reached 100%. Ha 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 ha. You damn brat, you're finally dead this time, aren't you? Nothing left but bones, aren't you? Ha 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 ha. Alasam's voice echoed in the sky. Everyone felt immense sadness and anger. Takashi, the strongest swordsman who had saved them twice, was killed just like that. Then, Alasam rapidly descended towards them. Boom. Alasam landed on the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. Many people lost their balance and fell to the ground. It's the dragon. Everyone looked at the colossal dragon with shock and anger. Although Alasam was heavily wounded at this point, they knew that even a critically injured dragon was not something they could trifle with. This time, that annoying brat is gone, so all of you go die. Because of his severe injuries, Alasam had lost interest in playing with humans. He intended to kill everyone in front of him and then find a place to heal his wounds. He gathered magic power in his mouth, intending to annihilate these people with dragon's breath. Suddenly, a black line appeared in the air, followed by a sound like tearing cloth. Everyone saw the space along that black line tear apart like strips of fabric, upwards and downwards. Soon, a black cavity formed, and a figure in white appeared within the cavity, hands in pockets, looking relaxed and at ease. Takashi raised his hand and smiled, greeting them. Oh! What a coincidence, everyone's here. Takashi. Urza and the others were overjoyed to see Takashi alive. Alasam's face changed drastically when he saw Takashi. You're still alive. Chapter 40, Second Resurrection. Look at you, what are you saying? If I'm not alive, can I be dead then? Takashi emerged from the Garganta. Snap. Takashi snapped his fingers, and the Garganta quickly closed. Bang. Seeing Takashi appear, Alasam couldn't help but retreat 2 steps, shouting with a face full of disbelief, "Impossible! You couldn't possibly withstand my roar." Takashi nodded. Then, his gaze swept around, looking at the terrifying destruction caused by the roar. Yes. As expected of a dragon's roar, its power is indeed terrifying. If it had hit me head-on, I would definitely be dead by now. But if I can't block it, can't I at least avoid it? When Alasam was about to use his roar, Takashi had quickly transformed into Okiura. Espada level 1s have a universal skill. Descorer. A skill that allows them to open a garganta, enabling them to move freely between the human world and Hueco Mundo by tearing space. Takashi had used this skill to temporarily tear space and hide in the spatial rift. After the roar ended, he returned. This move had one drawback: its activation speed was relatively slow. Fortunately, Alasam's wind-up for his roar was also quite long, so it was enough for him to hide in the spatial rift. Alright, let's quickly start the second round. This state consumes a bit too much magic power, and my time is very precious. Just now, he had taken Yorichi's form. Yorichi's normal state consumed very little, but once he went all out, the consumption was actually terrifying. Especially those seemingly simple slashes. Those were attacks where magic power was compressed and condensed to the extreme. Each strike consumed a lot of magic power. As Takashi spoke, he drew his Zanpakuto and chanted his Resurrection release command. Enclose. Murcielago. A black Ryatsu surged from Takashi, shooting straight into the sky. The originally clear, cloudless sky suddenly became overcast, and the entire world darkened. Immediately after, a large amount of black raindrops fell from the sky. Everyone present had seen this scene before, but each time they saw it, they were incredibly shocked. Soon, the anomaly disappeared, and Takashi transformed into his first Resurrection form. Seeing Takashi in this form, Alasam gnashed his teeth, and sneered, "Kid, I've seen this form of yours. Your swordsmanship in this form is just average, your strength is very low, and you are no match for me at all." Alasam provoked Takashi with his words. As long as Takashi dared to transform into his previous form, he would fly into the air and attack with his roar, bullying Takashi who couldn't fly into the sky in his Yoriichi form. Takashi said, You're right, but did you forget a very important point? If you were in your peak state, I definitely wouldn't attack in this form, but you are severely injured right now. Also, who told you that this form of mine is weak? Okiura is the strongest hollow in my heart, and I won't allow you to insult him. However, since you think this form is weak, then I'll bring out an even stronger form. Takashi softly chanted, Resurrection Segunda Etapa. An even more terrifying Ryatsu erupted from Takashi, with a bluish-black Ryatsu radiating around him, impacting the surroundings. Many people shielded themselves with their arms. Takashi's upper body clothes slowly disappeared. His abdomen to his legs, as well as his arms and back, were covered in black feathers. The lower part of his robe split into 2 halves, like black coattails. His wings fully spread, revealing bat claws, the horns on his helmet grew longer and sharper upwards, a long black tail grew from behind his buttocks. His feet transformed into sharp claws, and a black hole appeared on his chest, through which the scene behind could be seen. This is Takashi. Everyone was somewhat frightened by Takashi's transformation. Alasam said, Kid, do you think transforming makes you my match? You can't sustain this form for too long with your magic power. Otherwise, you wouldn't have just killed 5 9-star magical creatures and then gone back to rest. After being severely injured, Alasam's mind seemed to clear up a lot, even recalling Takashi's previous performance in the magical creature attack. Takashi nodded. Yes. With my current magic power, this form can only be maintained for a little over a minute. Alasam was overjoyed upon hearing this. 1 minute. Ha 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 ha. Only 1 minute. Kid, it looks like you're destined to die here today. After 1 minute, I'm going to torture you properly, making you wish you were dead but unable to die. Alasam was extremely excited. He hated this human who had severely injured him. A mere human had made him taste fear. He vowed to get revenge for this great humiliation. 1 minute. Upon hearing Takashi's words, everyone couldn't help but feel a little despair. Could Takashi really kill the dragon in 1 minute? If the minute ended and he still hadn't defeated the dragon, then all of them would be doomed. Takashi said indifferently, 1 minute is enough to deal with you. Almost as soon as Takashi's words fell. How boastful. Whoosh! Takashi appeared in front of Alasam's large face. His body rapidly spun, then he kicked Alasam in the face. Bang! Alasam's massive body was sent flying sideways after being kicked by Takashi. Oh! Takashi stomped, flapped his wings, and rapidly flew towards Alasam. In the blink of an eye, he caught up, then kicked downwards with his foot. Boom! Arg! Alasam let out a scream, his entire body plummeting to the ground, creating a huge crater. Takashi's attack had landed squarely on his wound. Before Alasam could react, Takashi grabbed his tail with both hands. Get up! Then he spun forcefully, and swung around Alasam's body. Immediately after, Takashi let go, and Alasam's body flew away. Boom! Alasam's body crashed into a small mountain, creating a large crater in the mountain. Cough! Alasam coughed blood. His body was already severely injured, and Takashi's continuous physical attacks added more injury to his wounds. If it weren't for the tenacious vitality of a dragon, he might have already died by now. Looking at Takashi rapidly approaching, Alasam opened his mouth and spewed out a violent dragon's breath. Swish! Takashi continuously used Sonido, dodging the dragon's breath while rapidly advancing, and in a flash, he was once again in front of Alasam. You damned little insect! Alasam lunged at Takashi, but grabbed nothing but air. Takashi appeared behind Alasam, his index finger pointed at him. Black energy continuously condensed at the tip of his finger. Ciro Oscuras. Chapter 41, Slaying a Dragon. Ah! Alasam let out a pained shriek. He felt that this power was different from human magic. His magic resistance was almost ineffective against it. This strike caused him significant damage. If he hadn't been injured, it would have been fine. He was capable of withstanding such an attack without issue. But now, in his injured state, such an attack was fatal. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind: death. He could never have imagined that one day he would be forced into such a desperate situation by a mere human. No. I cannot die. I am a noble dragon. How could I possibly be killed by a mere human? Right. I don't need to fight him head-on. His transformation only lasts for 1 minute, and dozens of seconds have already passed. If I just avoid him for the remaining dozens of seconds, I'll be safe. Then I can deal with him later. Why should I bring trouble upon myself? At this point, Alasam's strong will to live erupted. He pushed off with his feet, then spread his wings and flew towards the sky. It fled. Everyone was shocked to see Alasam escape. Such a powerful dragon was actually driven away by Takashi, his strength was too immense. Brat. I won't fight you. In just a few more tens of seconds, you'll be out of combat. Then you'll be at my mercy. You just wait, I'll make you watch everyone die in front of you. I'll torment you endlessly, making you wish for death but unable to find it. Oh no. Hearing Alasam's words, everyone's expressions changed. If he were to return for a sneak attack, things would be dire. Takashi showed no panic, calmly saying, "Can you escape?" He brought his hands together, gathering Ryuryoku in his palms, then pulled his hands apart. A spear, emitting a blue flame, floated before him. Lanza del Relampago. Takashi raised the long spear in his hand, looking at the gradually receding Alasam. He wasn't in a hurry to act, he waited patiently. This distance is about right. If it were too close, others might be in danger. Takashi assumed a throwing stance, then forcefully hurled the spear towards Alasam. Alasam seemed to sense something. He turned his head to look back, only to see a spear shooting towards him. Just as he was about to dodge, a searing pain suddenly flared from his wound, the injury left by Yoriichi that Takashi had taken over. He hadn't expected it to flare up at this moment. Because of this pain, he missed his chance to dodge. No-oh. Amidst Alasam's terrified eyes and pained screams. Buffed. The spear pierced into his body. Boom. An energy explosion, comparable to a dragon's roar, erupted in the sky. The blue energy transformed into a pillar of light, rapidly spreading outwards. Alasam's body was instantly engulfed by the energy impact. Eek! Ah! Everyone let out screams of fear. The power of this energy explosion was no weaker than Alasam's roar. They hadn't expected to experience such a powerful magic again. The energy impact annihilated everything around it. Fortunately, This time the explosion was in the sky and far enough from the city, so the impact and destruction on the city were much smaller. After a short while, the explosion subsided, and Alasam's figure was no longer in the sky. Everyone looked at the sky in shock. The dragon is dead. The person speaking was a little unsure. Yes. Dead. Many people present were magic swordsmen with magic power. They could easily sense Alasam's immense magic power. At this moment, they couldn't sense any of Alasam's magic power, which could only prove one thing: he was dead. That's great. The dragon has been slain. We survived. Long live Takashi. Long live Takashi. After confirming that the dragon was truly eliminated, everyone cheered. Not long ago, upon seeing Alasam's terrifying power, everyone had despaired. Who would have thought that at the crucial moment, Takashi would step forward again and eliminate the almost invincible dragon? He was truly amazing. Ding. SS Class Quest, Eliminate the Magic Dragon, completed. Reward, 20 draws. Seeing the system notification, Takashi breathed a sigh of relief. Since the system indicated that he had completed the quest, it meant Alasam was truly dead. Takashi released his takeover state. The next moment, an indescribable sense of exhaustion immediately washed over him, giving him no time to react. With a thud, he fell to the ground and passed out. When Takashi woke up again, he was in a large bed. It seemed he had been carried back after passing out. Takashi skillfully opened the system panel. Host, Takashi. Age, 18. Race, human. Magic power. Magic, take over magic. Character cards, Ulquiorra Cipher, gold, Tsujikuni Yoriichi, gold. Draws, 20. Looking at his panel, a strong sense of accomplishment rose in Takashi's heart. His magic power had reached 4 stars, which was considered a top-tier level even within Fairy Tail. He was fortunate not to have recycled these 2 character cards. If he had recycled either one in this battle, he would not have been able to achieve final victory. 20 draws. He wondered if he could draw another gold character. Creak. The bedroom door opened, and Urza walked in from outside. Seeing that Takashi had woken up, she was pleasantly surprised and quickly walked over. Takashi, you're awake. Urza asked with concern, how are you? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Takashi shook his head. I'm fine, I'm very well. It's just that my magic power consumption was quite high. Urza breathed a sigh of relief hearing Takashi say this. That's great. You've been unconscious for 3 days, I was so worried. 3 days. Takashi hadn't expected to have been unconscious for 3 days. He thought he had only slept 1 night. It seemed his body was still a bit too weak, somewhat unable to withstand the consumption of the gold character cards. After returning, he would have to make time to train his body more. Takashi asked, I didn't expect I would be unconscious for so long. Is the king all right? Urza said, he is fine, he's currently handling official business. That's good. Takashi hadn't forgotten why he was here. He still hadn't received the reward for the SS Class quest and the prize for the World's Strongest Swordsman tournament. He jumped off the bed with an excited expression. Let's go meet him. Since the quest is complete, it's time to collect payment. Chapter 42, Leaving the Kingdom of Sobelia. Urza hadn't expected Takashi's first action upon waking to be demanding payment, but this was the first time she had encountered such a high reward as well. That's right. We've been delayed here for a long time. It's time to go back. If we're any later, Master will start to worry. The 2 of them headed to the Royal Palace Hall together. At this moment, in the Royal Palace Hall, Reno was handling affairs. Alasam's sudden attack had caught him off guard, and the entire city had suffered severe damage. Fortunately, there were no casualties among the city's residents, and the country was undergoing reconstruction in an orderly manner. Most importantly, with the threat of Alasam gone, the country was truly free from worries and could vigorously develop and exploit its existing resources. Just then, a minister reported, Your Majesty. Takashi-san and Urza-sans have arrived. Reno's eyes lit up. Takashi has arrived. Bring him in quickly. Soon, Takashi and Urza once again arrived in the Royal Palace Hall. Takashi. You're finally awake. Reno greeted Takashi warmly upon seeing him. Takashi said, I apologize for making your majesty worry. My magic power was simply overdepleted, and I've recovered after a few days of rest. It's good that you've recovered. Your Majesty, we've been out for a long time, and we've been delayed by rest. We've come to bid our farewells. Farewells? So soon? You could certainly stay for a longer period. Urza said, No, Your Majesty. If we stay any longer, everyone at the guild will start to worry. Is that so? Reno hesitated for a moment and said, Takashi, Urza, I wonder if you would be willing to stay in the kingdom of Sobelia. If you stay, I can appoint you as the president and vice president of the Sword City Guild. Takashi and Urza were both experts, especially Takashi, who possessed the strength to slay a dragon. If he stayed in the kingdom of Sobelia, he would be like a stabilizing force. Reno's meaning was clear. He was telling Takashi and Urza that if they stayed in the kingdom of Sobelia, money, status, and honor would all be within their grasp. I apologize, Your Majesty, but I am a mage of fairy tale. Takashi directly refused. He was bound to the fairy tale guild. Forget 100 million, even if it were 1 billion or 10 billion, he would not stay. This experience also taught him that in this world, strength was far more important than money. That's truly a shame. Although he had already guessed this outcome, Reno still felt a bit regretful. Someone. Bring the items. Soon, someone brought over several boxes. The boxes were opened, revealing stacks of money inside. Takashi's eyes went wide. How much money was this? Reno said, This is 100 million jewels. I know this is not enough to repay the contributions you two have made to the kingdom of Sobelia, but with the capital city's reconstruction imminent, we can only pay this much for now. Urza was a bit stunned when she heard there was 100 million jewels. She had become a mage a long time ago and had worked diligently all these years, but even the combined earnings over those years didn't amount to 100 million jewels. No, this is a bit too much. My championship prize was 20 million, and the S-Class quest reward was 30 million, totaling 50 million. Half of this would be enough. Reno shook his head. If the original plan had proceeded smoothly, it would have been 50 million. However, there was a monster attack and then a dragon, which far exceeded the level of an S-Class quest, appeared. Compared to the difficulty of the quest, this reward is already very low. Reno wasn't speaking nonsense. Just the word dragon alone was enough to classify this quest as a 10-year quest, and the reward for a 10-year quest starts at a minimum of 500 million. So, 100 million really wasn't much. The most crucial point was that almost no mage from any guild dared to accept a 10-year quest. This time, even if one of the 10 wizard saints had come, they would have died. Takashi shook his head and insisted, since the quest has already been accepted, it naturally cannot be changed. The subsequent unforeseen events are part of the risks involved, so I cannot accept the extra money. Urza agreed with Takashi's point. What Takashi said is correct. The quest was confirmed the moment we accepted it. If we were to accept more payment, it would violate our guild's regulations. Hearing them say this, Reno no longer insisted and had someone give Takashi the box filled with 50 million jewels in payment. Takashi took the box, feeling its heavy weight, his heart filled with excitement. Although the work was exhausting, all worries vanished the moment he received the money. Your Majesty, since our business here is concluded, we must return to our guild. Seeing that Takashi and Urza were determined to leave, Reno knew it would be inappropriate to press them further, so he laughed heartily. In that case, I won't keep you two any longer. I have already ordered a carriage to be prepared to see you off. I also welcome you two to visit the kingdom of Sobelia anytime. The gates are always open to you, and you will always be the most distinguished guests of the kingdom of Sobelia. Takashi said jokingly, Your Majesty is too kind. If there are any more jobs like this in the future, please notify me. I can personally give you a 20% discount, you know. Buffed, ha 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 ha. Reno burst into laughter upon hearing Takashi's words. He knew that with this one statement from Takashi, his preparations had not been in vain. Good. If there are any more quests like this, I will definitely notify you. Takashi and Urza arrived at the entrance of the royal palace hall, where a luxurious carriage was already waiting. Reno personally saw them into the carriage, which made the two of them feel somewhat overwhelmed. Takashi, Urza, please do come and visit once the capital city is rebuilt. All right. Giddy up. The coachman urged the carriage forward. After leaving the royal palace. It's Takashi-san and Urza-san's carriage. Takashi-san. Urza-san. Takashi and Urza pulled open the curtains and looked out, seeing dense crowds standing on both sides of the street, who were the citizens of the capital. Takashi and Urza's performance in this war had all been witnessed by the citizens as they were in the arena. This was originally intended to show everyone the heroic posture of the swordsman fighting against monsters, but it unexpectedly turned into Takashi's personal show. They had also seen from the magical screens that Takashi was Yoriichi. Takashi was the hero who had saved their kingdom. Takashi and Urza waved to the people on the street, which drew a cheer from the crowd. The crowd accompanied them all the way to the city gate before stopping. Takashi-san, Urza-san, you must come back to Sword City as guests when you have the chance. Arthur said, looking at Takashi and Urza. Definitely. After bidding farewell to everyone, Takashi and Urza got back into the carriage. Urza looked at Takashi and smiled. How does it feel to be a hero? It feels pretty good, but it would be better if they weren't so enthusiastic. I'm actually quite socially anxious. Urza was speechless. She hadn't seen him show any social anxiety during the tournament. All right, no one's here now. Time to split the money. Chapter 43, Urza wants to be Takashi's disciple. Takashi excitedly opened the box. The full box of money was so dazzling that he could barely open his eyes. He immediately counted out 20 million. This is my prize money from the tournament, I'll take it first. Then, he counted out another 15 million and gave it to Urza. This is the reward for this quest. You get half, and I get half. Urza asked, why didn't you just count out 15 million directly? The process of dividing money is also a kind of joy, isn't it? Urza hesitated for a moment before saying, Takashi, the main credit for this time is yours. You should take more. Here we go again. Last time Elfman was the same. What credit or no credit? Since we teamed up to do a quest, it's naturally divided by headcount. That backward system of distribution by labor is not suitable for teamwork. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? If anyone should be thanking, it should be me thanking you. Thanks to you, I've gained a full 35 million this time. Takashi said with a cheerful laugh, his happy expression completely genuine. Urza felt a little more at ease after seeing it. Takashi began to calculate rapidly in his mind, 35 million jewels is equivalent to $350,000. If this were in his previous life, if he put all this money in the bank, he wouldn't have to work for the rest of his life. Fortunately, this world also has banks, and although the interest is not high, it's still 3%. After he goes back, he'll deposit this money in the bank, and when he's old and retired, the interest will be enough for him to live on. Perfect plan. Just then, Urza suddenly leaned closer to him, looking at him and saying, Takashi, I have something I want to ask you. Gulp. Takashi couldn't help but gulp as he looked at Urza's beautiful face so close. Is she going to confess? Does she want to be with me? I'm not mentally prepared for this. Should I say yes or yes? It's really hard to choose. Takashi, can I become your disciple? Buffed. Takashi spluttered when he heard that. What the hell? Urza wants to become his disciple. Takashi's lips twitched as he asked, why? Urza said, of course, to learn swordsmanship. Takashi, you are the strongest swordsman I have ever seen, even capable of slaying a dragon. That's a dragon that legend says can destroy a country. None of our attacks had any effect on it. Only you could severely injure and even slay it. It was true when you were saying that Arthur didn't know swordsmanship. I want to learn real swordsmanship. Urza's eyes gleamed as she spoke. If anyone else had said this, she wouldn't have believed it, even scoffing at it. But having personally witnessed Takashi's swordsmanship, she knew that what he had said was not an exaggeration, it was a fact. Takashi, however, felt a pang of emptiness inside. Why did he have to act so cool in the arena back then? My swordsmanship is actually very weak. Weak. If your swordsmanship is considered weak, then what about the others? To be honest, I myself am actually very weak. Right now, I might barely be at the guild's second-tier level. My swordsmanship is not mine, but rather belongs to the character I use takeover on. Isn't that just your magic? How can it not be yours? Urza and Mirajane had fought since they were young, so she was extremely familiar with takeover magic. She naturally knew that the swordsmanship belonged to Yoriichi, whom Takashi had used takeover on, but this was Takashi's magic to begin with. Yes, that's true, but the consciousness is still mine. I can use it, but I don't know how to teach others. Moreover, the swordsmanship that suits me may not suit you. You are a swordsman, but not purely a swordsman. What suits you is the best. He didn't want Urza chasing him around, calling him master. That would be too terrifying, so he'd better refuse. And he wasn't talking nonsense. Urza's magic was requip. If you want to learn swordsmanship, I can transform into Yoriichi and spar with you sometime when I have time. Really? That's great. Urza was very happy to hear Takashi say that. This made Takashi suspect that her original goal was just to spar with him. Magnolia, fairy tale. Bang. Makarov threw a thick stack of newspapers in front of Takashi and Urza. The newspapers reported on the events that had occurred in the kingdom of Siberia, with Takashi and Urza being the main focus. The two only learned that the news had spread throughout the entire Ishgar continent in the past 3 days after returning to the guild. After all, a legendary dragon had appeared, and Takashi had even become a dragon slayer hero. This level of buzz wouldn't die down for at least 10 days to half a month. Explain yourselves. What exactly happened? Takashi and Urza sat kneeling obediently before Makarov. Well. Master, we just went to do a quest. Who would have thought we'd be so unlucky as to encounter something like this? Takashi's words immediately reeked of an excuse. It's like this, Master. Urza immediately reported everything, including the king's original intention to slay the dragon, and how the two of them had even accepted an SS-class quest. Nonsense. You two are being too reckless. An S-class quest is one thing, but you dare to tackle an SS-class quest. That's a dragon, a single one can destroy a country. Makarov was truly angry this time. From the newspaper reports, it was clear how dangerous this quest had been, and these two audacious brats actually dared to take on such a quest. Takashi cried out in protest, Master, you can't blame us for this. We hadn't even started the quest yet. Who knew the quest target would come attacking on its own? We couldn't just stand by and watch so many innocent lives in the city be killed, could we? Still trying to argue. Is that what I'm talking about? Makarov slammed the table in anger. Mira Jane came over to mediate, Master, calm down. Haven't they returned safely? Although their taking on an SS-class quest was inappropriate, the outcome was still good. You two, quickly promise that there won't be a next time. Mira Jane secretly winked at Takashi and Urza. The two immediately understood. Master, we promise. There will definitely not be a next time. Hearing Mira Jane's words, Makarov's anger slightly subsided. If there's a next time, I'll definitely break your legs. Now get out. Chapter 44, Takashi explains his magic. Makarov shook his head helplessly. These brats had all grown up and had their own ideas. To be honest, he was scared when he saw the newspaper. Although he eventually noticed that Takashi had defeated the dragon, he was still very afraid. After all, dragons were legendary creatures. But he was also very proud when he saw Takashi win the tournament and protect the people of a city. Takashi and Urza scurried into the crowd. Takashi. Did you really defeat a dragon? Did he mention where Igneal is? Natsu immediately ran over and asked. He had been looking for Igneal for years but had never found him. Takashi shook his head. No, and he might not even know Igneal. He was sealed for 400 years, and after the seal was broken, he came to seek revenge on humans. Takashi knew that Igneal was inside Natsu's body, creating antibodies for him, but he couldn't say that, as it would be hard to explain how he knew such things. Furthermore, if Natsu knew, he might stab himself in the stomach. It was better not to do such troublesome things. Gray complained, Takashi, aren't you a bit too unlucky? You have only gone on quests 2 times, and both times the quests leveled up. Takashi shook his head. Unlucky. I think I'm quite lucky. After all, the rewards for completing S-class quests are higher. This conversation couldn't continue, it was too Versailles. Elfman asked, Takashi, what exactly is your takeover magic? I saw you seem to be taking over demon souls like my sister, but how can you also transform into a swordsman? His sister's takeover magic was demon soul, his was beast soul, and his younger sister's was animal soul, but clearly, Takashi was none of them. Everyone else was also very curious and all looked at Takashi, as his transformation seemed a bit too powerful, even capable of slaying a dragon. Takashi had already thought of the answer to this question. What I take over are the souls of heroes from another world. Souls of heroes from another world. Everyone else's eyes showed confusion. Takashi explained, "You might not know, but besides our world, there are actually many other worlds, and my magic takes over the souls of heroes who have died in other worlds." Urza asked, "So Yoriichi and Ulquiorra, whom you took over, also really exist?" Takashi nodded. "That's right. Yoriichi was the strongest demon slayer in his world." Takashi began to tell everyone Yoriichi's story. As someone who had seen Yoriichi's memories, his account was far more detailed than in the anime. Elfman burst into tears. "Wah. Yoriichi is too pitiful. Wah. Yes. His life was truly tragic. He was considered ominous from a young age, his father wanted to kill him, and he was required to be sent to a temple to become a monk at 10 years old. He didn't even speak a word before he was 7. His beloved mother died, his wife and child were killed by evil demons, and even his brother became a demon. It's too pitiful. Those demons are too hateful." Mira Jane also started sobbing. Everyone else also felt their noses sting to varying degrees. They hadn't expected that there was such a cruel world where demons ate people. "What about Ulquiorra?" someone asked curiously. They hadn't seen Yoriichi, but Takashi had demonstrated Ulquiorra's power in the guild. Takashi said, "Ulquiorra is relatively simpler. He lives in a place called Hueco Mundo, and is a hollow, which should be considered a type of evil spirit." Evil spirit? Everyone was startled. "Yes, hollows devour each other to get stronger." Takashi briefly introduced Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra's life was actually very simple. He was ostracized because his natural color was different from his tribe. He grew step by step into a vasto Lord-level hollow through his own strength, even completing his Arankar transformation on his own before meeting Aizen. Following Aizen was merely to understand the meaning of his existence. Takashi's introduction of Ulquiorra was simple. Everyone was attracted by the worldview of Bleach, not expecting such a magical world existed. Then, the guild members all asked about the tournament, the magical creature attack, and the dragon. Takashi also briefly explained them, satisfying everyone's curiosity. Finally, as it was getting late, everyone gradually dispersed. After the guild closed in the evening, Takashi, Mira Jane, and Elfman went home together. On one hand, it was because it was on the way, and on the other hand, it was because he wanted to receive Mira Jane's blessing. A short while later, Takashi arrived home first. He asked, "Mira, can you do that again?" "That." Mira Jane paused slightly, then quickly realized what Takashi was referring to. "Takashi, why do you always ask me to do that?" she asked curiously. Takashi explained, "Oh, that. You know my magic is heroic spirit summoning. I want to summon heroic spirits from other worlds, but the probability of summoning powerful ones is very low, so I want to get the goddess's blessing to increase the probability of summoning powerful heroic spirits." "I see." Then Mira Jane's face flushed slightly and she said, "But I'm not a goddess. I won't increase your luck at all." "No. In my eyes, you are a true goddess." Takashi looked directly at Mira Jane, with a serious expression. 2 10x draws had yielded 2 gold characters, what else could she be but a goddess? Mira Jane was a bit embarrassed by Takashi's direct words and sincere gaze. "All right. Takashi, I wish you good luck today too." She smiled brightly, her pure smile purifying Takashi's soul. Ding! Obtained the goddess's blessing. Luck plus 100. Yes. Takashi clenched his fist. With the goddess's blessing, he was sure to get a gold tonight. Mira Jane was a bit shy. "Takashi, we're leaving now. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Takashi stood at the door and waved. After they left, he turned and went back into his own home. He hadn't expected almost half a month to have passed since he left home. It really was most comfortable at home. He took a nice hot bath, greatly relieving the fatigue from his journey. After everything was done, he sat on his bed and opened the system interface. Let's begin. Chapter 45, Bonus, Fire Fist Ace. If you asked Takashi when he was most nervous, he could tell you clearly, it was every time he did gacha. "Are you sure you want to use 10 times draws?" "Yes." The panel screen began to flash with streaks of starlight, constantly converging in the starry sky. Takashi prayed continuously in his heart. Gold. 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 He cautiously opened one eye and looked at the animation on the screen. As soon as he did so, his expression froze. In the starlight flickering in the sky, let alone gold, he didn't even see a single purple one. It was just 7 blue and 3 white. Takashi thought he was seeing things and had hallucinations. He closed his eyes and rubbed them. When he reopened them, all 10 character cards had already flipped over. They were all nameless cannon fodder he didn't recognize. That's right, no gold, no purple, just a pile of blue. System. Why no gold? Takashi angrily questioned. The guaranteed gold is at 100 draws, not 10. The probability of getting gold on each spin is only 1%, and the probability of getting gold on a 10 times draw is 9.56%. It's normal not to get gold. What about purple? Why didn't I even get one purple? The probability of getting purple on each spin is slightly higher than gold, but it's only slightly. It's only 5%, and the probability of getting purple in 10 spins is only 40.13%. It's also very normal not to get purple. Although Takashi had been admitted to university, he was not good at calculations. He even had to count money separately. He only now realized that the probability of getting gold from a 10 times spin was close to 10%. What was the use of drawing so many blue character cards? I refuse to believe it. I was lucky enough to transmigrate, how can my luck be bad? Plus, I have the goddess's blessing. With 2 buffs stacked, I believe I will definitely get a gold now. Are you sure you want to use 10 times draws? Confirm. The panel screen began to flash with streaks of starlight, constantly converging in the starry sky. Takashi stared intently at the screen, white, green, blue, white, blue, green. 8 consecutive stars appeared, representing the rarity of those character cards. Just as Takashi thought this one was also a bust. Whoosh! A purple star lit up. A purple. Takashi was pleasantly surprised. Purple characters, though not the strongest tier in their verse, are still top tier in strength. For example, Kisame, whom Takashi had previously drawn with a single spin. Kisame's overall strength was extremely formidable. Guy only barely defeated him by opening the 7th gate. Keep in mind, when Guy opened the 8th gate, he was evaluated by the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki Madara as, I, Madara, declare you the strongest. So, while the upper limit of purple characters might be slightly inferior to gold ones, their overall strength is still formidable. Just as Takashi thought this draw was over, a dazzling golden starlight descended from the sky. A gold. Takashi was overjoyed. At this moment, his gaze was fixed on the panel. The character cards on the panel began to flip open one by one. He skipped the white, green, and blue ones at the front. Character cards of this level were all experience fodder, keeping them had no meaning whatsoever. What he cared about were the purple and gold ones at the back. Soon, the purple character card flipped open. It's actually him. Takashi was very surprised to see the character that had appeared. The character on the card had black hair, normal skin, freckles on his cheeks, wore an orange cowboy hat with smile and sad emblems on the brim, and also had a skull tag tied to it. He wore a red bead necklace around his neck, black shorts and black shoes, and his upper body was bare, showing off his perfect physique, with a dagger tucked into his waist. That's right, he was one of the many One Piece fans' regrets. Fire Fist Ace. Because of him, the classic Marineford War in One Piece took place. To rescue Ace, Whitebeard led his entire Grand Fleet to declare war on Marine headquarters. In hindsight, such an act was tantamount to suicide, but he had to go. After all, he was the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. It was a pity that he had aged, and the lineup of Marine headquarters was simply too powerful. Although Ace was successfully rescued later, a huge sacrifice was paid. Finally, Ace, in order to protect his younger brother, was impaled through the chest from behind by Akainu's magma fist, and ultimately died. When Takashi saw this, he couldn't stop his tears from falling. He never thought that one day he would actually draw Ace's character card. Ace's strength goes without saying. Although the power of Haki was greatly strengthened in the later stages of the anime, Logia Devil Fruit abilities are still super strong and mainstream. The Mera Mera no Mi was extremely desirable. If it was placed before someone, he didn't believe they would be able to resist eating it. Ace's only drawback might be that he appeared too early. The Haki setting was not yet fully developed at that time. However, even if Ace were truly a Haki master, he probably would have found it difficult to withstand Akainu's punch. Perhaps because of these shortcomings, Ace was classified as a purple character, but even among purple character cards, his strength should be considered top tier. Takashi's gaze then turned to the last gold character card, as this was the main event after all. He was instantly astonished when he saw the other party's appearance. It's actually him. Comment. 9 comment. Vote. Chapter 46, Fushiguro Toji. This golden character card exceeded Takashi's expectations. This was a man in a black t-shirt, which had become a tight-fitting shirt due to his slightly bulky physique. His lower body consisted of gray trousers, cinched at the waist by a black belt, and he wore black flat-soled shoes. He had black hair, slightly pale skin, and eyes full of recklessness. A smile, with a vertical scar at the corner of his lips, seemed to mock others' overestimation of themselves. Compared to other golden character cards, this man's attire and appearance were rather unremarkable. One might even pass him by without recognizing who he was. Yet, merely by standing there, he exuded an incredibly terrifying sense of oppression and presence. Takashi recognized his identity at first glance. Fushiguro Toji. The heavenly restriction user from Jujutsu Kaisen. Originally named Zenin Toji, he was born into the Zenin clan, one of the 3 great clans of the Jujutsu world. Due to his lack of cursed energy, he was discriminated against by his clan. After leaving the Zenin clan, he married a woman with the surname Fushiguro. He was a sorcerer killer, possessing an innate, heavenly restriction. Born into a sorcerer clan, he was born without cursed energy. In return, he gained an unparalleled physique and extraordinary athletic talent, with his 5 senses greatly enhanced. Relying on his extreme sense of touch, smell, and hearing, Toji could even sense the movements of cursed spirits without relying on sight. This extreme level of senses was even more precise than observation haki from One Piece. After all, observation haki requires concentration, whereas Toji's ability is passive. If Yoriichi was the pinnacle of swordsmanship, then Toji was the pinnacle of physical prowess. He appeared twice in Jujutsu Kaisen. Once, he nearly killed Gojo Satoru, the extreme of human sorcerers, and another time during the Shibuya incident, where he displayed less than a tenth of his peak living combat power, yet was still able to easily overwhelm the special-grade cursed spirit Dagon. Later, after recognizing his son Fushiguro Megumi, he committed suicide to prevent himself from rampaging and harming his son. Amazing. As expected of my goddess of luck. Seeing that the golden character card he had drawn was Fushiguro Toji, Takashi excitedly jumped up. As expected of golden character cards, none of them were disappointing. Having obtained a character card, Takashi naturally couldn't resist trying it out. Full body takeover, Ace. Takashi first checked out Ace, a character he had always liked. Ace's characteristic freckles began to appear on his face. An orange cowboy had appeared on top of his head, black shorts on his lower body, a tattoo of the Whitebeard Pirates flag on his back, and various accessories were also put on. Ace's memories began to surface in Takashi's mind. From a young age, he was taken by Garp and entrusted to Dayton for upbringing, became best friends with Sabo, and then, along with Luffy, the 3 became sworn brothers. At 17, he set sail, formed the Spade Pirates, and defeated Lizard King Hanafuda, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He was later invited by the world government to become a new warlord, but being proud, he refused. He passed through Wano country, fought Kaido's daughter Yamato, and later challenged the strongest men in the world, Whitebeard, unfortunately losing. Convinced by Whitebeard, he joined the Whitebeard Pirates and became the commander of the 2nd Division. After learning that his subordinate Blackbeard had killed Thatch, the commander of the 4th Division, he was furious and pursued Blackbeard despite warnings. As a result, he was defeated by Blackbeard and faced a public execution. This prompted Whitebeard to lead his grand fleet to rescue him, thus igniting the Summit War. Ultimately, he was killed by Akainu while protecting Luffy. After reviewing Ace's memories, Takashi couldn't help but sigh. Ace was also a pitiable person. As for being a pirate or not, that was merely the world government's term for those who defied their orders. The worldview of One Piece was very simple: everyone was a pirate, and the world government was the biggest pirate. Takashi opened his hand. Whoosh! His entire arm turned into superhot flames. If he wished, he could also unleash powerful fire fist attacks like Ace. However, it was better not to do that late at night. Whoosh! Takashi's body turned into flames, then flew out of the window, and subsequently reformed into human shape. Is this the unique ability of a Logia-type devil fruit user? Takashi was very excited, playing around in the yard. When he watched One Piece, he used to dream of eating a devil fruit. Especially a powerful Logia-type devil fruit. He never thought that his childhood wish would be realized in such a way. Although Ace was only a purple character, in some aspects, his strength was not inferior to golden characters. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not recycle this character card. After testing for quite a while, Takashi finally had his fill and returned to his original appearance. Takashi was very satisfied with Ace. In the future, he could even use it as a main combat character card, as the consumption of golden character cards was a bit much for him to bear. Next, his gaze turned to the golden character card, Fushiguro Toji. This was the main event. Full body takeover, Fushiguro Toji. Takashi felt his body's magic power being rapidly drained and consumed, while his physical abilities were rapidly improving in an incredible way. His appearance also began to change. This time, the change was very simple. His clothes transformed into Toji's attire, and his face became a blend of his and Toji's face, 50% his and 50% Toji's. In fact, no matter which character Takashi used, his face would be like this. This was also why Urza couldn't recognize Yoriichi as Takashi in the arena. Toji's memories surfaced in Takashi's mind. Unlike others, Toji's memories were darker, a large part of them involving his work as a sorcerer killer. In terms of killing methods alone, Toji was practically a killing machine. Merely watching his memories was heart-stopping. The memories quickly filtered through, finally settling on the scene where he committed suicide in front of his son, Megumi. Takashi clenched his fists. So strong. Is this the physique boosted by heavenly restriction? The extreme physical strength gave him an ultimate confidence, which was different from when he transformed into Ulquiorra and Yoriichi. Ulquiorra's strength came from his Ryatsu and the powerful body of a Vasto Lord-class Arankar. Yoriichi's strength came from his peerless swordsmanship. As for Toji, his strength came from his terrifying physical prowess. He felt that with just a slight effort, he could kill a cow with a single punch. This was not a figure of speech, but an accurate and undeniable fact. Feeling this powerful body, as if there was an inexhaustible supply of strength within him, Takashi stretched his waist. Crack. Crack. His joints and bones cracked audibly. Let's try it. Chapter 47, Bonus, half a year later. Takashi walked out of his house, and placed his hands on the ground, one leg bent forward, the other stretched back, assuming a starting position. Boom. He stomped his foot, and his body instantly vanished. At this moment, citizens who were strolling on the streets of Magnolia town after dinner suddenly felt a strong gust of wind sweep past them. Ah! A young girl in a skirt suddenly had her skirt blown up, giving some onlookers an eyeful. The girl quickly pressed down her skirt with her hands. Why is it windy? It was clearly a windless night, so why such a sudden strong gust? About a few tens of seconds later. Whoosh! Takashi reappeared at his doorstep. Whoosh! When he suddenly stopped, a strong gust of wind blew, causing stones on the ground to roll. 33 seconds. He didn't need a stopwatch, he himself was like a machine, capable of counting time with near-perfect accuracy. Takashi was so shocked by this number that he was speechless. To adapt to the intensity of the transformation as quickly as possible, he insisted on completing the basic training tasks assigned by the system every day. Although these tasks offered no rewards, the ability to genuinely improve his body was the greatest reward. The first time Takashi ran a lap around Magnolia town, it took him about 30 minutes. Now, he only took a little over 30 seconds. A lap around Magnolia from here is roughly 10,000 meters. He took 33 seconds, which means he ran approximately 300 meters per second. 300 meters per second. Calculating this number, Takashi himself was startled. This was already close to exceeding the speed of sound, wasn't it? He was indeed a monster, he was so fast that even Gojo Satoru's six eyes couldn't catch him. Moreover, he felt that his own physical strength seemed to be restricting Toji's performance. If he could fully unleash it, his speed could even exceed the speed of sound. Strong. Truly too strong. Takashi was very excited. This golden character was incredibly powerful. Mirajane was indeed his goddess of luck. Just as Takashi deactivated takeover magic, a sharp muscle pain spread throughout his entire body. Ah! Takashi couldn't help but let out a painful howl. It hurt. It hurt so much. He had never experienced such pain before. This muscle pain felt even worse than a broken bone. System. What exactly is going on? If he didn't understand, he would just ask the system. Host has excessively increased his physical strength, while his own physique is far from keeping up, which is why muscle pain has occurred. What? There's actually such a side effect. Why didn't you say so earlier? Host didn't ask. In fact, as long as Host persists in training and masters sun breathing, total concentration, constant, the pain will greatly diminish. So it will still hurt, then. Seeing the system's response, Takashi gnashed his teeth in frustration, but at this moment, the pain had already left him with no energy to complain. He could only lie motionless on the bed. Even a slight breeze would make him grimace in pain. He didn't dare to cry out, because crying out made it hurt even more. The night passed. Takashi was in pain all night. He had never felt that a night could be so long. It wasn't until the sun slowly rose and sunlight shone on him that he could barely move, at least his fingers could barely move. Takashi opened the system panel. Then he selected the blue, green, and white character cards. Do you want to recycle these character cards? Yes. Recycling successful. Congratulations, your magic power has increased by. A surge of magic power gushed from the magic source, nourishing his entire body, and he immediately felt his body pain alleviate considerably. System, what exactly is going on? This time I recycled so many character cards. Why did you only give me half a star of magic power increase? Magic power is the foundation of everything. Only with greater magic power can he better unleash the power of the characters. These are all derived from an algorithm. The higher the magic power star rating, the greater the consumption for level up. It's always algorithms, algorithms. What kind of algorithm is it, exactly? To upgrade from 4-star magic power to 5-star, 1000 magic power points are required. Recycling white grants 10 points, green grants 20 points, blue grants 50 points, purple grants 800 points, and gold grants 3000 points. Takashi's lips twitched when he saw these prices. There really was an algorithm. The value of purple and gold seemed the highest, but in Takashi's opinion, it was still too low. Even 1000 or 10,000 blue character cards couldn't compare to one gold character card. Indeed, all cards below blue were experience cards. He couldn't go to the guild today, and having completed some high-intensity missions these past few days, he was a bit tired. It was a good opportunity to rest well during his recovery phase. Just as he lied down and was about to doze off, noisy sounds came from outside. Takashi. Takashi. Takashi groggily opened the door and saw many people standing at his doorstep. They were all familiar faces: Natsu, Gray, Happy, Urza, Mira Jane, Elfman, Levi, Loki. Takashi couldn't help but widen his eyes. Why are you all here? We came to hang out with you. Everyone said in unison. Mira Jane smiled and said, you moved to a new house, didn't you? Everyone heard about it and came to celebrate your housewarming. Takashi slapped his forehead. My apologies. I've been so busy lately that I completely forgot about this. Welcome, welcome. I'll go buy groceries and cook right away. Takashi remembered that he had promised to treat Mira Jane to a meal. Urza said, no need. We all brought things. Let's have a barbecue party here today. With that, everyone started getting busy. Some started fires, some barbecued, and others brought out their specialty dishes. The entire courtyard instantly became lively. Soon, everyone gathered to eat meat, drink, and chat merrily. This scene made Takashi feel a little dazed. His home hadn't been this lively in a long time. The party lasted until midnight, and only then did everyone reluctantly leave. After everyone left, Takashi lied on his bed, recalling the events of the day. Guild, comrades. At this moment, he truly understood the meaning of a guild and comrades. He felt that he had truly become a member of Fairy Tail. This feeling isn't bad. Half a year passed in a flash. Eastern Ishgar continent. Aller Kingdom. In a hidden building somewhere. At this moment, thousands of people dressed in black robes were gathered here, performing a mysterious ritual. In the center of these people, a group of individuals were tied to wooden stakes. The stakes stood on the ground, with many firewood piles arranged beneath them. These people, numbering about several hundred, both men and women, all had their mouths gagged, their eyes filled with terror and despair as they looked at the surrounding crowd. A masked man stepped forward. From now on, we will begin the sacrificial ritual. These villagers are innocent. These 300 pure lives will guide him to descend here. Great Dark Mage Zeref. Oh! All the black-robed figures shouted excitedly. For us to walk with him in this world, the sacrifice begins. Suddenly. Boom. An explosion destroyed the main gate. What's going on? A slightly frivolous male voice rang out. Ah. You really made me search for a while. Soon, a young man with freckles, wearing an orange cowboy hat, and bare-chested walked in through the main gate. Yo. Black magic cult bastards, good evening. Chapter 48, 1 vs 1000. Kill him. The leader of the black magic cult gave a direct order. No matter who the other party was, as long as they saw them, they had to die. Kill. Numerous members of the black magic cult all raised their weapons and charged towards Takashi. Hey. It's not good to just start fighting without even a greeting. But since you've all made a move, if I don't retaliate, wouldn't that be disrespectful to you? Fire Fist. Takashi assumed a punching stance, and his arm transformed into a giant, superheated flame arm that slammed into the members of the black magic cult. Terrifying flames engulfed a large number of black magic cult members, who all let out painful scream. Ah! Fire gun. Takashi pressed the index and middle fingers of both hands together, pointing them like a gun at the crowd, and continuous small flames shot out from his fingertips. Ah! In an instant, large numbers of black magic cult members collapsed. Damn it. Die for me. A member of the black magic cult ambushed Takashi from behind, his long sword slashing through Takashi's body, but it only caused slight ripples, a common elementalization ability of Logia devil fruits. What? Before the opponent could recover from his shock, Takashi's finger had already touched his forehead. Bang. The person didn't even have time to scream before being struck by the flames. You damnable bastard. How dare you interrupt our ritual to sacrifice to the great Zeref? Disappear for me. One person gathered magic in both hands and unleashed a dark shockwave at Takashi. Heat haze. Takashi's arm turned into flames, and a pillar of fire shot out from his palm, meeting the attack head-on. Boom. The two energies collided, instantly erupting in a violent explosion. Still a bit slow. Full body takeover, Fushiguro Toji. Takashi switched his takeover character, and his body changed. His bare upper body was now covered in a black t-shirt, his black shorts became black long pants, and his boots turned into flat-soled shoes. Turn into a meat paste for me. At this moment, a very burly fellow suddenly appeared behind Takashi, raising a giant steel hammer with both hands and smashing it down towards Takashi's head. Boom. Takashi stood still, and the giant hammer in the man's hand bounced away, landing on the ground in the distance. What? The big guy was stunned. What was happening? What just happened? He clearly saw it hit the opponent's head, so why did the hammer fly away? Takashi glanced at the big guy. Hey, you're a bit too close to me, that's somewhat impolite. I don't like people getting too close to me, so you'd better get lost. He placed his palm on the big guy's abdomen, then gently pushed. The big guy immediately felt an irresistible force from his abdomen, and his entire body flew backward. Boom. Boom. The big guy's body destroyed wall after wall. Takashi glanced at the remaining members of the black magic cult. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of his lips. 3 seconds, and I'll finish you all. Whoosh. Takashi's figure instantly vanished, and in the next instant. Bang. Bang. All the members of the black magic cult were sent flying, crashing into the surrounding walls. Before long, Takashi walked out of the black magic cult's lair. At this moment, the captain of the army, who had been waiting outside, immediately came forward. Takashi-san, how did it go? Takashi made an okay gesture with his fingers, smiling. It's all taken care of. What? Those were thousands of black magic cult members. Many soldiers couldn't believe it. How long had Takashi been inside? 6 minutes, 7 minutes, certainly no more than 10 minutes. To eliminate thousands of black magic cult members in such a short time, they simply couldn't believe it. However, this was quite normal for Takashi. The number of opponents was indeed large, but they were all mere fodder. Even powerful mages would find it difficult to deal with them, but for him, no matter how many fodder came, they were still just fodder. You can go in, inspect the goods, and then pay. Oh, and there are a few hundred kidnapped villagers inside, you might as well rescue them too. Go in. At the captain's command, all the soldiers bravely rushed in. Upon entering, everyone in the army was shocked. Everywhere lay members of the black magic cult, not standing but fallen. Some were burned, some looked like they had been hit by a train, their arms and legs deformed, and the surrounding walls were dilapidated. It's actually true. He actually eliminated thousands of black magic cult members in such a short time. And they were all mages. The captain immediately commanded, Team 1, go rescue all the villagers. Team 2, arrest all the black magic cult members. Yes. Soon, all the villagers were rescued, and the black magic cult members were all carried away. Takashi-san, thank you very much for your help this time. The captain looked at Takashi with deep respect. When he first saw Takashi, he thought he was too young. The opponents were thousands of black magic cult members. How could one person deal with 1,000? But at this moment, he was completely convinced. This person was indeed as powerful as the legend said. Takashi waved his hand and said, taking money to solve problems for people, this was the quest I took. I'm just completing my quest. The captain immediately ordered someone to bring the reward. Takashi-san, here is your reward of 10 million. Please count it. Takashi glanced at it, knowing the money was sufficient, and a smile immediately appeared on his face as he took the box, saying, no need to count, I trust your character, Captain. If there's another job like this next time, come find me, and I'll give you a 20% discount. The captain showed a wry smile. If possible, I never want to encounter such a thing again in my life. Takashi chuckled. Haha. Who knows what the future holds? The quest is over, so I'll be leaving now. Then I won't see you off. I still have to report back about the situation here. I wish you a safe journey. Takashi waved his hand, turned, and left. Having completed another S-class quest, he felt very pleased. Captain, who exactly is this young man? Yeah. One person actually defeated thousands, that's too amazing. The captain looked at Takashi's retreating back with deep eyes and said, you should remember that big event that happened in the kingdom of Sobelia half a year ago. Half a year ago, the kingdom of Sobelia, could it be him? Exactly. It's him. Harjin Port. This is the closest port to Magnolia town. If there's ever a quest that involves going out to sea, fairy tale mages always depart from and return to here. At this moment, a cargo ship slowly docked, and a young man walked down from the ship. He had black hair and black eyes, and was wearing a gray stand-up collar half-sleeve shirt, black pants. It was Takashi, who had been in fairy tale for over half a year. Phew. Finally back. This quest was a bit far, and the round trip took about 20 days in total. Now he just needed to rest here for one night, and then take the train tomorrow morning to Magnolia. Gurgle. Gurgle. At this moment, Takashi's stomach began to gurgle. Due to the long boat ride and its rocking motion, he had little appetite, but now that he was on land, he suddenly felt a bit hungry. He remembered a delicious, inexpensive, and good fly restaurant on the street ahead. After eating, he would find a hotel for a good night's sleep, and then return to the guild the next morning. Just then, a commotion sounded from ahead. Takashi looked up and saw many young girls holding autograph boards, quickly running past. I heard a very famous mage came to town. Salamander-sama. Takashi was slightly stunned. Salamander. Natsu is here. Is he that popular? Takashi curiously walked over, wondering if Natsu would return to the guild with him. As he got closer, he saw a middle-aged man surrounded by girls, clearly not Natsu. Did I get the wrong person? Takashi immediately prepared to turn and leave, when a familiar voice entered his ears. Igneel. Chapter 49, Bonus, Lucy, a chatterbox. Takashi looked in the direction of the sound and saw a familiar figure emerging from under a girl's pants. With cherry blossom-colored hair and a dragon-scaled scarf, it was Natsu, accompanied by a small blue cat, Happy. Natsu, upon seeing that the person was not Igneel as he had expected, immediately became so awkward that he started sweating. Who are you? I am Salamander, you should know, right? The man struck a pose he thought was cool, but before he could finish speaking, Natsu and Happy had already squeezed out of the crowd and walked away dejectedly. They left so fast. Seeing their idol being ignored, many girls immediately rushed over, grabbed Natsu's scarf, and dragged him back. Why are you two so rude? Exactly. Salamander-sama is a very powerful mage. Apologize to him. Natsu was somewhat bewildered at this point. What are you doing? The man waved his hand and said magnanimously, it's all right. Looking at him, he doesn't seem to have any ill intent. Ah. So gentle. All the girls' eyes turned into hearts. The man took out an autograph board, wrote Salamander, and handed it to Natsu. This is my autograph, take it and show off to your friends. Ah. How enviable. I don't want it. As soon as Natsu finished speaking, he was picked up and thrown out by the girls protecting their idol. What do you mean? Get lost. The man snapped his fingers, and a ball of red flame rose from his feet, carrying him into the air. Thank you all for your warm welcome, but I have something to do at the port ahead, so I'll take my leave now. Tonight, I'll be holding a party on the ship, so everyone please come and join. After saying that, he waved his hand and quickly flew away on the flames. Yeah. We'll definitely be there. This magical scene made many girls cheer with excitement. What's that guy up to? Natsu was a bit confused at this moment. Just then, Takashi's voice rang out. Natsu, Happy. That voice. Natsu and Happy froze, then quickly looked in the direction of the voice, seeing Takashi standing not far away, smiling at them. Takashi. Seeing Takashi, Natsu and Happy were both delighted. In half a year, Takashi, Natsu, Happy, and everyone in Fairy Tail had become very familiar. Since Takashi moved into his new home, the two of them would occasionally give him a visit, making them very close friends. Takashi, you're back. Happy happily ran over. Yes, I'm back. Natsu immediately scurried over and hugged Takashi's legs. Takashi. Save me. Please buy me food quickly. I'm starving to death. You've been causing trouble everywhere again, haven't you? Seeing Natsu like this, Takashi guessed that he had probably caused trouble and lost money during a quest. Otherwise, with Natsu's ability, a 200,000 jewels quest would be very easy for him. This time we lost money again. Happy gave a definite answer. Takashi shook his head helplessly. Let's go, I'm hungry too. I know a restaurant ahead that's affordable and tastes good. Yay. Natsu and Happy both jumped up happily. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind them. If it's all right, I'll treat you to this meal. Hearing this, the three of them paused. They turned around, and saw a very cute girl standing behind them. The girl had brilliant golden hair, with a strand tied up with a blue bow, looking playful and adorable. She wore a white top with blue trim and short sleeves, and a blue pleated skirt. Her skin was very fair, and she was very cute, especially her impressive figure, which was a beautiful sight. Takashi couldn't help but be stunned when he saw her. Although there were some differences between the real person and the anime, he still recognized her at a glance. She was the female protagonist of Fairy Tail, Lucy Heartfilia. Thank you all for just now. Lucy raised her hand and smiled in greeting. Huh. Natsu and Happy were a bit confused. Lucy's words were directed at them, but they couldn't remember doing anything that deserved thanks. Lucy explained that man named Salamander used a magic called charm. This magic seduces people and was banned from sale many years ago. Using such magic to lure girls is a vulgar act. Thanks to you breaking through, the magic I was under was dispelled, so please allow me to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Natsu and Happy looked at each other. I see, but it's not necessary, Takashi will be treating us. Natsu chuckled and patted Takashi's shoulder. Takashi will treat us. Natsu and Happy knew that Takashi was practically the biggest spendthrift in Fairy Tail. One of his quests earned him more than they made in a year. This time, Takashi had gone out for an S-class quest, and judging by his appearance, he must have completed it successfully. It was a good opportunity to make him pay for a meal. Takashi rolled his eyes helplessly. Haven't you two mooched enough? He didn't mind treating them to a meal. Occasionally, he would also invite guild members he was close with to his home for meals and gatherings. Still, let me do it. If I don't express my gratitude properly, I'll feel bad. Hearing Lucy's words, the three of them no longer refused, and they all went to the restaurant together. My name is Lucy, what are your names? Takashi. Natsu. Happy. Lucy said, Takashi, Natsu, Happy, huh? Oh, by the way, don't let my appearance fool you, I'm also a mage, but I haven't joined any guild yet. A guild is an organization that gathers many mages, acting as an intermediary to provide mages with quests and information. If a mage doesn't work within a guild, they can't be considered fully capable. There are many guilds in the world, but for famous guilds, the conditions for joining are quite strict. In the guild I most want to join, there are many powerful mages. What should I do? I really want to join, but the conditions must be very strict. I'm sorry, I talked a bit about the mage world, you probably don't quite understand. But I must join that guild. It seems I can get many substantial quests there. Takashi, Natsu, and Happy looked at Lucy with bewildered expressions and retorted, "You talk a lot." Ever since they first met Lucy, her mouth had been chattering non-stop. It was their first meeting, and she was already so talkative. Chapter 50, Bonus, an Imposter. Having watched the anime, Takashi knew Lucy was a very talkative girl, but her chattiness still somewhat exceeded his expectations. However, despite being quite talkative, she wasn't annoying. Instead, he found her somewhat cute. At this moment, Lucy turned her head and said, "By the way, it looks like you guys are looking for someone." Happy nodded and said, "That's right, we're looking for Igneal. We heard he came to this town, but when we arrived, we found out he didn't. That guy called Salamander clearly isn't him. I was so sure Igneal was here." Sigh. "Another wasted trip." Takashi said with a speechless expression, "You two really are idiots. How could Igneal possibly appear here? If he really appeared here, the whole city would have been in chaos long ago." Lucy was slightly startled by this and asked, "Igneal would cause the entire city to fall into chaos? As a human?" Not a human. Igneal is a real dragon." Lucy was immediately dumbfounded by these words. How could he possibly appear on the street? Are you idiots? Natsu and Happy suddenly looked like they had just realized something. Hey! Don't act like you're just figuring it out now. At this moment, the group arrived at the spot Takashi had mentioned. The place was already quite full, so Takashi and the others found a window seat, sat down, and ordered some food. "Alright, I should go now. You guys enjoy your meal." Lucy paid for her meal and stood up to leave. After all, they were just passing acquaintances, and she only wanted to express her gratitude. "Thank you for treating us to a meal." "Thanks. No need to thank me. You guys helped me too, didn't you? It's just returning the favor." "Alright, I'm off. Bye-bye." Lucy waved her hand and then turned to leave. What a nice person. Natsu looked at Lucy's retreating figure and sighed. Just because of their unconscious help, she wanted to treat them to a meal. It was the first time they had met such a kind person. Takashi pouted and said, "She treats you to one meal and she's a nice person. Then what about me, who treats you to so many meals? Then you're a super nice person." He. Waiter. Order. Natsu reached out and called the waiter over, then picked up the menu and started ordering with Happy. Soon, a table full of food was ordered. Takashi was startled. "Hey!" Natsu said with a grin, "After all, we're not familiar with her, so eating too much wouldn't feel right. We just ordered a little something to be polite. But with you, Takashi, there's no problem. You just completed an S-class quest, so I'm going to feast." Happy excitedly agreed. Your head." Takashi lightly flicked Happy's head. Natsu seemed carefree and thoughtless, but occasionally he was quite considerate. Then the three of them ate and chatted, but Takashi's thoughts were with Lucy. Although he couldn't recall all the specific details of Fairy Tail, he still had some impression of how the story began. He thought of the middle-aged man surrounded by girls, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Impersonating Fairy Tail. Now, after more than half a year of transmigration, he considered Fairy Tail his other home. Anyone who tarnished Fairy Tail's reputation deserved to die. For now, he would let them enjoy their last moments of happiness. Evening. As night fell, the pure, warm moonlight shone upon the sea, and its reflection draped the entire Harjan town in a glow, making it bright even at night. Coupled with the cool sea breeze, even though it was the hot summer, it gave off a very comfortable feeling. Many people were out for a stroll along the coast at this time, not only to enjoy the beautiful seaside night view but also to help digest their food. Takashi and his companions were among them. That was so satisfying. Natsu patted his round, full belly contentedly. It's been a long time since I've eaten so much. Happy nodded. You two certainly aren't shy. In the future, cause a little less trouble. If Urza finds out. Takashi shivered. Natsu's face immediately turned pale. Don't say such scary things at a time like this. Now you're scared, ha 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 ha. Teasing Natsu made Takashi feel very happy. Oh, right, Salamander said he was having a party on a ship. Is that the ship? At this moment, Happy, who was walking on the seaside railing, saw a ship sailing into the distance and remembered the man called Salamander saying he was having a party on a ship earlier that day. Ship. Ugh. I feel a little sick. Natsu immediately felt like vomiting at the sight of the ship. Suddenly, a girl's voice sounded from nearby. Look. That's the ship, Salamander-sama's ship. Ah. I really want to go to the party too. Salamander. The girl's best friend, who was with her, seemed unfamiliar with his name. Don't you know? A super powerful mage came to our town, a mage from the super famous fairy tale. Natsu and Happy immediately froze, their eyes turning to Takashi, who shook his head. Natsu's expression instantly changed, veins bulging on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and said, that bastard, how dare he impersonate fairy tale? Happy. Happy immediately spread his wings, grabbed Natsu, and flew towards the departing ship. Hey! Takashi didn't even have time to stop them. This idiot, did he forget he gets seasick? He had originally planned to wait until the other party was far away, then catch up and secretly deal with those guys. Now, he had no choice but to go. Full body takeover, Ulquiorra cipher. A cyan light emanated around Takashi's body, and his appearance rapidly transformed. In the blink of an eye, he had taken on Ulquiorra's form. Takashi stomped on the railing. Bang. The railing shattered, and his body rapidly flew towards the ship. At this moment, on the ship, all the girls, dressed in their finest, were attending the party. In the cabin, Lucy sat there in a black evening gown, wearing a fake smile. She had met the man named Salamander again in the park. He promised he could help her join Fairy Tale, which she longed for, on the condition that she attend this party. To successfully join Fairy Tale, she agreed. After dealing with this idiot and joining Fairy Tale, she would kick this annoying guy away. Is your name Lucy? What a beautiful name. Thank you. Let's have a toast first. It's not very nice to ignore the other girls, is it? She didn't want to spend a long time with this guy. It's fine. Right now, I only want to drink with you, just the two of us. Snap. Salamander snapped his fingers, and the wine in the glass slowly floated up, forming droplets. Please open your mouth, and the jewel of wine will slide into your throat. Lucy wailed inwardly. So annoying. Such small tricks might work well on ordinary girls who couldn't use magic, but for her, such tactics only made her feel physically uncomfortable. But there was no choice. Now she had to endure. Lucy closed her eyes and opened her mouth. Swoosh. Splat. Lucy suddenly stood up and waved her hand, knocking all the wine away. She said with a disgusted expression, "What are you trying to do? There's a sleeping pill in the wine."